Imagine thinking you're helping someone find their missing dog, and 3 months later discovering you've been part of something that makes your stomach turn every time you close your eyes. That's essentially what happened to me, though it took far longer than it should have for me to piece together what I'd actually been doing. I should probably explain how I ended up involved in the first place, though I'm still not entirely comfortable admitting how naive I was about the whole thing. Last spring, I was between jobs after being made redundant from my position at a marketing firm in Birmingham. The severance wasn't terrible, but it wasn't going to last forever, and I'd been putting off the inevitable return to job hunting by convincing myself I deserved a proper break after 15 years of office work. My mate Craig had mentioned in passing that he'd been earning a bit of extra cash doing odd jobs for people online. Nothing elaborate, just simple tasks that required someone local to handle things in person. Collecting parcels from collection points when people were away, checking on properties during holidays, that sort of thing. He made it sound straightforward enough, and the money wasn't insignificant for what seemed like minimal effort. The website he'd found these opportunities through wasn't anything I'd heard of before, but it looked legitimate enough. Clean design, proper contact information, testimonials from other users. The registration process required proof of identity and address, which actually reassured me that they were taking security seriously. Within a week, I'd been approved and had access to the job listings in my area. Most of the tasks were exactly what Craig had described: simple collection and delivery work, house-sitting arrangements, occasional help with moving furniture. The pay was decent, usually between £20 and £50 for a few hours' work, and the clients seemed genuinely appreciative. I found myself with a small but steady income stream that kept me occupied whilst I half-heartedly searched for proper employment. The request that changed everything appeared in my inbox on a Tuesday morning in late May. A woman named Sarah needed someone to help distribute missing pet flyers around various locations in and around Coventry. Her dog, a golden retriever called Max, had gone missing from her garden 3 weeks earlier, and despite her best efforts, she hadn't had any luck finding him. She was offering £40 for a day's work putting up posters and handing out flyers in busy areas. What struck me about the request was how desperate she sounded in her message. She explained that Max was getting on in years and needed medication for a heart condition. Every day he was missing reduced the chances of finding him alive. She'd already covered the immediate area around her home, but needed someone to extend the search radius to places she couldn't reach easily due to work commitments. I responded that same day, and Sarah got back to me almost immediately. She lived in a village outside Coventry and worked long hours at a care home, which explained why she needed help covering more ground. The plan was simple enough. She'd prepare packages of flyers and poster materials for specific locations, and I'd collect them from a designated pickup point and distribute them according to her instructions. The first collection point was a small industrial estate on the outskirts of the city. Sarah had left the materials in a weatherproof box behind a particular building, exactly where she'd said they'd be. Inside were several bundles of flyers with Max's photo and contact details, along with a roll of posters and some tape for putting them up on lampposts and notice boards. The distribution locations were clearly marked on a simple map she'd included. Shopping centres, parks, residential areas, train stations. All places where missing pet posters would be perfectly normal and where people might have seen a lost dog. I spent the better part of the day covering the route she'd outlined, putting up posters in prominent locations and handing out flyers to anyone who seemed receptive. It felt good to be doing something genuinely helpful for someone in distress. I'd had pets myself over the years, and could imagine how frantic I'd be if one of them went missing. Sarah had included her mobile number on all the materials, and I found myself hoping she'd receive some useful calls as a result of the extended search area. She paid promptly through the website system and sent a grateful message thanking me for my thoroughness. She also mentioned that she was planning to expand the search even further and asked if I'd be available for similar work the following week. The money was useful, and I felt like I was making a genuine difference, so I agreed immediately. The second week followed the same pattern. Collection from a different industrial estate, this time closer to Leicester, with the materials for locations in that area. The flyers were identical to the previous week's batch, though Sarah had updated the missing date to reflect that Max had now been gone for nearly a month. She'd also increased the reward amount from £200 to £500, which suggested she was becoming increasingly desperate. I covered the Leicester route as thoroughly as I had the first one, and again Sarah seemed pleased with my work. Her messages were becoming more frequent though, and I could sense the growing anxiety in her words. She mentioned that she'd had a few calls from the first week's flyers, but none had led to any concrete sightings of Max. By the third week, I was starting to feel genuinely invested in the search. Sarah had expanded the operation again, this time covering areas around Nottingham and Derby. The collection points were always industrial estates or retail parks on the edges of cities, places where someone could leave materials without attracting attention. The routine had become familiar. Collect the packages, follow the prescribed routes, distribute everything according to her detailed instructions. It was during the fourth week that I first noticed something that seemed slightly odd. I was collecting materials from a car park behind a furniture warehouse when I saw someone else doing what looked like exactly the same thing I was doing. A middle-aged man was loading boxes from a similar weatherproof container into his car boot, and when he saw me looking, he gave me a nod that suggested mutual recognition of shared purpose. I didn't think much of it at the time. It made sense that Sarah would have recruited multiple people to help with the search, especially given how wide an area she was now trying to cover. If anything, it was encouraging to know that Max's disappearance was being taken so seriously and that Sarah had the resources to organize such an extensive effort. The following week brought another slight change to the routine. Instead of collecting from one location and covering one area, I was given materials for 3 different routes in 3 different cities. The packages were more substantial now, enough flyers and posters for several days' work, and the pay had increased accordingly. Sarah explained that she'd received some promising leads and wanted to saturate certain areas with as much coverage as possible, whilst the trail was still warm. I was happy to take on the extra work, and the money was definitely welcome. What I didn't expect was how organized the whole operation had become. Each package now included detailed schedules showing optimal times for different locations, priority areas marked clearly on the maps, and even suggestions for the most effective approaches to use when handing out flyers to members of the public. The level of planning was impressive, though it did make me wonder how Sarah was managing to coordinate all of this whilst working full-time at a care home. The schedules alone must have taken considerable research and preparation. But then again, people will go to extraordinary lengths when their beloved pets are missing, and perhaps she'd taken time off work to focus on the search effort. It was around the 7th week that I started encountering other people doing similar work with increasing frequency. Not just the occasional glimpse in a car park, but regular sightings of individuals following what appeared to be the same type of systematic approach I was using. Same weatherproof collection containers, same methodical distribution patterns, same professional-looking flyers and materials. At a shopping centre in Sheffield, I watched a woman spend 40 minutes covering the car park with the same methodical precision I'd been trained to use. At a train station in Leeds, I saw a man distributing what looked like identical materials to mine, though I was too far away to see the details clearly. The operation was clearly much larger than I'd initially realized. I began to pay more attention to the other people I encountered during my work, and a pattern started to emerge. We were all roughly the same demographic, middle-aged, professional-looking, the sort of people who would blend in easily in any environment, and who wouldn't attract suspicion when approaching strangers with flyers. We all worked with the same quiet efficiency, following our prescribed routes without deviation or apparent improvisation. The thought occurred to me that I'd never actually spoken to Sarah directly. All our communication had been through the website's messaging system, and whilst her messages were personal and emotional, I'd never heard her voice or had any contact that couldn't have been mediated through text. For someone supposedly desperate to find her missing pet, she seemed remarkably organized and systematic in her approach. I decided to do a bit of research into missing pets in the Coventry area. If Max's disappearance was genuine, there would likely be other online traces of the search effort. Social media posts, local newspaper coverage, appeals on community websites. Dogs don't just vanish without leaving some kind of digital footprint in today's connected world. What I found when I searched for missing golden retrievers named Max in the Coventry area was absolutely nothing. No Facebook posts, no local news stories, no appeals on community forums or lost pet websites. For such an apparently extensive and well-funded search operation, there was a complete absence of any other evidence that it existed. I expanded my search to include the surrounding areas and different variations of the dog's name and description. Still nothing. I tried searching for missing pets in the specific locations where I'd been distributing flyers, thinking perhaps Sarah had been less precise about the area in her communications with me. Again, no results that matched the information I'd been given. The absence of any corroborating evidence began to trouble me more than I wanted to admit. I told myself that not everyone uses social media to search for missing pets, and that Sarah might be a private person who preferred to handle the situation without public appeals. But the complete lack of any online trace seemed increasingly unlikely given the scale and organization of the operation I'd been participating in. I decided to take a closer look at one of the flyers during my next collection, examining it more carefully than I had before. The photo of Max was professional quality, the kind of perfectly composed portrait that suggested it had been taken in a studio rather than in someone's back garden. The contact information looked legitimate enough, but something about the overall presentation struck me as too polished for a genuine missing pet appeal. More concerning was what I noticed when I compared flyers from different weeks. Whilst the basic design remained the same, small details were subtly different from batch to batch. The reward amount varied. The missing date sometimes shifted by a few days, and in one case, I was certain the dog's age had changed from 8 years old to 10 years old between distributions. These inconsistencies could have been simple mistakes made by someone under stress, but they could also suggest something more troubling. I began to wonder if the materials I'd been distributing were being used to test different approaches or gather different types of response, rather than to genuinely search for a missing pet. The realization that I might not have been helping Sarah find her lost dog was disturbing enough, but it raised the question of what I had actually been doing during those weeks of systematic distributions. Why would someone want hundreds of people distributed across multiple cities to hand out materials that weren't what they appeared to be? What was the real purpose of such an elaborate and expensive operation? I started paying closer attention to the locations I'd been asked to cover, looking for patterns that might reveal the true intent behind the distributions. Shopping centers, transport hubs, residential areas near schools, places where families gathered. All locations where approaching strangers wouldn't seem suspicious, and where someone could observe interactions and responses without attracting attention. The possibility that occurred to me was too uncomfortable to initially accept, but it explained everything I'd observed: the systematic approach, the multiple operatives, the constantly shifting details on the materials, the focus on busy, family-oriented locations. Someone was using the missing pet story as cover for something that resembled surveillance or intelligence gathering on a significant scale. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. The dark web, which I'd only heard about in passing, supposedly contained marketplaces for all sorts of illegal activities. If someone wanted to gather information about people's routines, their responses to approaches from strangers, or their willingness to help in certain situations, this would be an almost perfect methodology. The missing pet angle was particularly clever because it encouraged people to provide detailed information about their own movements and observations. Anyone who responded to the flyers would likely share when and where they thought they might have seen the dog, essentially mapping out their own daily routines and favorite locations. Information that could be valuable to someone with less innocent intentions. I stopped accepting jobs from Sarah immediately, claiming I'd found full-time employment and was no longer available for freelance work. Her response was understanding but disappointed, and she asked if I knew anyone else who might be interested in helping with the continuing search. I politely declined to provide any referrals. Over the following weeks, I found myself paying attention to missing pet appeals with a new and uncomfortable awareness. How many of them were genuine, and how many might be sophisticated data collection operations? The thought that I'd unknowingly participated in something that could potentially be used to harm the same families I thought I was helping made me feel physically sick. I never reported my suspicions to the police because I had no concrete evidence that anything illegal had actually occurred. The materials I distributed were professionally produced and seemed legitimate on the surface. The payments I'd received were processed through official channels and properly declared for tax purposes. On paper, everything appeared entirely legal. But I know what I experienced during those weeks, and I know how systematic and extensive the operation was. I know that dozens of other people were doing exactly the same work I was doing, covering hundreds of locations across multiple cities with materials that contained inconsistent information about a dog that apparently never existed. I still think about Sarah sometimes, though I'm certain that wasn't her real name. I wonder if she was even aware of how her operation appeared to someone on the ground, or if the missing pet story was just another layer of deception in something much larger and more concerning. I wonder how many other people like me are still out there, thinking they're helping reunite families with beloved pets, whilst actually participating in something entirely different. The worst part is not knowing what the real purpose was, or what might have been done with whatever information was gathered through those carefully orchestrated distributions. I tell myself that perhaps it was market research or social psychology study, something benign that just used unusual methodology. But I can't shake the feeling that I was part of something much darker, something that someone had taken considerable trouble to disguise as an act of compassion. These days, I'm more careful about the jobs I accept and the people I trust. I've learned that the internet makes it frighteningly easy for people to create convincing facades for activities that might be far from what they appear. I've learned that legitimate-looking websites and professional quality materials don't guarantee that something is actually legitimate. Most importantly, I've learned that sometimes the most effective disguises are the ones that make you feel good about participating. The missing pet story was perfect because it appealed to people's natural desire to help and their emotional connection to animals. It made questioning the operation feel almost cruel, like doubting someone's genuine distress. I probably should have been more suspicious from the beginning, but hindsight makes everything seem obvious. At the time, helping someone find their lost dog seemed like the most natural thing in the world. I wanted to believe I was making a difference, and that desire made me overlook details that should have raised immediate red flags. I still check missing pet websites occasionally, looking for any sign that Max was real and that my cynicism about the whole operation was unfounded. I keep hoping to see his photo appear in a genuine appeal, or to find evidence that Sarah was exactly who she claimed to be. But deep down, I know that's not going to happen. The truth is that I'll probably never know for certain what I was really doing during those weeks of systematic distributions. I'll never know if my participation contributed to anything harmful, or if my suspicions were entirely unfounded. What I do know is that the experience has fundamentally changed how I think about trust and vulnerability in our increasingly connected world. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm checking the locks on my doors, I wonder if the people who organized that operation know that I figured out what they were really doing. I wonder if they're still out there, running similar operations with different covers, exploiting other people's desire to help and their natural compassion for animals or missing persons. The worst part about grief is how it makes you stupid. When you're barely functioning after losing someone close to you, and someone offers you a way to connect with people who understand exactly what you're going through, you don't question why they know so much about your personal situation or why they seem so eager to help. You just grab onto anything that might make the pain stop, even if it means trusting strangers who probably shouldn't be trusted. My wife Emma died in a car accident on the M4 near Reading in February last year. One minute we were planning a weekend away in Bath, and the next minute I was sitting in a hospital corridor being told that nothing could be done. The grief hit me like a physical blow. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate on anything for more than a few minutes at a time. I tried going back to work at the engineering firm in Reading, where I'd been for nearly 10 years, but I kept breaking down in meetings or staring blankly at technical drawings that might as well have been written in ancient Greek. My manager suggested I take extended compassionate leave, which was probably the kindest way of saying I was completely useless to them in my current state. The NHS grief counselling had an 8-month waiting list, which felt like a cruel joke when you could barely get through 8 hours without falling apart. My GP prescribed antidepressants and suggested I might benefit from peer support groups, but most of the local bereavement services seemed to be run by well-meaning volunteers who had never lost anyone important themselves. That's when I received the letter about the specialist grief support program. It arrived about 6 weeks after Emma's funeral, addressed to me personally, and explaining that they provided intensive support for people dealing with sudden loss of spouses or partners. The letter demonstrated remarkable knowledge of my specific circumstances, mentioning details about Emma's accident and my current emotional state that I couldn't remember sharing with anyone outside my immediate family. The program was described as a cutting-edge approach to grief therapy that combined traditional counseling with modern technology and peer support networks. They offered immediate access to qualified grief specialists and connection with others who had experienced similar losses without the lengthy waiting periods typical of NHS services. The letter included a phone number and website address for more information. When I visited the website, I found professional-looking materials about innovative grief therapy techniques and testimonials from people who claimed the program had been life-changing during their darkest periods. I called the number and spoke to a counselor named Sarah, who seemed to understand exactly what I was going through. She asked insightful questions about my relationship with Emma and my current coping mechanisms, demonstrating genuine empathy and professional knowledge about grief psychology. Sarah explained that their program used a holistic approach that addressed both the emotional and practical aspects of losing a life partner. They provided individual counseling, group support sessions, and access to online communities where people could connect with others facing similar challenges. The online component was particularly appealing because it meant I could access support at any time of day or night when the grief felt overwhelming. Sarah explained that they used private platforms that provided enhanced security and privacy for participants who needed to share very personal experiences without fear of judgment or exposure. I agreed to participate in the program and was sent detailed instructions for accessing their online support communities. The setup process required downloading specialized software that would connect me to private grief support networks that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Sarah explained that the enhanced privacy measures were necessary because grief support required sharing extremely personal and vulnerable information. The private networks ensured that participants could communicate openly without worrying about unauthorized access to their emotional disclosures. The individual counseling sessions with Sarah were genuinely helpful. She seemed skilled at grief therapy techniques and provided practical strategies for managing the daily challenges of living without Emma. The support felt professional and compassionate, and I began to feel like I was making some progress in processing my loss. The online support communities were also beneficial initially. I connected with other people who had lost spouses in sudden accidents, and sharing experiences with people who truly understood what I was going through felt more valuable than any professional therapy I had received. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of the online communities that didn't quite fit with typical grief support services. Many participants seemed to have access to remarkably detailed personal information about each other's circumstances, including details that wouldn't normally be shared in support group settings. Some conversations included references to my daily routine, financial situation, and family relationships that I hadn't disclosed during my participation in the support communities. The level of background knowledge that other participants seemed to have about my personal life was concerning and suggested that information was being gathered from sources beyond what I had voluntarily shared. When I mentioned these observations to Sarah during our counseling sessions, she explained that effective grief support required understanding the complete context of participants' lives and circumstances. The program conducted background assessments to ensure that support recommendations were appropriate for each individual's specific situation. She assured me that all information was handled confidentially and used only to provide better therapeutic support. The comprehensive background research allowed counselors to understand factors that might be affecting grief recovery, such as financial stress or family dynamics. Around the 6th week of my participation in the program, Sarah began requesting that I help with outreach activities for other people who might benefit from their grief support services. These assignments involved identifying and contacting people in my local area who had recently experienced losses and might need professional support. The outreach work was presented as a therapeutic activity that would help with my own grief recovery by allowing me to help others facing similar challenges. Sarah explained that many people found meaning and healing through supporting others who were struggling with loss. I was provided with lists of recently bereaved people in the Reading area. along with detailed information about their circumstances and contact details. The lists included information about causes of death, family situations, and psychological profiles that seemed far too comprehensive for routine outreach activities. When I questioned how the program had obtained such detailed information about vulnerable people, Sarah explained that they worked with various healthcare and social service providers to identify individuals who might benefit from immediate grief support. The detailed profiles ensured that outreach efforts were appropriate and effective. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to gather during outreach contacts seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic support. I was documenting people's psychological vulnerabilities, financial circumstances, and social isolation levels in ways that could be valuable for exploitation rather than help. Some of the people I contacted during outreach activities seemed to be in extremely vulnerable situations, dealing with complex grief while managing financial difficulties, family conflicts, or health problems. The information I was gathering would be useful for identifying people who could be manipulated or taken advantage of during their most vulnerable periods. When I tried to refuse the outreach assignments, Sarah reminded me that I had been receiving valuable grief support that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare. The program depended on participants contributing to community support activities to maintain the comprehensive services they provided. She also pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of other participants' personal circumstances and access to private support communities that contained sensitive information about vulnerable people. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that extended beyond my individual therapy needs. Sarah began demonstrating knowledge of my daily activities and personal circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our counseling relationship alone. She made references to my financial situation, family interactions, and daily routine that suggested comprehensive surveillance of my personal life. I realized that the grief support program had been used to recruit me into systematic exploitation of vulnerable bereaved people. The counseling sessions had been genuine enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online communities had been used to gather detailed intelligence about people dealing with loss and trauma. The outreach activities were probably designed to identify and assess additional targets for exploitation, using my legitimate grief and desire to help others as cover for intelligence gathering about vulnerable people in my local area. When I attempted to withdraw from the program entirely, Sarah pointed out that I had sensitive information about other participants and access to private support communities that could be harmful if misused. My knowledge of their methods and participant details created ongoing security considerations. She also suggested that ending my therapy abruptly could be detrimental to my grief recovery, particularly given the progress I had been making and my continued vulnerability following Emma's death. The therapeutic relationship was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to end my participation in the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online support platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in group sessions. I tried reporting my concerns to healthcare regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online support could be justified as innovative therapy methods, and the outreach activities could be explained as peer support work. Sarah's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped participating, offering additional grief support services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities, to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the support program or what they were using the detailed intelligence about vulnerable, bereaved people for. The systematic exploitation of people's grief and trauma, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy platforms, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and fraud. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's grief to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence-gathering operations targeting vulnerable, bereaved individuals. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust while using support communities to gather comprehensive personal information about people at their most vulnerable moments. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for grief support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people dealing with similar losses. The support program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose emotional vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar grief support organizations, offering immediate access to counseling and peer support communities for people dealing with loss and trauma. The services they describe always offer enhanced privacy through specialized platforms, always involve comprehensive background assessment, and always include peer outreach components. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other grieving people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support while actually participating in intelligence-gathering operations that exploit the vulnerability of bereaved individuals for criminal purposes. I used to think I was lucky to find that flat. Coventry isn't exactly known for affordable housing with decent views, but somehow I'd managed to secure a one-bedroom on the 9th floor of Blackthorn Heights for less than the going rate. The letting agent mentioned something about the building's transitional phase and how they were trying to cultivate the right community atmosphere. At the time, I just nodded along, mentally calculating how much I'd save compared to my previous place. The building itself was one of those structures that seems to exist in every British city. Built in the late 70s, briefly fashionable, then sliding into disrepair before being regenerated, with a fresh coat of paint and some potted plants in the lobby. 22 floors of identical windows stacked in a perfect grid, the kind of place where you could live for years without ever knowing your neighbors. I moved in during that strange liminal week between Christmas and New Year's, when the world feels suspended in time. The corridors were eerily quiet as I carried my boxes up from the moving van. I remember being struck by how clean everything was. No scuff marks on the walls, no lingering cooking smells, none of the usual signs of human habitation you'd expect in a building housing hundreds of people. My flat was perfectly adequate. Open-plan kitchen and living area. Bedroom just large enough for my double bed. Bathroom with surprisingly good water pressure. The previous tenant had left it immaculate, which should have been a relief, but somehow felt unsettling, like all traces of their existence had been methodically erased. The first couple of weeks passed uneventfully as I settled into a routine. I'd leave for work at 8 a.m., return around 6 p.m., occasionally glimpsing other residents in the lifts or lobby. Everyone kept to themselves, offering nothing more than a brief nod if our eyes happened to meet. I initially chalked it up to typical British reserve, perhaps amplified by urban living. It was the silence that first struck me as odd. I'd lived in flats before and was accustomed to the ambient soundtrack of shared living. Muffled conversations, television sounds bleeding through walls, footsteps overhead. But Blackthorn Heights existed in a perpetual state of hushed quiet, as if the entire building was holding its breath. Then came the first peculiarity that I couldn't simply rationalize away. I was returning home late one Friday night, slightly tipsy from after-work drinks, when the lift stopped at the 13th floor. This confused me momentarily, as I distinctly remembered the building jumping from 12 to 14, like many high-rises do because of superstition. Yet here was the number 13, illuminated on the panel. When the doors opened, I was struck by the difference in atmosphere. The corridor looked similar in layout, but was finished to a noticeably higher standard. Recessed lighting instead of fluorescence, what appeared to be actual hardwood flooring rather than laminate. Walls painted a deep burgundy instead of the institutional cream on my floor. Before I could process this properly, a man in a dark suit entered, nodded curtly, and stood with his back to me. The doors closed, and we continued upward in silence. I convinced myself I'd been mistaken about the floor numbering, that I'd simply never noticed the 13th floor before. But the following morning, I checked as I descended in the lift, and sure enough, the buttons jumped from 12 to 14. The 13th floor button was simply absent. I might have dismissed the whole thing as alcohol-induced confusion, if not for what happened the following week. Unable to sleep one night, I decided to take out my rubbish, more as an excuse to walk around than out of necessity. The building had a chute on each floor, but sometimes larger items needed to be taken to the basement facilities. The basement was deserted, lit by flickering fluorescence that created moving shadows in the corners. As I was depositing my rubbish, I noticed a door I hadn't seen before, partially hidden behind the recycling bins. It was unmarked except for a small black symbol that resembled a stylized eye or perhaps a keyhole. Curiosity got the better of me, and I tried the handle. To my surprise, it opened onto a stairwell I didn't recognize, narrower than the main stairs, with metal steps rather than concrete. Something about it felt wrong, private, not meant for residents, but I'd already come this far. I climbed the stairs, trying to minimize the metallic echoes of my footsteps. After what seemed like more flights than should have been necessary to reach the ground floor, I emerged into yet another corridor I didn't recognize. This one was utilitarian, almost industrial, exposed pipes running along the ceiling, numbered doors with electronic card readers beside each one. I was disoriented, unsure what part of the building I was in. As I stood there debating whether to continue exploring or return the way I'd come, one of the doors opened further down the hallway. Instinctively, I ducked into an alcove, suddenly certain I wasn't supposed to be there. Through the narrow gap between the wall and a large electrical panel, I watched as two men exited the room. They were dressed casually, but carried themselves with a deliberate alertness that made me think of security personnel. One was speaking in hushed tones about resolution issues and frame rates, while the other nodded, checking something on a tablet. They walked past my hiding spot without noticing me, disappearing through a door at the end of the corridor. I waited several minutes before moving, heart pounding against my ribs. When I was certain they weren't returning, I crept toward the door they'd emerged from, driven by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The door had been left slightly ajar. Through the crack, I could see what appeared to be a monitoring station. Multiple screens showing different rooms, each one meticulously furnished, but in vastly different styles. One looked like a vintage 1970s lounge, another like a sterile medical examination room, a third like a child's nursery. All empty, all waiting. On a desk beneath the screens sat several high-end cameras, lighting equipment, and what looked like a control panel with dozens of switches and dials. A laptop was open beside them, displaying what I recognized with a sudden chill as a dark web browser interface, similar to ones I'd seen in documentaries about internet crime. The screen showed a payment system, usernames, and viewing statistics for something called the Blackthorn Experience. I backed away, trying to process what I was seeing. It looked like some kind of broadcasting setup, but the secrecy, the dark web interface, it suggested something deeply illegal. I needed to leave, to pretend I'd never seen any of this. I turned to retrace my steps and found myself face to face with a woman I hadn't heard approach. She was impeccably dressed in what looked like an expensive business suit, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. She smiled in a way that didn't reach her eyes and asked if I was lost. Her tone was pleasant, but carried an undercurrent of steel. I mumbled something about taking a wrong turn while looking for the maintenance office, trying to mask my terror with confusion. At the stairwell door, she asked my flat number and name. I was too frightened to consider lying. She smiled again, thanked me for my understanding, and watched as I descended the stairs. I felt her eyes on my back long after I turned the corner. The next day, I received a letter under my door informing me of a rent decrease due to my valued resident status. It was a substantial reduction, enough to make me hesitate before acting on what I'd discovered. I told myself I needed time to think, to plan my next move carefully. That evening, I noticed a subtle change in my flat. Nothing I could definitively point to. Perhaps items moved slightly from where I'd left them, a different smell in the air, a sense that the space had been occupied in my absence. I began checking for hidden cameras, growing increasingly paranoid about being watched. I started researching Blackthorn Heights online, looking for anything unusual associated with the building. Most results were standard property listings and bland corporate information about the management company. But on the 7th page of search results, I found a single forum post from 3 years earlier. Someone claiming to be a former maintenance worker described accidentally discovering a studio setup in the building and subsequently being offered a significant raise to forget what they'd seen. The post had no replies and had been made by a now deleted account. That night, unable to sleep, I stood at my window staring at the identical grid of windows across from mine. Most were dark at this hour, but I counted 11 that remained illuminated despite the late hour. As I watched, the lights in one flat suddenly brightened dramatically, as if powerful studio lights had been switched on. The blinds were open, allowing me to see directly inside. What I witnessed in that flat across the courtyard made me recoil from the window. My hand clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. I won't describe it in detail. I'll just say that what occurred in that brightly lit space was being done by one person to another. It was clearly not consensual, and it ended with stillness, with absence of movement where movement should have been. When my hands stopped shaking enough to hold my phone, I dialed emergency services. I reported what I'd seen as clearly as I could, providing the building name and what I estimated to be the flat number based on its position. The operator assured me police would be dispatched immediately. 20 minutes later, 2 officers arrived at the building. I watched from my window as they entered, then waited anxiously for any sign of activity. After about 15 minutes, they emerged and returned to their car without any apparent urgency. No additional police arrived, no ambulances, no forensic teams. My phone rang an hour later. The The caller ID showed only private number. It was the woman from the restricted area, her voice just as pleasantly chilling as before. She thanked me for my concern about my neighbor, but assured me the police had found nothing amiss. The flat in question was currently unoccupied according to their records. She suggested that the stress of city living sometimes played tricks on the mind and reminded me of the mental health resources available to residents. Before ending the call, she mentioned how fortunate I was to have such an affordable flat in the current market. The threat was clear. I spent the remainder of the night researching other accommodation, preparing to leave first thing in the morning. But when I tried to access my bank account online, I found it temporarily frozen due to suspicious activity. My emails to my family and close friends about staying with them were bouncing back undelivered. When I tried to call out, my phone showed no service despite full signal bars. 3 days later, I remain in the flat, watching the windows across from mine with obsessive attention. I've documented everything I've observed. Lights activating in different flats at regular intervals, the same terrible scenes playing out in different rooms with different people. Always at night, always brightly lit, always ending the same way. I've come to understand that Blackthorn Heights isn't just a building. It's a carefully constructed broadcasting network. Each flat potentially a stage. Each resident either a knowing participant or an unwitting neighbor like myself. The dark website I glimpsed must be offering live streams of real murders to paying viewers around the world, each occurring in carefully designed sets that exist behind ordinary-looking doors in this very ordinary-looking building. Why am I telling you this now? Because last night, I saw them preparing the flat directly opposite mine, replacing the furniture, setting up additional lighting, positioning cameras behind ordinary-looking wall fixtures. This morning, I received another letter under my door, a notice about scheduled maintenance requiring access to my flat tomorrow evening, and a reminder of my special resident status and the importance of community cooperation. I'm typing this on my phone with the battery nearly dead. I've tried knocking on neighbors' doors, but no one answers. The main entrance is now staffed by security guards I don't recognize, who politely but firmly turn away any visitors. The lifts require key card access that my card no longer provides, limiting me to my floor and the lobby. If you're reading this, it means I found a way to get this message out. It means I'm probably no longer in a position to tell you what happened next. But if you ever find yourself being offered an unusually affordable flat in a high-rise where the residents keep to themselves, where certain floors seem to exist only sometimes, where the management is overly interested in your movements, run. Because somewhere right now, someone is watching a live stream from Blackthorn Heights. Someone is paying to watch what happens in these rooms. And tomorrow, someone will be watching my flat, waiting for the show to begin. I suppose the obvious way to start is simply to say that I shouldn't have kept that chest of drawers. When I first came across it, it looked harmless enough. Beech veneer lifting at the corners. One loose handle, part of a house clearance lot from a terrace place off Abbeydale Road. I wanted my Sheffield flat to feel finished without spending much, so I carried it up in 2 awkward bursts, rested it on the landing to catch my breath, and slid it against the bedroom wall by the window. The scrape it left on the skirting didn't matter. The room felt more like a room with somewhere to put socks. I found the phone by accident while lining the drawers with old wrapping paper. My nail snagged tape glued under the lip, revealing a thin, cheap handset. the sort you buy at a supermarket when you've cracked your screen. On the back, under scuffed plastic, was a printed sticker with a web address and a short code. I didn't throw it away. When charged, it opened to a tidy page. No logos I recognized, just flat colors, a small icon like an open box, and a form asking me to confirm an item had changed hands. Fields for a short code and postcode. A button saying continue. I'd read enough pieces with dark web in the headlines to recognize what I was looking at, even if I'd never used it. It felt like scanning a warranty card. I typed the code, tapped my postcode, and pressed continue. The reply came old-fashioned, on paper. An envelope under the end bench in the little park by the shops. My first name in tidy block capitals. Inside was enough for a modest food shop and folded instructions thanking me for registering. A small bonus would be paid if I confirmed the chest was positioned safely. To the left of the bed, level with the window but away from the radiator to avoid warping. I had already put it there. It asked for 2 photos from 2 angles. I sent them. A minute later, the page displayed a small green tick and nothing else. After that came jobs dressed as care. Take a photo with curtains drawn and the bedside lamp on. Another with curtains open and ceiling light off. Measure the gap from bed to door using your foot as a rough unit. Count steps from the front entrance to your landing. Film a slow pan across the window from street to sky. Each was paid the same way. Envelopes at places so ordinary they were almost funny. Behind the grit bin, under the 3rd slab at the tram stop, inside a station locker with a code. Enough cash to feel like something for nothing. Never so much it felt like a bribe. The first wrong thing was almost polite. After a courier dropped bulbs and a kettle I'd ordered, another knock came. No one stood outside when I checked the viewer, but a postcard lay on the mat. One side showed a printed map of my street, with a dot where my building sits, and a thin pencil arc traced from my window to the car park's far corner. The other side, in the same tidy hand from the envelopes, thanked me for confirming a line of sight. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even rude. It simply suggested that what I had done was useful to someone else. I started behaving like a person who keeps their head down. I took the drawers out and checked for surprises in the seams. Nothing. I pressed the backboard, flimsy fiberboard held by staples. I listened for clicks that weren't there. When small cards slid under the door with fresh codes, I entered them and did what was asked. Confirm whether the corridor smoke alarm uses a plastic key or hex screw. Photograph the intercom panel from arm's length. Record 30 seconds of street view from inside the window at dusk. Each task looked like a survey. Surveys don't bite. A woman in the block opposite pinned a note asking if anyone had seen a van outside at odd hours. People scribbled that they hadn't. I had seen plenty and said nothing. Not writing felt like the decision that kept everything ordinary. One night the drawer made a sound like a trapped insect under glass, tiny and quick. I pressed my ear to the top, just laminate easing as the heating clicked off. I said that to myself twice, and it became true enough to sleep on. In the morning, a card sat on the mat with a new code and time window. When I opened the page, it didn't show a form. It showed my room, a fisheye view from up on the wall to the left of the window, not wide enough to be the ceiling, not low enough to be bedside level. My unmade bed, the drawer exactly where the instructions had told me to put it. Yesterday's shirt on the chair. A small counter ticked in the corner. Text told me to leave the room and shut the door until the counter reached a certain point, then come back and stand in the doorway with the lamp on. No drama, no flashing warnings. I did what it said. When I stepped back into frame, the counter reset. The stream went black. The page turned into a form again, as if it had been bored, and only pretending to be something else. I wanted to take the chest apart with a butter knife. I didn't. I put a towel on top like covering a birdcage and left the room. Later, a printed envelope arrived with a receipt from a locksmith 3 streets away. The date was from the previous week. The amount matched the cash I'd picked up the day before. I stood in the kitchen staring at the paper while something old and heavy settled behind my ribs. Paper can do that. It says you're not imagining things. I made a proper mess of it then. Unscrewed the backboard, laid the chest on its face, tapped every surface with my knuckle until it hurt. Cheap board sounds the same wherever you hit it. When I'd worked up sweat and nothing had changed, I put the back on and shoved the chest into the hallway like punishing it. I slept on the sofa with the bedroom door shut and bathroom light on. The next card asked me to be out during a loose hour in the early evening. There would be something on the kitchen table when I returned. I walked to the co-op and pushed a basket round in circles, buying milk slowly because going home faster felt like letting someone see me hurry. A padded envelope sat on the table when I returned. Inside was a small black cube and short cable. I saw where it had been placed before I plugged it in. A round patch of dust by the bookcase with a clean square in it. The stream now used a slightly different angle. Higher, nearer the corner. I could see the top of my head in the bottom edge when I leaned forward. The counter ticked up. I closed the browser and put the phone under the sofa cushion, then stood in the middle of the room doing nothing, because doing anything would have felt like admitting new rules existed. Payment changed to a station locker. A code at midday, inside a short stack of notes and a sheet saying everything was satisfactory and I should avoid changing the layout. Advice, not an order. I ignored it. Dragged the bed back where I wanted it, shoved the chest back into the hall, moved the lamp, swapped bulbs for cooler ones. The locksmith changed my cylinder and said the old one was fine. I slept badly, then normally. A person can't keep their shoulders to their ears forever. A month later, the crisp whisper of card on carpet woke me. On the mat, in a clear wallet, sat a laminated strip with my name and flat number and a line about a spare key, along with an old train ticket. The date made my stomach go light. It matched the afternoon I'd first registered the draw. I'd stood at the station then, checking departures, never thinking to wonder who else was looking. I typed the new code. The page split into 2 frames. One showed my hallway from near the coat rack, catching me holding the wallet. The other was a still of the bedroom from head height at the door. The bed sat where I'd pulled it back. The drawer was under the window again, as if it had gone there on its own. The towel I'd dropped 2 days earlier was half a plank left of where I'd left it. That was the part that made my mouth dry, not the camera, the towel. A short instruction asked me to leave the flat. I didn't. I sat on the stair looking at paint drips on the skirting, wiped before they dried. After what felt like a round number of minutes, I went back in. Nothing had moved. The towel was still wrong. I put my palm on the chest top and felt a trace of warmth where the towel had been the night before. The next cash pickup took me under the ring road where the river path echoes. Behind a loose cap on the 3rd steel beam was a rolled envelope. Inside was the same amount and another printed map, this time of the stairwell and bin store. Arrows marked corners. A little circle was drawn at head height next to my door. It wasn't art, it was a list, turned sideways. The night everything tipped was ordinary. I found a plain cardboard box propped against my door, no label, no tape. It opened like it had been opened before. Inside was a black notebook and felt-tip pen. The first page set out neat rules for using the book, like a shared calendar. The next had a grid of days with short items. Take bins down, light off by 11, curtains closed after dusk, side window latched, front door on chain. My name was written inside the cover, steady as a school report. I took it to the bedroom to put on the wardrobe's top shelf. The shelf was lower than it had been. The little pegs were one notch down. A faint dust line marked where it had sat before. I knelt to look at the bottom panel. 2 shallow crescents pressed the carpet pile where toes would rest if someone had stood inside leaning forward. The smell in there wasn't mine. Clean, like fresh gloves. I lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling, white with lazy swirls and a faint stain near the light. In the corner above where the drawer had been, a hairline seam ran in the plaster. I'd never seen it. Now it was the only thing I could see. A place where a cable could be tucked, not high like a smoke alarm, but at the height of a person's eye if they stood and waited. I changed the lock again, borrowed my friend's small van, told him I'd gone off the drawer's look. We carried it down and left it by the recycling cages. I left the notebook on the kitchen table, turned the strange phone off, bought a ticket to the coast. I stayed above a pub where heating rattled and carpet bowed near the wardrobe. I slept with the lamp on and woke tasting dust. When I returned the next afternoon, my door showed no damage. Inside, the air had that cold, empty feel a room gets when no one's breathed in it for a day. The notebook had gone from the table. In its place lay a single sheet, cut from something bigger, like a delivery slip without branding. In neat handwriting, it recorded that a slot had been completed during the hour I was away. Below that, a short list noted that bed orientation, curtain position, drawer placement and latch use had been verified. A final note said the occupant had complied and future access was expected to be uncomplicated. No threats, no names, just a tone that said the work was straightforward. I didn't call anyone. I can pretend it was careful thinking about evidence and timing, but it was simpler. I couldn't face explaining how I'd registered a free drawer on a page that only loads a certain way, then collected envelopes under benches because instructions said there would be money there. I packed a bag, messaged a landlord about a short let I'd seen weeks earlier, and left. On the pavement, I looked back the way people look back at campsites, checking they haven't left rubbish behind. The windows looked like windows. The street looked like a street. It all looked clean. I moved 2 bus rides away with 2 cases and nothing that plugs in except my normal phone charger. I buy furniture new now, keep receipts in a shoebox, sleep with the bed in the room's middle because it makes thoughtless rearrangement harder. I still take bins down when the council asks. Routine makes noise in your head where silence might collect. I don't keep a chime on the hall socket. I don't take parcels for neighbors. I answer the buzzer with the chain on. None of this feels like safety. It feels like being less interesting. Sometimes I wake, not alarmed, just awake, and know without knowing that someone somewhere has ticked through another day I've had. Not photos, not a diary, a quiet grid in a black notebook with my tasks inside it. Lines and crosses placed by a steady hand. It doesn't need storing anywhere clever. That wasn't the point. The point was that it was easy to keep. If you need a lesson, have this plain one. A flat can be read like a form. People will write in the boxes you don't fill. A lens fitted at head height sees a person who thinks they've chosen a safe place to put their head. A key can be cut when you're not looking, even if you changed the cylinder last week. A free drawer can arrive with a bill you don't see until later. The dark web doesn't have to look like masks or codes. Sometimes it looks like care instructions and tidy lists and cash where it says there will be cash. I still see that page in my head. The flat colors, the little counter in the corner, the neat tick when a job is done. I remember the first envelope under the bench and how clever I felt finding money that wasn't really hidden. I remember my breath fogging on the landing when I paused with the drawer. I think about the wardrobe shelf set one notch lower, the two crescents in carpet where toes pressed, the towel half a plank left of where I dropped it, the locksmith's receipt and how numbers on paper make a story feel like it has spine. I changed my number, changed how I throw away packaging, tearing labels, folding boxes small. I don't scan codes that arrive uninvited or touch house clearance furniture. If something comes with a bonus tucked in, I bin the bonus first. If a page offers a $5 for proving an easy fact, I leave it alone. Now and then, I pass the old street, because routes cross whether you want them to or not. The bench is still there. The grit bin is still cracked. There's a new leaflet behind lobby glass about upcoming works and different trainers by a first floor door. Buildings keep going. People move in and out. Lights come on and off without meaning anything. I am the only person who stops at the corner and waits for nothing. Watching a square of faint yellow like it will say my name if I look long enough. I'll give you one last detail because it's the one I can hold without it slipping. The last morning I woke there, the air in the room felt the same as my skin. No draft, no temperature, just level. A new line had appeared in the dust on the wardrobe's top shelf, where something had rested and been lifted. A thin, clean rectangle, set back an inch from the edge. When I stood on a chair and touched it, my finger made a smudge at one corner and nothing more. It wasn't proof of anything you could hand to someone else. It was a reminder, quiet as a breath, that the lightest thing can leave a mark if it sits still long enough. I shouldn't have kept the drawer. If you came here waiting for a shout or chase or door splintering, that isn't this. This is ordinary things arranged so a person becomes easy to move. The page made space for me to be helpful. The envelopes made it feel like I was included. The lens made the room smaller without changing its size. The notebook turned days into boxes someone else could tick. The rest is what you already know, even if you'd rather not say it out loud. Once you let something simple in, you don't decide where it stops. You only find out where it stopped when you've already left. I keep thinking this is someone else's life I'm living now. 8 weeks ago, my biggest worry was making rent on my flat in Brixton. Now I have a burner phone, 3 different hair colors in my bathroom bin, and a constant feeling like there's a target on my back, all because I tried to help someone I thought was my friend. My name doesn't matter anymore. I used to be a paralegal at a mid-sized corporate law firm in London. Nothing special, just contract reviews and document preparation. The pay was decent. My flat was small, but mine. And I had what I thought were good friends. Tara was one of them. We met at the firm 3 years ago. She was in marketing. I was in legal. We weren't best mates or anything, but we got lunch together sometimes and complained about our bosses. About 2 months ago, Tara stopped showing up to work. No calls, no emails, nothing. After a week, HR just said she'd resigned for personal reasons. It happened pretty quickly. One day she was there. The next her desk was cleared out. A few people tried calling her, but her number was disconnected. Her social media went dark. Nobody seemed particularly worried. People quit all the time. Except I had just seen her the Friday before she disappeared. We'd gotten drinks after work at our local in Soho, and she seemed fine. Better than fine, actually. She was excited about some side project she was working on that was going to let her finally quit the corporate grind. She was being secretive about it, but in a fun way, not concerning. Said she'd tell me all about it once everything was finalized. So when she vanished, I was worried. I tried her email, her old flatmate, even drove by her apartment in Clapham. The flatmate said Tara had moved out suddenly, no forwarding address. The building manager said the same thing. Rent paid through the month, keys left in the letterbox. That might have been the end of it, except for the thumb drive. Tara had borrowed my external hard drive a few weeks before she disappeared, saying she needed extra storage for some marketing videos. When she returned it, apparently she accidentally left one of her own thumb drives in the case. I didn't notice until I was using the hard drive myself and found this unmarked black USB stick. I figured it probably had her marketing stuff on it, maybe something she'd need for her new venture. I plugged it in, thinking I could email whatever files were on it to her personal account, even if she didn't respond. The drive was password protected, which was odd for work files. I was about to give up when I remembered Tara always used the same password for everything. Her cat's name, plus the year she graduated uni. It worked on the first try. There were only a few files on the drive. One was a text document with what looked like login credentials. Another was a spreadsheet with dates, times, and amounts. Large amounts, like tens of thousands of pounds each. The third was a video file simply labeled verification. The video wasn't long, maybe 2 minutes. It started with a black screen and text stating the date from about a month ago. Then it showed a plain room with concrete walls, maybe a basement. There was a person tied to a chair in the center, head covered with some kind of hood. A figure in a dark mask stood behind them, holding up a piece of paper with a series of numbers and today's date, like those hostage verification videos you sometimes hear about. The masked person then set the paper down, picked up something from a table just off camera, and approached the bound person. That's when I closed the video. I didn't want to see what happened next. I felt sick. My first thought was that this was some kind of joke, or maybe footage from an indie horror film Tara was working on. But then why the spreadsheet with all that money? And why would she have disappeared right after? I reopened the text file with the credentials. There was a URL I didn't recognize, not a normal website address, but something ending in .onion. I knew enough to recognize it as a Tor address, those hidden sites you can only access with special browsers. Below it was a username and password, along with instructions for a 2-factor authentication app. I should have gone to the police right then. That would have been the smart thing to do. But I kept thinking about Tara. What if she was the person in that chair? What if she was in trouble and needed help? And if I'm being honest, I was curious. What was this thing she had been so excited about that had potentially gotten her into trouble? I installed the Tor browser that night. It took some figuring out, but I managed to get to the address. It looked like a simple login page with a plain black background and the word observatory at the top. No other information, no hints about what the site was for. I entered the username and password from the file. The next page asked for a verification code from the authentication app. I didn't have that, so I couldn't go further. But there was a small help link at the bottom of the page. I clicked it, expecting FAQs or contact information. Instead, it took me to a page explaining what the site was, a viewing platform for private events. The description was clinical, almost businesslike, but I understood what it meant. This was a red room, one of those dark web urban legends where people pay to watch torture or murder in real time. Except it wasn't a legend, it was real, and somehow Tara was involved. The page explained the pricing tiers. Basic membership was £8,000, which allowed viewing access only. Executive membership was £40,000, which granted voting rights on what happened during events. And then there was producer status at £200,000, which allowed members to commission specific events. I closed the browser immediately. This couldn't be real. These things didn't actually exist. They were stories people told to scare each other, like alligators in the sewers or razor blades in Halloween candy. But then I remembered the verification video, the date card, the spreadsheet with all those transactions. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about Tara, about that video, about what I had found. Had she stumbled onto this like I had? Or was she involved somehow? I couldn't imagine her participating in something so horrific. But then again, she had been excited about a lucrative side project. During lunch, I used a computer in an unused conference room to do some research. I didn't want this in my search history. I looked up red rooms trying to find out if they were real or just internet folklore. Most sources said they were myths, technically impossible to stream reliably over the Tor network. But a few suggested they were real, but extremely rare, requiring significant technical infrastructure and insider connections to access. That evening, I made a decision I still regret. I went back to the site, but this time from a public computer at a library in Camden. I wanted to see if there was any way to find out more without actually logging in. There wasn't much, but I discovered a calendar of upcoming events visible on the login page. The next one was scheduled for Friday night, just 2 days away. I spent those 2 days trying to decide what to do. Go to the police. What would I say? I had a thumb drive with a disturbing video and login credentials to what might be an illegal site. Would they take me seriously? Would they think I was involved somehow? And what about Tara? If she was in danger, would going to the authorities put her at more risk? I decided to try one more thing before going to the police. I installed the two-factor authentication app and used the setup key that was in the text file. To my surprise, it worked. I now had access to the verification codes needed to fully log in. I didn't plan to actually view any events, but I thought I might find information about Tara or evidence I could take to the authorities. On Friday night, I used the Tor browser and the authentication codes to log into the observatory site. The interface was surprisingly professional, like a high-end video conferencing platform. There was a main viewing area currently showing a countdown timer with about 20 minutes remaining. Below that was a chat box where members were already discussing the upcoming event. To the right was a list of about 30 users currently online, all with anonymous handles. I didn't interact, just observed. As I watched, I noticed something disturbing. The users were discussing the subject for tonight's event, referring to them by a code name. They mentioned specific details about this person, their occupation, their habits, even their taste in music. The way they talked was clinical, almost bored, like executives discussing a business proposal. That's when a private message popped up on my screen. Someone with the username producer_3 had noticed me. The message asked if I was enjoying my first visit and whether I had received a personal invitation. They noted that my account was registered to someone else, someone who was no longer with their organization. They wanted to know how I had gained access. I didn't respond, but my heart was racing. They knew I wasn't supposed to be there. I was about to log off when another message came through. This one included my real name and address in Brixton. They said they had tracked my connection, impossible through Tor, but maybe they had other ways of monitoring access to the site. They said they knew I had Tara's drive and that I had watched the verification video. They said a car was already on its way to my flat. I shut everything down and left the library immediately. I didn't go home. I went to a hotel in King's Cross and paid cash for the room. That night, I saw on the local news that there had been a gas leak in my building. The residents had been evacuated while authorities investigated. There was footage of people standing outside in their pajamas, looking confused. I recognized my neighbors. The next morning, I withdrew as much cash as I could from my accounts, bought a prepaid phone, and got on a train to Manchester. From there, I kept moving, staying in cheap B&Bs, changing my appearance, using only cash. I've been moving ever since. I never went to the police. After seeing what happened at my flat, I'm convinced they have connections in law enforcement. These aren't amateurs. The site had too many users, too much money flowing through it. This is an organized operation with resources. Sometimes I think about the people in those videos. Were they random victims or chosen for specific reasons? Were they people who discovered something they shouldn't have, like me? Or were they selected based on those detailed profiles the members discussed, targeted specifically for someone's entertainment? I keep wondering about Tara. Was she a victim? Was she involved? Did she try to expose them and pay the price? Or did she try to profit from it somehow? I'll probably never know. I've changed hotels again today. The cleaning lady gave me a strange look this morning, like she recognized me. It might have been nothing, but I can't take chances. I'll dye my hair again tonight, maybe change my style completely. Last week, I saw a missing person flyer at a train station. It was for a man in his 30s, last seen leaving his office in Birmingham. The flyer said he worked as a cybersecurity consultant and had no history of disappearing. Something about his occupation made my stomach turn. Had he stumbled onto the same thing I had? I know they're still looking for me. I'm not important enough for them to spend significant resources on tracking down. But I've seen how their operation works. They're methodical, patient. They have money and connections, and they can't afford loose ends. Sometimes I consider turning myself in, going to the National Crime Agency rather than local police. But what proof do I have now? The thumb drive is hidden, hundreds of miles away. I have no evidence, just a story that sounds impossible. So I keep moving, keep looking over my shoulder. I've become good at spotting details, cars that linger too long, people whose eyes follow me in corner shops. I pay attention to emergency exits and back doors wherever I go. I've learned to live with less sleep. The hardest part is the isolation. I can't contact family or friends, can't use social media, can't stay in one place long enough to make connections. Some days the loneliness is worse than the fear. I don't know how long I can keep living like this. Maybe one day they'll decide I'm not worth the trouble and stop looking. Maybe I'll find a way to disappear completely, get a new identity, start over, somewhere far away. Or maybe they'll find me, and I'll become just another missing person, another name on a flyer that people glance at and forget. What haunts me most isn't the fear of being caught. It's knowing that right now, even as I write this, another event might be starting, another countdown timer reaching zero, another group of bored, wealthy viewers logging in from around the world, another person who has no idea they've been chosen. And no one would believe it's real, even if I told them. That's the perfect cover. Something so terrible most people dismiss it as an urban legend or creepypasta. Something that could never actually happen in the real world. Look, I'm going to be completely honest with you about what happened, because keeping it to myself isn't working anymore. I keep seeing their faces everywhere I go now, and I think you deserve to know what you might be walking into if you're not careful about your daily routines. It all kicked off when I spotted this detailed map of my walking route stuck to the community notice board outside Sainsbury's. Someone had been timing my movements down to the minute. I wish I'd just torn it down and forgotten about it, but I've always been too curious for my own good. The map appeared on the notice board outside Sainsbury's in Headington, where I do my weekly shop every Saturday morning. It was tucked between advertisements for piano lessons and lost caterpillars, drawn on ordinary A4 paper, but with an attention to detail that made my stomach turn. Every street I walk down, every shortcut I take, every place I stop to check my phone, all of it documented with timestamps that were accurate to within minutes. My daily routine isn't particularly interesting. I work from home as a freelance copy editor, so most days I only leave the house for a walk around Headington and South Park during my lunch break. It's the same route every day, starting from my flat on Osler Road and following a roughly circular path that takes about 40 minutes. I'd assumed it was such an unremarkable routine that nobody would notice or care about my movements. But someone had been paying very close attention indeed. The map showed not just my walking route, but also my behavioral patterns. Notes about which side of the street I prefer, where I usually stop to rest, even which benches I sit on when I need to take a break. There were observations about my clothing choices, the bag I carry, and the times when I deviate from my standard route. Most disturbing were the personal details scribbled in the margins. My approximate age, my living situation, notes about my apparent health and fitness level. Someone had been close enough to observe and document intimate details about my daily life. Yet I'd never noticed anyone paying particular attention to my movements. I took the map down from the notice board immediately, but not before photographing it with my phone. Looking at it more carefully at home, I realized the handwriting included additional information that was even more unsettling. There were references to my work schedule, my weekend habits, even speculation about my social relationships and living arrangements. The level of surveillance suggested someone had been observing me for months, not weeks. They knew my routines well enough to predict my movements and had gathered enough personal information to build a comprehensive profile of my daily life. But why would anyone go to such lengths to monitor a freelance copy editor who lives alone and maintains a predictably boring routine? I spent the weekend trying to identify who might have been watching me, retracing my walking route and looking for vantage points where someone could observe without being noticed. There were several possibilities: windows in nearby houses, secluded spots in the park, even parked cars that might provide cover for surveillance. What I discovered was more disturbing than obvious watching posts. Several of the houses along my route had small cameras positioned to capture street activity. Not obvious security cameras, but subtle devices that could easily be mistaken for doorbells or decorative fixtures. Some were positioned at exactly the right angles to monitor the specific areas where I'd been documented stopping or resting. I started paying attention to other details I'd previously ignored. Cars that seemed to appear regularly during my walks, people who were often present at particular locations, even dogs that were walked at consistent times that coincided with my routine. What emerged was a picture of coordinated observation that involved multiple people and strategic positioning of surveillance equipment. This wasn't casual stalking by an individual with an unhealthy interest. It was systematic monitoring that suggested a more organized purpose. I tried to research similar cases online, looking for information about surveillance networks and organized stalking. most of what I found was either obviously paranoid conspiracy theories or legitimate security advice that didn't match the sophisticated nature of what I'd experienced. But following various links and references led me into online communities where people discussed more unusual forms of surveillance and personal monitoring. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines and standard websites. What I discovered was a marketplace where detailed surveillance information about ordinary people was being bought and sold. The platforms I accessed were carefully organized with different sections for various types of personal intelligence. There were categories for daily routines, work schedules, social relationships, health information, and financial circumstances. Each category contained detailed profiles of individuals who had been systematically monitored and documented. My own information was there, listed under a section called Low-Risk Targets, with a comprehensive file that included not just my walking routes, but photographs taken during my daily activities, detailed notes about my behavior patterns, and speculation about my personal circumstances. The file had been compiled over several months and included information I didn't even know about myself. Things like which days I seemed tired or stressed, how I reacted to different weather conditions, even patterns in my clothing choices that suggested my mood or health status. But most disturbing was the purpose of this surveillance network. The platform wasn't just collecting information. It was offering services to buyers who wanted access to specific individuals. Clients could commission detailed surveillance reports on particular targets, or they could browse existing profiles and select subjects who met their requirements. The services offered range from basic background research to what they called environmental access coordination. This included gaining entry to targets' homes during predictable absence periods, installing monitoring equipment, and conducting what they described as proximity engagement with subjects who remained unaware they were being observed. My profile had been marked as available for enhanced monitoring, with a note that my predictable routine and isolated living situation made me suitable for direct intervention services if required by potential clients. I was being offered as a product to anonymous buyers who could pay for increasingly invasive access to my private life. The pricing structure was sophisticated, with different rates for various types of access and interaction. Basic surveillance reports cost a few £100s, while residential access coordination was priced in the thousands. The most expensive service was something called subject acquisition, which carried a price tag that suggested it involved more than simple monitoring. Reading through client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand the full scope of what was happening. Some buyers were using the surveillance information for traditional criminal purposes, identifying optimal times for burglary, gathering data for identity theft, or planning more serious crimes that required detailed knowledge of their targets' routines. But others had motivations that were more psychological than financial. They seemed to derive satisfaction from knowing intimate details about strangers' lives, from watching people who remained unaware they were being observed. The surveillance wasn't a means to an end, it was the end itself. There were discussions about clients who used the gathered intelligence for what they called lifestyle integration, gradually inserting themselves into their targets' daily routines through carefully planned coincidental encounters. They would position themselves along walking routes, frequent the same shops and cafes, even move into nearby properties to maintain closer observation. The goal seemed to be creating artificial relationships based on comprehensive prior knowledge of their target's interests, vulnerabilities, and daily habits. They could appear to be perfect matches for friendship or romance, because they already knew everything about the people they were targeting. I thought about my own walking route and the coordinated surveillance that had been used to document my movements. Someone had paid for comprehensive monitoring of my daily life, and now they had enough information to predict my behavior and engineer meetings that would seem natural, but were actually carefully orchestrated encounters. But I also realized that the map posted on the community notice board wasn't accidental exposure of their surveillance activities. It was deliberate, a message intended to inform me that I was being watched and to gauge my reaction to that knowledge. They wanted me to know I was being monitored. This suggested that whoever had commissioned surveillance on me was moving to the next phase of whatever they had planned. The initial monitoring period was complete, and now they were testing how I would respond to awareness of their activities. I started paying closer attention to my daily walks, looking for signs of the coordinated observation I now knew was taking place. What I discovered was that the surveillance had intensified rather than decreased since I'd found the map. There were more cameras positioned along my route, more people who seemed to be present at convenient observation points, more vehicles that appeared regularly during my walks. Instead of being deterred by my awareness, they seemed to be escalating their monitoring activities. But there was something else that made the situation more personal and immediate. I started recognizing faces among the people I encountered during my walks. The same individuals appeared repeatedly, always in positions where they could observe my activities without appearing suspicious. Dog walkers who lingered in particular areas, joggers who maintained consistent schedules that coincided with mine, even people waiting at bus stops who never seemed to board any buses. They weren't trying to remain hidden anymore. They wanted me to notice them, to understand that I was surrounded by people who were watching and documenting my every movement. The psychological pressure was more effective than any obvious threat. Knowing that every step I took was being observed and recorded, that my daily routine was being analyzed and shared with anonymous buyers, created a level of paranoia that made normal activities feel dangerous. I considered changing my routine, avoiding the walking route that had been so thoroughly documented, but I realized that would only confirm their influence over my behavior. They would simply adapt their surveillance methods to whatever new patterns I established. Worse still, I began to suspect that some of the people I encountered regularly during my walks weren't just observers. They were potential clients who had purchased access to my surveillance information and were using it to engineer encounters that seemed coincidental. The friendly woman, who often walked her dog in the park, had started conversations that demonstrated surprising knowledge about my interests and daily schedule. The man who jogged past me at roughly the same time each day had begun acknowledging me with increasingly familiar greetings that suggested he knew more about me than casual observation would provide. Even shopkeepers and cafe staff seemed unusually interested in my routine, asking questions about my work schedule and weekend plans that felt more invasive than polite conversation. I was surrounded by people who knew intimate details about my life, while I remained ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The situation reached a turning point when I discovered that my flat had been accessed while I was out on my daily walk. Nothing was obviously stolen or disturbed, but there were subtle signs that someone had been inside. Items moved slightly from their usual positions, doors left ajar that I always kept closed. Even the arrangement of papers on my desk altered in ways that suggested that they'd been examined and replaced. But most disturbing was finding additional surveillance equipment that had been installed while I was away. Small cameras had been positioned in locations where they could monitor my daily activities inside the flat. Not obvious devices, but subtle modifications to existing fixtures that would be virtually undetectable unless you knew what to look for. they had escalated from external surveillance to complete invasion of my private space. I spent the evening identifying and removing the monitoring equipment, but I knew this was only a temporary solution. If they could gain access to my flat once, they could do it again, whenever my predictable routine provided the opportunity. More troubling was the realization that they had probably been monitoring my online activities as well, which explained how they'd known I'd discovered their marketplace and understood the extent of their surveillance network. They were watching my research into their operations, monitoring my attempts to understand what was happening to me, possibly even anticipating my next moves based on the information I'd been accessing. That night, I found a message waiting for me when I returned from my walk. It had been slipped under my door while I was out, despite the fact that my building requires keycard access and my flat is on the 3rd floor. The message was handwritten on plain paper, with the same precise penmanship I'd seen on the surveillance map. The note was brief and matter-of-fact in tone. It simply stated that my research into their community had been noted with interest, and that my technical skills and attention to detail suggested I might be suitable for recruitment as a surveillance operative myself. They were offering me a position within their network, conducting monitoring operations on other targets in exchange for payment and protection from further surveillance of my own activities. The alternative, they suggested, would be escalation to what they called direct engagement protocols, which would involve more invasive monitoring and closer personal contact with clients who had expressed interest in my profile. I was being given a choice between becoming a participant in their surveillance network or becoming a more intensive target of their monitoring activities. But I knew this wasn't really a choice at all. They had demonstrated their ability to access my home, monitor my activities, and coordinate complex surveillance operations involving multiple people and sophisticated equipment. Refusing their recruitment offer would simply confirm that I posed a threat to their operations. The message included instructions for accessing a private section of their marketplace, where I could review current surveillance assignments and begin training in their monitoring techniques. I've been staring at those instructions for the past 3 hours, trying to decide whether cooperation or resistance offers any realistic hope of escape from their network. But I think the decision has already been made for me. Through my window, I can see at least 6 people positioned at various observation points around my building. They're making no attempt to remain hidden, clearly demonstrating that I'm completely surrounded by their surveillance network. My phone has been receiving text messages with updates about my activities inside the flat, proving that they're monitoring my movements in real time despite my removal of the obvious surveillance equipment they'd installed. And there are sounds from the hallway outside my flat that suggest someone is preparing to gain access again, probably to install more sophisticated monitoring equipment that I won't be able to detect or remove. I think I'm about to discover what direct engagement protocols actually involve, and why they were so confident that recruitment was my only viable option. The sounds outside my door have stopped, but I can see shadows moving under the door frame that suggest at least 2 people are positioned directly outside. They're not trying to break in, they're just waiting, demonstrating their ability to access my building and position themselves wherever they choose. The message is clear. I can join their surveillance network voluntarily, or they'll continue escalating their monitoring activities until cooperation becomes my only option for maintaining any semblance of normal life. I'm opening my laptop now to access the instructions they provided, not because I want to become part of their surveillance network, but because I've finally understood that resistance will only result in more invasive monitoring and closer personal contact with the clients who've been purchasing access to my private life. Sometimes cooperation is the only form of survival available. my neighbour knocked on my door at 9:30 on a Thursday evening, holding a bottle of wine and wearing the sort of smile that suggested she'd been working up the courage to make this visit for weeks. I was 27 and had been living in the ground floor flat in Exeter for about 6 months, long enough to establish that Claire from upstairs was friendly but not intrusive, the sort of neighbour who'd accept parcels and water plants without expecting lengthy conversations in return. She apologized for the late hour, but explained that she'd been meaning to invite me up for dinner as a proper welcome to the building. Nothing fancy, just a chance to get to know each other better, since we'd be sharing the same address for the foreseeable future. I was working as a freelance translator, mostly doing technical documents for engineering firms, which meant spending most days alone in my flat converting German and French manuals into English that wouldn't confuse anyone trying to operate complex machinery. The isolation was starting to affect me more than I'd expected when I'd chosen freelance work over office employment. Having an actual social interaction that didn't involve explaining why hydraulic systems documentation needed precise terminology felt genuinely appealing. Claire's flat was exactly what you'd expect from someone who worked in marketing for a local arts organization. Tasteful furniture, interesting books, walls covered with exhibition posters from galleries I'd never visited but probably should have. She'd prepared an excellent meal and seemed genuinely interested in hearing about translation work, asking thoughtful questions about the challenges of technical accuracy and whether I missed having colleagues to discuss difficult projects with. About halfway through dinner, she mentioned that she'd been feeling similarly isolated recently, despite working with creative people who were supposedly excellent at maintaining social connections. The conversation shifted to discussing how modern work arrangements were making genuine human interaction increasingly rare, with everyone communicating through digital intermediaries that stripped away the subtleties of face-to-face conversation. She'd been exploring ways to connect with people who shared similar concerns about digital isolation, looking for communities that prioritized authentic communication over the performative social media interactions that had become standard. That's when she mentioned discovering online spaces that weren't part of the mainstream internet, places where people could have genuine discussions without worrying about algorithmic manipulation or corporate data collection. I admitted that I'd heard about hidden parts of the internet, but had never explored them myself, assuming they were either too technical for casual users or focused on activities I wouldn't be interested in participating in. Claire laughed and explained that this was a common misconception. Many hidden communities were actually more accessible and welcoming than mainstream platforms, designed for people who valued privacy and authentic conversation over viral content and commercial advertising. She'd been participating in several discussion groups that focused on topics ranging from philosophy to creative writing, all hosted on networks that required special software, but weren't particularly difficult to access once you understood the basic principles. The communities she'd found were refreshingly different from anything available through normal internet browsing. Thoughtful participants, meaningful discussions, genuine interest in understanding different perspectives rather than winning arguments or gaining followers. She offered to show me how to access these communities if I was curious about experiencing online interaction that felt more like actual conversation than performative social media posting. The demonstration was surprisingly straightforward. Claire had the necessary software already installed on her laptop, and within minutes we were browsing communities that looked and functioned much like regular discussion sites, but felt completely different in terms of content quality and participant behavior. The first few groups she showed me were focused on creative writing and literary criticism, exactly the sort of intellectual discussion that had been missing from my daily routine since leaving university. Participants shared original work, provided thoughtful feedback, and engaged in sophisticated analysis that would have been impossible to maintain on platforms designed for quick consumption and instant reaction. But as Claire navigated through different communities, I started noticing content that was considerably more concerning than creative writing workshops. Some groups were sharing information that seemed intended to remain private, personal details about public figures, internal communications from businesses and government organizations, even what appeared to be surveillance footage from various locations. Claire explained that these were investigative communities, groups of people who researched topics that weren't being covered adequately by mainstream journalism. Citizen investigators who used their collective skills to uncover information that might otherwise remain hidden. The work they were doing seemed legitimate, if ethically complex, documenting corporate misconduct, investigating political corruption, exposing activities that were being concealed from public scrutiny through official or legal pressure. But some of the content made me uncomfortable. Photographs that appeared to have been taken without subjects' knowledge, personal information that seemed too detailed to have been gathered through public sources, discussions about methods for accessing restricted information. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, Claire assured me that the communities were careful to focus on information that was already accessible through various public sources, just aggregated and analyzed more thoroughly than traditional journalism typically allowed. She showed me how to create accounts and participate in discussions, explaining the etiquette and safety practices that would help me contribute meaningfully while protecting my privacy. Over the next few weeks, I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in these hidden communities, initially drawn by the quality of literary discussions, but gradually becoming interested in the investigative work that some groups were conducting. The research techniques they used were sophisticated, combining traditional journalism methods with technological approaches that allowed them to gather and analyze information more efficiently than individual investigators could manage. I started contributing translation skills to groups that were working with documents in multiple languages, helping them understand materials that might contain important information but weren't accessible to English-only researchers. The work felt meaningful in ways that technical manual translation never had. Instead of helping people operate machinery, I was helping uncover information that might expose wrongdoing or provide evidence of activities that were being deliberately concealed. But I also started noticing that some of the communities Claire had introduced me to were focused on activities that went beyond investigation into what seemed like active harassment of specific individuals. Groups that shared detailed personal information about people they claimed were involved in various forms of misconduct, including private addresses, family connections, employment details, and daily routines that would be impossible to gather without systematic surveillance. Some discussions included suggestions for actions that participants could take to disrupt the lives of these targeted individuals, methods for causing professional problems, techniques for creating financial difficulties, even strategies for psychological harassment that would be difficult to trace or prove. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if ruining people's lives was routine problem-solving rather than serious criminal activity. When I raised concerns about these communities with Claire, she explained that they were focused on accountability for people who had used their positions to cause harm, but had avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes traditional justice systems failed to address serious wrongdoing, she said, and citizen action was necessary to ensure that harmful individuals faced appropriate consequences for their behavior. The targets weren't randomly selected, but carefully researched individuals who had demonstrated patterns of behavior that justified intervention by people who understood the full scope of their activities. She showed me documentation that these communities had compiled about various targets, evidence of corporate fraud, political corruption, abuse of power, and other activities that had been reported to authorities but hadn't resulted in appropriate accountability. The research was impressively thorough, with detailed timelines, cross-reference sources, and analysis that would have met academic standards for investigative research. But the proposed responses to this research were disturbing. Rather than continuing to work through official channels, many participants advocated for direct action that would force targets to experience consequences regardless of legal outcomes. I started researching some of the individuals being targeted by these communities, trying to understand whether the allegations against them were justified and whether the harassment they were experiencing was proportionate to their alleged wrongdoing. What I discovered was deeply troubling. While some targets had indeed been involved in questionable activities, others appeared to have been selected based on incomplete information or unsubstantiated allegations. The communities had created detailed profiles of people who might be entirely innocent, sharing their personal information and encouraging harassment based on research that was sophisticated but not necessarily accurate. Some targets were experiencing severe consequences, job losses, relationship problems, financial difficulties, even safety concerns, based on community decisions that had been made without proper verification of the allegations against them. I tried to raise these concerns within the communities, suggesting that their research standards might need improvement and that some of their targets might not deserve the harassment they were experiencing. The response was immediate and hostile. Participants questioned my commitment to accountability, suggested that I was more concerned with protecting wrongdoers than supporting victims, and accused me of being insufficiently informed about the full scope of the target's alleged activities. Some community members started researching my own background, gathering personal information, and analyzing my online activities to determine whether my objections were legitimate concerns or evidence that I was connected to the people they were targeting. Within days, I found detailed discussions about my personal life, professional activities, and even my friendship with Claire appearing in communities that I'd never participated in. The research about me was thorough and largely accurate, compiled from sources that included information I'd never shared publicly and observations that could only have come from systematic surveillance of my daily routine. They'd gathered enough personal information to create a comprehensive profile that covered my employment history, financial circumstances, social connections, and even private activities that I'd assumed were invisible to outside observation. The tone of discussions about me was analytical rather than immediately threatening, but the implications were clear. If I continued to object to their targeting methods, I could easily become a target myself. Claire visited again the following week, ostensibly to check on how I was adapting to the communities she'd introduced me to. But her questions were more specific than casual social inquiry. She wanted to know which groups I'd been participating in, what kinds of contributions I'd been making, and whether I'd encountered any content that concerned me. When I mentioned my reservations about some of the harassment activities I'd observed, she seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She explained that accountability work required difficult decisions about how to respond to people who had caused harm, but avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes direct action was the only way to ensure that wrongdoers faced appropriate repercussions for their behavior. The communities weren't engaged in random harassment, but in carefully considered interventions designed to protect potential future victims by ensuring that harmful individuals experience consequences that might deter similar behavior. If some innocent people occasionally experience temporary inconvenience as a result of imperfect information, That was unfortunate but necessary collateral damage in the broader effort to create accountability for people whose harmful activities had been ignored by official systems. Her explanation sounded reasonable in principle, but didn't address my concerns about the accuracy of their research or the proportionality of their responses. More troubling was her casual mention of my own research activities, including details about my investigation into community targeting methods that I hadn't shared with anyone. She knew what I'd been researching, which communities I'd been questioning, and even which specific targets I'd been investigating independently. Either she had access to my private online activities, or the communities we'd been participating in were monitoring their members more closely than I'd realized. Over the next few days, I started experiencing technical problems that interfered with my ability to access both the hidden communities and regular internet services. Connection issues prevented me from participating in discussions, email problems disrupted my professional translation work, and even basic web browsing became unreliable enough to affect my ability to research the targeting concerns I'd been investigating. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them to internet service providers wouldn't result in meaningful investigation. I realized that questioning the targeting methods of communities that specialized in harassment had made me a problem that needed to be managed through exactly the sort of systematic interference they used against their other targets. My concerns about innocent people being harassed had led to me being harassed, using techniques that were designed to disrupt my life while remaining difficult to prove or address through official channels. I stopped participating in the hidden communities entirely, hoping that withdrawal would end the technical problems and reduce my visibility to groups that had demonstrated their willingness to target people who questioned their methods. But the interference continued, expanding from internet connectivity to other aspects of my daily life. Professional translation projects began experiencing problems that seemed to originate from my end, but weren't caused by anything I'd done wrong. Client communications became unreliable, file transfers failed at crucial moments, and technical issues affected my ability to meet deadlines. My income started declining as clients lost confidence in my reliability, attributing professional problems to my own incompetence rather than systematic sabotage by people who wanted to punish me for asking inconvenient questions. The harassment was sophisticated and comprehensive, designed to create maximum disruption while maintaining plausible deniability about its source and intentional nature. Last week, I found something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities had been monitored from the beginning. A printed summary of my online research, left in my mailbox where I'd be certain to find it. The document contained detailed analysis of my investigation into community targeting methods, including screenshots of private browsing sessions and transcripts of conversations I'd had with Claire. The research about me was as thorough as the profiles they'd created for their other targets, compiled with the same systematic approach and presented with the same analytical detachment. But attached to the summary was a handwritten note that made their position clear. Accountability works both ways. They wanted me to understand that questioning their methods had made me subject to the same treatment they provided to their other targets, and that continued investigation would result in escalated harassment, designed to make my concerns about their activities seem insignificant compared to my own problems. The hidden communities continue to operate, the targeting continues to expand, and people continue to experience systematic harassment disguised as accountability for alleged wrongdoing that may or may not be accurately documented. I still do translation work when technical problems allow it, still live in the same building as Claire, who continues to smile when we pass in the hallway, Still wonder how many other people have been introduced to communities that turn legitimate concerns about justice into systematic harassment of anyone who asks uncomfortable questions about their methods. But I'm also aware that my daily routine is being monitored, my professional activities are being sabotaged, and my personal information is being shared among people who've made questioning their targeting methods into justification for making me a target myself. I'm not the sort of person who usually gets mixed up in anything interesting, which is probably why what happened to me feels so surreal even now. I've spent the last 43 years keeping my head down, doing my job as a council planning officer in Reading, coming home to my flat above the newsagents on Oxford Road, and generally avoiding any drama that might disrupt my quiet routine. My biggest excitement used to be finding a decent parking spot near Waitrose on a Saturday morning. But about 8 months ago, I started receiving packages that weren't meant for me. Not the usual mix-ups you get with online deliveries. These were different. They kept coming to my address, always with my name on them, but containing things I'd never ordered and couldn't imagine anyone wanting to buy. It seemed like such a minor inconvenience at first, the sort of administrative error that would sort itself out eventually. I had no idea it was the beginning of something that would completely change how I understand the world around me. The first package arrived on a Thursday morning, delivered by one of those courier services that leave everything with the newsagent downstairs if you're not in. Mrs. Patel handed it over when I popped down to get my usual paper and pint of milk, mentioning that the delivery driver had been very specific about making sure it reached me personally, rather than just leaving it in the shop. Inside was a small electronic device that looked like a cross between a mobile phone and a portable radio. No instruction manual, no branding, no obvious purpose. Just a sleek black rectangle with a few buttons and a small screen that remained stubbornly blank no matter what I pressed. I assumed it was some sort of promotional gadget that had been sent to the wrong address, so I put it in my kitchen drawer and forgot about it. The second package came about a fortnight later. This time, it contained what appeared to be a high-end camera lens, the sort of expensive equipment that professional photographers use. Again, no documentation or explanation, just the device itself wrapped in protective foam and delivered with the same insistence that it reach me personally. I started to worry that someone was using my address for deliveries they couldn't have sent to their own home for some reason. Maybe they were avoiding customs charges or hiding purchases from a partner. It seemed like the most logical explanation for receiving expensive items I'd never ordered. But when I tried to return the packages to the courier company, they had no record of who had sent them or where they should be returned to. The tracking numbers led to dead ends, and the customer service representatives I spoke to seemed genuinely confused by the situation. According to their systems, the packages had been legitimately ordered and paid for by someone using my name and address. The deliveries continued over the following months, arriving every 2 or 3 weeks with clockwork regularity. Each package contained a different electronic device or piece of equipment, always expensive, always with no obvious purpose for someone in my circumstances. Security cameras, recording equipment, small computers that looked like they belonged in a laboratory rather than a council worker's flat. I started keeping a list of what arrived, partly out of curiosity, and partly because I was becoming concerned about the legal implications of accepting delivery for items I hadn't purchased. The total value of the equipment was probably several £1,000s, and I was worried about being accused of fraud or theft if the real sender eventually came forward. But what really began to disturb me was the precision with which the packages were being delivered. They always arrived when I was at work, requiring collection from Mrs. Patel downstairs. The courier drivers always insisted on confirmation that the recipient lived at my address and worked regular office hours. It was as if someone was mapping my daily routine through the delivery process. I tried varying my schedule, working from home occasionally, or leaving earlier than usual for the office. But the packages still arrived at times when I was predictably absent. Whoever was sending them had a detailed understanding of my movements that went beyond casual observation. That's when I started researching the equipment I'd been receiving, trying to understand what it was designed for and why someone might want to send it to my address. Most of the devices turned out to be surveillance equipment, professional-grade cameras, audio recording systems, signal monitoring devices that could intercept various types of electronic communication. The sort of equipment that would be used by private investigators or security professionals, not council planning officers. But there were also items that seemed more sinister. Devices for tracking vehicle movements, equipment for monitoring computer networks, even what appeared to be tools for gaining unauthorized access to buildings or electronic systems. I was being sent a complete surveillance toolkit, piece by piece, by someone who remained completely anonymous, but who clearly knew enough about my life to ensure reliable delivery. The obvious explanation was that I was being set up for something. Maybe someone was planning to frame me for illegal surveillance activities, or they were using my address as a convenient cover for acquiring equipment they couldn't purchase under their own name. But there was another possibility that worried me more. Maybe the equipment wasn't being sent to me. Maybe it was being sent for me. Perhaps someone expected me to use these devices for purposes I couldn't yet understand. I started paying more attention to my surroundings, looking for signs that I was being watched or that my daily routine was being monitored. What I discovered was more disturbing than obvious surveillance. There were subtle changes in my environment that suggested someone had been gaining access to my flat while I was at work. Nothing was obviously missing or damaged, but items were positioned slightly differently from how I'd left them. Papers on my desk had been moved. Books were in different positions on shelves. Even the arrangement of food in my fridge seemed altered in small ways. Someone was conducting regular searches of my property, presumably looking for the surveillance equipment that was being delivered or checking how I was responding to receiving it. I tried to document these intrusions, taking photographs of my flat before leaving for work and comparing them with the situation when I returned. The differences were always subtle but consistent, clear evidence that someone was entering my property on a regular basis. But I couldn't understand how they were gaining access. My flat is on the first floor above a busy newsagent's, with no obvious entry points that wouldn't be visible from the street. The locks hadn't been tampered with, and Mrs. Patel downstairs insisted she hadn't given anyone access to the building. The breakthrough came when I started researching the specific model numbers of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving. Following various technical specifications and user manuals led me into online communities where people discussed more specialized uses for this type of equipment. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines and standard websites. What I discovered was that the equipment being delivered to my flat wasn't random. It was part of a complete surveillance system designed for monitoring specific types of targets. The platforms I accessed contained detailed guides for using the exact devices I'd been receiving, along with case studies showing how they could be deployed for comprehensive monitoring of individuals who remained unaware they were being observed. But more disturbing was the realization that these communities weren't just sharing technical information. They were coordinating actual surveillance operations against real people. There were discussion threads about ongoing projects in various UK cities, including Reading, where teams of people were using this type of equipment to monitor selected individuals for reasons that weren't entirely clear, but were obviously not benign. My own situation was discussed in detail, with references to the delivery schedule, my daily routine, and even speculation about how I might react when I eventually discovered the true purpose of the equipment being sent to me. I was a subject in someone's surveillance experiment, and the delivery of monitoring equipment was part of a larger operation designed to test my responses and gather intelligence about my behavior. But the most chilling discovery was that I wasn't expected to remain passive. The discussions suggested that recipients of surveillance equipment were eventually supposed to start using it, either voluntarily or under some form of coercion. The equipment wasn't just being delivered for storage. It was being provided so that I could be recruited into conducting surveillance operations on other targets. The community operated like a pyramid scheme, where existing subjects were gradually converted into operators who would identify and monitor new targets. The surveillance equipment was both a tool for monitoring my compliance and a resource for whatever operations I would eventually be expected to conduct. But if I refused to cooperate, or if I attempted to expose their activities, there were detailed contingency plans for ensuring my silence. The discussions included comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances, professional relationships, and potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited to force cooperation. They knew about my mortgage payments, my elderly mother in Swindon, my concerns about job security at the council. They had built a complete profile of my life and identified multiple pressure points that could be used to manipulate my behavior if recruitment through gradual exposure to their community proved unsuccessful. I realized that the months of mysterious deliveries and subtle intrusions had been an assessment period, during which they'd evaluated my suitability for recruitment and gathered the intelligence needed to ensure my eventual compliance. But understanding their strategy didn't provide any obvious path toward escape. They had demonstrated their ability to access my property at will, monitor my daily activities, and manipulate my environment in ways that remained largely undetectable. Even if I reported their activities to the police, what evidence could I provide beyond a collection of surveillance equipment that had been legitimately delivered to my address? The online communities operated through platforms that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. More troubling was the realization that moving away or changing my routine wouldn't solve the problem. They had comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances and could easily re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. The equipment deliveries had stopped about 6 weeks ago, suggesting that the assessment period was complete and they were moving to the next phase of whatever operation they had planned. Instead of mysterious packages, I started receiving more direct forms of contact. People began approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrated surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Someone struck up a conversation in the queue at Waitrose, mentioning details about my work at the council that I'd never discussed with strangers. A woman at the bus stop seemed unusually interested in my weekend plans and showed remarkable insight into my usual activities. These interactions felt natural at the time, but looking back, they were clearly orchestrated encounters designed to assess my social responses and test my awareness of their surveillance activities. The most unsettling approach came from someone who claimed to be researching local history for a book about Reading's development. They contacted me through the council, explaining that my work in planning would provide valuable insight. into how the town had changed over recent decades. We arranged to meet for coffee to discuss their research, and the conversation seemed legitimate until they started asking questions that revealed intimate knowledge about my personal life. They knew about my daily routines, my concerns about my mother's health, even details about my flat and the newsagents downstairs that they couldn't have learned through casual research. When I challenged them about how they'd acquired this information, they explained that their research had involved interviewing various local residents, and that my name had come up in multiple conversations as someone who might be helpful to their project. But they also made it clear that they were aware of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving, and that they represented people who could provide explanations and opportunities if I was interested in learning more about how such operations worked. They offered to introduce me to a community of people who conducted what they called social research, using the same type of equipment I'd been accumulating. The work was well paid and involved gathering information about ordinary people's daily lives for purposes that were described as academic, but which obviously had commercial or political applications. I was being recruited to become an active participant in the surveillance network that had been monitoring me for months. The recruitment pitch was sophisticated, emphasizing the intellectual challenges of the work and the financial benefits of participation. They made it sound like a natural extension of my existing job in planning, using observational skills and attention to detail to gather information about community development and social trends. But they also made it clear that declining their offer would result in continued surveillance and potentially more invasive monitoring of my personal life. The equipment I'd been receiving would allow them to maintain comprehensive oversight of my activities regardless of whether I chose to cooperate. They weren't just offering me a job. They were informing me that I was already part of their operation, and that my only choice was between active participation and passive subjection to ongoing surveillance. I asked for time to consider their proposal, and they agreed to give me a week to make my decision. They provided contact information and promised to arrange a more detailed briefing about the work they were offering if I decided to proceed. That was 3 weeks ago, and I still haven't responded to their offer. Instead, I've been trying to understand the full scope of what I've stumbled into, and whether there are any realistic options for escaping from their network. The surveillance has intensified since I missed their deadline for responding. The subtle intrusions into my flat have become more obvious, as if they want me to know that my delay in accepting their offer hasn't gone unnoticed. I've started finding items moved to completely different locations, personal documents that have obviously been read and replaced carelessly, even evidence that someone has been using my computer and internet connection while I've been at work. But they've also escalated to more direct forms of pressure. My mother received an unexpected visit from someone claiming to be conducting a survey about care services for elderly residents. The visitor asked detailed questions about her health, her daily routine, and her family relationships, including specific inquiries about her son, who worked for Reading Borough Council. My supervisor at work mentioned that someone had been asking questions about my performance and reliability, supposedly as part of a reference check for a new position I'd applied for. I haven't applied for any other jobs, and my supervisor seemed puzzled by the inquiry, but hadn't thought to question it at the time. They're demonstrating their ability to reach into every aspect of my personal and professional life, making it clear that continued resistance will result in escalating pressure on everyone connected to me. But perhaps most disturbing is the realization that my situation isn't unique. I've started noticing other people in Reading who seem to be going through similar experiences. Individuals who appear confused or anxious in public places, who seem to be looking over their shoulders or checking for surveillance. who have the same slightly paranoid demeanor that I've developed over recent months. Yesterday, I saw a man at the library frantically researching surveillance equipment on the public computers, looking up the same model numbers I've been investigating. When our eyes met, there was a moment of mutual recognition. He was clearly dealing with the same type of situation I've been experiencing. We didn't speak, but I could see in his expression the same combination of fear and confusion that I feel whenever I think about what's been happening to me. I think there are dozens of people in Reading who are being subjected to similar recruitment processes, all of them gradually being drawn into a surveillance network that operates by converting its targets into willing participants. The scale of the operation suggests it extends far beyond Reading, probably covering most major towns and cities across the UK. They're building a comprehensive monitoring system using ordinary people who are coerced into gathering intelligence about their neighbors, colleagues, and local communities. The most terrifying aspect is how legitimate it all appears from the outside. The recruitment process looks like job interviews, the surveillance activities are disguised as social research, and the pressure tactics are subtle enough to avoid attracting official attention. Anyone who tries to expose what's happening would sound paranoid or delusional, especially since the evidence is largely circumstantial, and the online communities operate through platforms that authorities couldn't easily investigate. I've been sitting in my flat for the past hour, staring at the contact information they gave me 3 weeks ago, trying to decide whether to call them and accept their recruitment offer. The alternative seems to be escalating surveillance and increasing pressure on people I care about, combined with the knowledge that my situation will only get worse the longer I resist. But I also know that once I become an active participant in their network, I'll be complicit in subjecting other people to the same experience I've been going through. The surveillance equipment sitting in my kitchen drawer isn't just evidence of what's been done to me. It's the tools they expect me to use against whoever they decide should be the next target. I can hear someone moving around downstairs in Mrs. Patel's shop, even though it's well past closing time. The footsteps are too heavy to be hers, and they seem to be moving around the building rather than conducting normal shop activities. I think my week of additional consideration time has run out, and they've decided to accelerate the recruitment process. There's someone coming up the stairs now, moving slowly and deliberately, stopping at each landing as if checking door numbers or listening for activity inside the flats. The footsteps have stopped outside my door. I think I'm about to discover what happens to people who take too long to accept their recruitment offers. The package arrived on a Monday morning while I was having coffee in my kitchen, addressed to me by name, but with no return address or delivery company markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on my doorstep, like it had materialized overnight. Inside was a laptop I'd never seen before, expensive looking but completely unmarked, along with a handwritten note explaining that I'd been selected for a freelance research project that would pay £500 for a few days' work. I was 29 and struggling to keep my freelance writing career viable, mostly producing content for local businesses and the occasional magazine article when editors needed someone who could work quickly and cheaply. The money being offered was more than I usually earned in a month. The note was brief and professional, explaining that the research involved documenting online communities that weren't accessible through normal browsers. Nothing illegal, just academic investigation of how information spreads through hidden networks that most people never encounter. They'd chosen me based on my journalism background and writing samples they'd found online, looking for someone who could observe and document without technical preconceptions about what they might discover. The laptop came preloaded with software I'd never used before, along with detailed instructions for accessing what they called alternative information networks. The process was more complex than regular internet browsing, involving multiple steps and security protocols that suggested the content wasn't meant for casual access. I should have been more suspicious about receiving expensive equipment from anonymous sources, but the financial pressure of freelance work made the opportunity difficult to refuse. £500 would solve several immediate problems and buy me time to find more reliable income. The first communities I accessed were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of academic papers, forums where people shared information that had been censored from mainstream platforms. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations between different communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more disturbing than academic research. Not obviously illegal content, but documentation of activities that mainstream platforms wouldn't host. Real-time discussions about events that weren't being reported in normal news sources. Communities sharing information about incidents they claimed were being deliberately suppressed. The research brief had asked me to focus particularly on communities discussing local events, incidents in Newcastle, and the surrounding areas that might not be receiving broader media attention. I found several groups dedicated to what they called regional intelligence. People sharing information about activities in their immediate geographic areas that weren't appearing in local newspapers or radio broadcasts. The Newcastle section was surprisingly active, with dozens of regular contributors discussing everything from local authority decisions to business activities that weren't being publicly reported. Some posts included photographic evidence supporting claims about incidents that had supposedly occurred, but weren't being covered by local media. Images of accident scenes, building damage, even what appeared to be emergency service activities that hadn't been mentioned in official reports. The documentation quality was often professional, suggesting either serious amateur investigators or people with official access to information that wasn't being shared publicly. One thread that particularly caught my attention focused on missing persons cases in the Northeast that hadn't received media coverage. Contributors shared details about people who had disappeared without official investigations being launched, or families being properly informed about search efforts. The cases they discussed weren't random disappearances, but seemed to follow patterns that suggested systematic targeting of specific types of individuals. People living alone, working irregular hours, without strong family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of their absence. I recognized some of the locations being discussed, areas of Newcastle where I'd worked on assignments, neighborhoods I was familiar with from my journalism research. The proximity made the content feel more immediate and credible than if it had been about distant places. As I documented these communities for my research assignment, I started cross-referencing their claims with official sources and mainstream news reports. What I discovered was disturbing. Many of the incidents they discussed had indeed occurred, but with minimal official acknowledgement and virtually no media coverage. Missing person reports that had been filed but not publicized, accident investigations that had been conducted but not reported, even criminal activities that had been recorded but not prosecuted. Either the hidden communities had access to official information that wasn't being shared publicly, or they were conducting their own investigations into incidents that authorities were choosing not to pursue. I started contributing to the discussions, sharing information I'd gathered through my journalism work that might be relevant to their research. Nothing confidential, just background context about local issues that could help verify or contradict claims being made. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other contributors provided additional information that helped me understand connections between different incidents, patterns that weren't obvious when each event was considered individually. They also began sharing more sensitive material with me, including documentation that suggested some of the missing persons cases were connected to activities that were being deliberately concealed from public scrutiny. Photographs of locations where people had last been seen, records of their final communications, even evidence that their disappearances had been noted by authorities but not investigated with appropriate thoroughness. The material painted a picture of systematic negligence or deliberate concealment, with certain types of disappearances being treated as administrative problems rather than potential crimes requiring investigation. I should have reported this information to appropriate authorities, rather than continuing to participate in communities that were clearly operating outside official oversight. But I was becoming genuinely concerned about the patterns they were documenting, and traditional journalism hadn't provided opportunities to investigate issues that weren't being acknowledged by official sources. About 6 weeks into my research, I received additional instructions that shifted the focus of my assignment. Rather than just documenting existing communities, I was asked to investigate specific cases that had been identified as potentially significant. People who had disappeared under circumstances that suggested they might be connected to activities that weren't being properly investigated. The cases were all local to Newcastle, involving individuals who shared characteristics that made their disappearances particularly concerning. All lived alone, all worked from home, or had irregular employment. All had minimal family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of problems. I was provided with detailed background information about each case, personal histories, work patterns, social connections, even financial circumstances that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The level of detail was impressive, but also unsettling. Someone had conducted comprehensive research into these individuals' private lives, gathering information that wouldn't be available through normal journalism or official investigation. I started investigating the cases using traditional journalism methods, contacting police departments, searching public records, trying to verify the claims that these disappearances weren't being properly investigated. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic negligence. Most of the cases had indeed been reported to authorities, but with minimal follow-up investigation. Missing person reports had been filed, but searches had been perfunctory, and investigations had been closed quickly without resolution. The pattern suggested either severe resource limitations affecting police response to certain types of cases, or deliberate decisions to avoid thorough investigation of disappearances that met specific criteria. I documented my findings and shared them with the hidden communities, hoping to contribute to their ongoing research into systematic problems with missing person investigations. But I also started to notice changes in my own circumstances that seemed connected to my investigation activities. People I'd contacted during my research began experiencing problems that interfered with their ability to provide information. Sources became reluctant to discuss cases they'd previously been willing to address openly. Some contacts mentioned receiving warnings about sharing information with journalists, though they couldn't identify who had contacted them or what authority they represented. My own internet connectivity became unreliable when accessing certain types of information, and I started experiencing technical problems with equipment that had previously functioned normally. Most unsettling was discovering that people were asking questions about my research activities in contexts that suggested my investigation was being monitored by individuals with access to information I hadn't shared publicly. I researched methods for conducting journalism investigations, without creating unnecessary visibility for sources or subjects, but realized that my activities had already attracted attention from people who had resources to monitor and interfere with independent research. The hidden communities provided advice about protecting investigation activities from unwanted scrutiny, but also warned that certain types of research could create personal risks for investigators who weren't prepared for retaliation. Several contributors mentioned experiencing harassment after their documentation had led to official attention, including professional difficulties, financial problems, and even personal safety concerns. They advised extreme caution when investigating cases that might be connected to activities involving people with official authority or significant resources. This advice proved relevant sooner than I'd expected. About 2 months after beginning my research, I received a visit that made it clear my investigation activities had attracted unwanted attention. 2 people arrived at my flat, claiming to represent a government agency investigating unauthorized access to sensitive information. They were polite but thorough, asking detailed questions about my research methods and the sources of information I'd been accessing. They seemed particularly interested in the hidden communities I'd been participating in, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar research activities in different regions. Their knowledge of my investigation was comprehensive, suggesting either sophisticated monitoring of my online activities or information provided by sources within the communities I'd been researching. They explained that some of the cases I'd been investigating were connected to ongoing official operations that required confidentiality to maintain effectiveness. My journalism research was potentially compromising legitimate law enforcement activities by drawing unwanted attention to sensitive investigations. They didn't threaten me directly, but made it clear that continuing my research could create legal complications that would be difficult to resolve through normal journalism channels. In exchange for discontinuing my investigation, they were prepared to provide background information that would help me understand why certain missing person cases weren't being pursued through traditional methods. The explanation sounded plausible, but their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of surveillance they demonstrated suggested resources that went far beyond normal law enforcement oversight of journalism activities. I agreed to discontinue my research while privately resolving to verify their claims through independent sources. Over the next few weeks, I tried to confirm the legitimacy of the agency they claimed to represent and the official operations they described. I found no corroborating evidence for their explanation. No government agencies matching their description. No official operations that could account for the systematic negligence I documented. No legitimate reasons why missing person investigations would be deliberately restricted. Either their work was so classified that no public information existed, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden communities to share my concerns and seek advice about verifying official claims that couldn't be independently researched. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Official contact after investigating sensitive cases, explanations that couldn't be verified, pressure to discontinue research that had identified problematic patterns. Some contributors had been threatened with prosecution for accessing classified information, though the classification of their research couldn't be verified through normal channels. Others had experienced escalating problems that made continuing their investigation impossible. Technical difficulties, financial pressures, even personal safety concerns that forced them to abandon their research. The pattern suggested coordinated efforts to discourage investigation of activities that were operating without proper oversight or accountability. I started researching the individuals who had visited me, trying to understand their actual authority and whether their claims about official operations could be substantiated. The business cards they'd provided led to addresses that didn't correspond to legitimate government offices, and the phone numbers connected to generic voicemail systems that provided no useful information. Either they were operating with extraordinary secrecy protocols, or they represented interests that weren't connected to legitimate law enforcement activities. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than systematic negligence in missing person investigations. The patterns I'd documented were likely evidence of activities that were being conducted outside official oversight, with missing persons cases being deliberately ignored to avoid scrutiny of whatever was causing the disappearances. The hidden communities had become a way for people to document and share information about these activities, creating alternative investigation networks for cases that weren't being pursued through official channels. But participation had also made us visible to people who had resources to monitor our research and motivation to discourage our documentation. Last week, I discovered something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities were being monitored. The laptop that had been provided for my research assignment contained sophisticated surveillance software that had been recording not just my investigation activities, but all my computer usage, internet communications, and even ambient audio from my flat. I'd been under comprehensive observation since the moment I'd accepted the research assignment, with everything I'd discovered, everyone I'd contacted, and every piece of evidence I'd gathered being monitored by people who had provided the tools for my investigation. The realization that my research had been watched from the beginning made me understand that the assignment itself had been part of a system designed to identify and monitor people who might investigate activities that weren't meant to be scrutinized. The £500 had been payment for allowing myself to be surveilled while investigating cases that were connected to activities someone wanted to keep hidden. I'd essentially been recruited to document my own investigation, providing comprehensive intelligence about my methods, sources, and findings to people who could use that information to prevent similar research by others. The package that had started everything sits in my desk drawer now, containing evidence of surveillance that extends far beyond my own investigation, to include systematic monitoring of anyone who asks inconvenient questions about missing persons cases in the Northeast. I still write freelance articles for local businesses, still struggle with the financial uncertainty of independent journalism, still wonder which of my sources might be experiencing problems because I contacted them during research that was being monitored from the beginning. But I'm also aware that my investigation activities are being recorded, my communications are being monitored, and my research methods are being studied by people who turn curiosity about systematic problems into comprehensive intelligence gathering about the people asking questions. The advert was tucked between job listings for cleaners and gardeners, written in the same mundane language you'd expect for any domestic service. Discreet home monitoring while away, professional, reliable, competitive rates, references provided only after service completion. It was that last phrase that felt slightly off. Most services provide references beforehand, not after. But I was desperate to sort out security for my Victorian terrace in Sheffield before my holiday to Greece. Break-ins weren't rare in my area, and period locks wouldn't deter anyone determined enough to try. I called the number that afternoon. The voice was polite and businesslike, explaining temporary monitoring equipment during client absence, cameras and sensors, remote observation, response to issues, considerably cheaper than house sitting. They could assess the property that evening and provide a quote. The consultant, who arrived at 7:30, looked exactly right. Well-dressed, professional tablet, sensible questions about access points and valuables. He walked through systematically, noting camera positions and vulnerable areas, made casual conversation about the house's period features, admired the original cornicing, asked about the basement access. His assessment was thorough without being intrusive. He explained which rooms would need monitoring, how equipment would be positioned to avoid being obvious to potential intruders, what kind of response they could provide if problems were detected. Everything sounded reasonable, professional, legitimate. The quote was fair for 2 weeks of monitoring. They were available for my exact dates. I agreed to installation the day before departure. Payment on completion, as their advert had specified. Installation day arrived with unseasonable rain that made the house feel smaller, more enclosed. 2 technicians worked efficiently through the morning, drilling discrete holes, running thin cables, positioning small cameras in corners where they'd be invisible to casual observation. They tested each component carefully, ensuring clear video quality and reliable transmission. They explained the monitoring process. Continuous but passive observation, immediate contact if anything concerning was detected, coordination with local police if necessary. In case of emergency, they had my mobile number and hotel details, professional, thorough, reassuring. I left for Greece feeling confident that competent people were protecting my property. The holiday was exactly what I'd needed. 2 weeks of sun, decent food, relaxation that comes from knowing responsibilities are handled by professionals. I received 3 routine updates during my absence. Brief texts confirming normal activity, no security concerns, all systems functioning properly. The sort of communication that justified the expense and validated my decision to hire them. When I returned, the house felt exactly as I'd left it. All monitoring equipment had been removed so thoroughly there was no obvious evidence it had ever been installed. A brief report waited on my kitchen table, summarizing 2 weeks of observation with professional efficiency. According to the report, there had been no security incidents, no attempted break-ins, no unusual activity around the property. A few routine visits from postal workers and delivery drivers, but nothing requiring intervention. The service had been invisible, effective, exactly what I'd paid for. I was impressed enough to recommend them to neighbors who'd expressed similar concerns about leaving properties unattended. Mrs. Patterson, from 3 doors down, used them for her Lake District trip in October. Mr. Chen across the street hired them for his business travel in November. The Johnsons at number 47 booked them for their Christmas cruise. All reported the same professional service, the same invisible efficiency, the same peace of mind that comes from knowing your home is being properly monitored. The problem started subtly, about 6 weeks after my return. 2 days after what should have been the end of all monitoring, I noticed the bathroom light was on when I came home from work. I always switched it off, always checked before leaving. Standing in the hallway, I caught a faint smell I couldn't place, like bleach mixed with something metallic, sharp and wrong. It stayed there for hours, stubborn as though it had been worked into the air. I checked the house thoroughly, but found nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed. Just that persistent feeling that someone else had been moving through my space, touching my belongings, breathing my air. Then the targeted advertising started. Emails about specific cleaning supplies for Victorian properties, repair services for damp issues I'd never mentioned to anyone, security equipment for period features only I would know needed attention, phone calls offering solutions to maintenance problems they couldn't possibly know about. The precision was unsettling. companies contacting me about the loose floorboard in the back bedroom, the crack in the basement wall I'd been meaning to fix, even the specific brand of paint I'd need to touch up the kitchen skirting. Knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been inside my house, observing details I'd never shared with anyone. Mrs. Patterson mentioned she was having similar experiences. Targeted recommendations since her monitoring service. Companies knowing details about her Victorian conversion that she'd never discussed online. Mr. Chen had received calls about his boiler efficiency and garden drainage, problems he'd been researching privately. The Johnsons were getting quotes for roof repairs and double glazing replacement, work they'd been considering but hadn't mentioned to anyone except each other. All of us using the same monitoring service. All of us feeling like our privacy had been compromised in ways we couldn't articulate or prove. I tried calling their number, generic voicemail promising return calls that never came. Email bounced back as undeliverable. The professional website I'd found originally no longer existed. The company had either ceased operating or made themselves deliberately unreachable once their services were complete. That's when I started wondering what they'd actually monitored during my holiday and whether the surveillance had ended when their equipment was supposedly removed. The question nagged at me for weeks. I'd assumed the monitoring was straightforward security observation. Cameras watching for intruders, sensors detecting unauthorized entry, professional staff responding to genuine emergencies. But the targeted marketing suggested they'd gathered considerably more information than necessary for basic home protection. I researched methods for detecting hidden surveillance equipment, purchased radio frequency detectors, infrared scanners, devices designed to locate concealed cameras and listening devices. Found nothing obvious, but the targeted advertising continued with increasing specificity and accuracy. Companies were contacting me about problems I'd only just discovered myself. A blocked drain in the utility room, condensation issues in the loft, even wear patterns on carpets that would only be visible to someone conducting detailed interior surveys. It was during this research that I stumbled across something that changed my understanding entirely. I was looking into home security options online, trying to find legitimate alternatives to the service I'd used, when a search led me to areas of the internet I'd never encountered before. Hidden services that required special software to access, communities operating outside normal oversight and regulation. One site, reached through several layers of anonymity, hosted what appeared to be live feeds from residential properties, real-time surveillance of people in their own homes, completely unaware they were being observed by strangers online. The interface was professional despite its hidden nature. Multiple video feeds showing different locations, chat functions allowing viewers to communicate, even rating systems for different streams based on content quality and viewer engagement. Most feeds showed empty rooms or routine domestic activity. People cooking, watching television, going about normal daily routines, while cameras documented their every movement. Dozens of properties, hundreds of viewers, a thriving community built around watching strangers live their private lives. I scrolled through available feeds with mounting horror, recognizing the violation these people were experiencing without their knowledge or consent. Then I saw something that made my blood turn to ice water. One feed showed my living room. I couldn't process what I was seeing at first. Cold spread through my chest as I stared at the screen. My coffee mug on the side table where I'd left it an hour ago. Afternoon light falling through windows at exactly the right angle. The book I'd been reading still open on the sofa, reading glasses beside it where I'd placed them before going to make tea. I watched the timestamp update in real time, while someone in the chat commented about my choice of evening reading. Another viewer making predictions about what I'd do when I returned from the kitchen. This wasn't archive footage from my holiday monitoring. This was happening now, in real time, while I sat at my laptop in the very room being broadcast to anonymous strangers online. The realization hit me with physical force. The monitoring service hadn't removed all their equipment when I returned from Greece. They'd left cameras running, streaming my daily life to paying audiences who treated my private moments as entertainment. I slammed the laptop shut and sat in darkness, trying to process the violation I discovered. Then I reopened it and forced myself to keep watching, needing to understand the full scope of what was happening. The chat was active with viewers discussing my routine, making observations about my habits, even placing bets on my behavior patterns. They knew when I usually went to bed, what I typically watched on television, how long I spent reading before sleep. Intimate knowledge of my private life gathered through weeks or months of continuous observation. Some comments suggested viewers had been watching since shortly after my return from holiday. Others referenced changes in my routine, expressing disappointment when I'd altered patterns they'd grown accustomed to following. I was living entertainment for strangers who'd been studying my life with the dedication of researchers, analyzing my behavior, predicting my choices, treating my existence as a performance staged for their amusement. Over the next few hours, I searched every room systematically, behind mirrors, inside light fittings, around door frames, anywhere cameras could be concealed. I kept thinking about that smell, the way it had clung to the air like evidence, the bathroom light that had been left on, the subtle signs of intrusion I dismissed as paranoia. I hired a professional security consultant to sweep the property. They found nothing obvious, suggested monitoring might use methods that weren't physically present in the house. Remote access through existing devices, exploitation of smart systems, surveillance through infrastructure I wasn't aware of. But I didn't have smart home technology, and the feeds were showing angles that couldn't be captured through televisions or computers. Someone had installed professional surveillance equipment that was sophisticated enough to avoid detection by standard sweeping procedures. The feeds continued showing perfect coverage of my daily routine from multiple angles, suggesting a comprehensive system rather than occasional monitoring. I started covering mirrors with towels, unplugging every electrical device, even dismantling the smoke alarm and peeling back wallpaper to check for hidden wiring. The feed quality never diminished. Anonymous viewers discussed my increasing paranoia as entertainment, one commenting, "He's taking apart the kitchen radio now, lol," while another typed, "Bet he checks the fridge next. They always do." Complete. Perfect. Every move I made to reclaim privacy was exactly the content they wanted. My desperate attempts to locate surveillance equipment had become part of the show, providing viewers with drama and unpredictability that enhanced their entertainment experience. They were watching me search for them, commenting on my methods, laughing at my futile efforts to regain control of my own home. I checked the other feeds on the site and recognized several properties from my neighborhood. Mrs. Patterson's front room, Mr. Chen's kitchen, even the Johnsons' bedroom where they were sleeping peacefully, while strangers watched and commented on their unconscious movements. All of us who'd used the same monitoring service. All of us now providing ongoing entertainment for audiences who'd paid for permanent access to our private lives. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood. This wasn't just about my house, but about an entire network of residential surveillance disguised as legitimate security services. Professional installation during supposed holiday monitoring, equipment left behind to provide continuous streaming content. I researched the site's structure and found hundreds of residential feeds from across the UK. Victorian terraces, modern developments, converted flats, a comprehensive collection of homes where owners had unknowingly become performers in an ongoing reality show. The business model was sophisticated. Customers paid for access to different tiers of content, with premium subscriptions providing high-definition feeds and interactive features. Popular streams generated additional revenue through viewer donations and special requests. My house appeared to be performing well in their metrics. High viewer engagement, consistent audience, positive ratings for content quality and entertainment value. I was a successful performer in a show I'd never auditioned for, generating income for people who'd converted my home into a broadcast studio. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, 2 months after I discovered the feeds. Professional letterhead, quality paper, polite language thanking me for previous use of their monitoring service. An offer for enhanced lifestyle documentation at significantly reduced rates, with detailed information about comprehensive surveillance that would cover all aspects of daily routine and personal habits. But it was the personal touches that made my hands shake. References to my recent home improvement research and interesting reading choices, mentioning specific book titles I'd been browsing online that morning. Casual observations about my evolving sleep patterns and dietary preferences. Knowledge that could only come from continuous, detailed observation. The final paragraph dropped all pretense of professional courtesy, a suggestion that clients who appreciated comprehensive monitoring consistently had positive experiences, while those who failed to understand the benefits often found themselves experiencing unfortunate incidents, equipment malfunctions, security breaches, even accidents around the home. The threat was wrapped in corporate language, but it was unmistakably there. Accept the surveillance as an ongoing service, or risk consequences that could affect my safety, security, and well-being. I never responded to the letter, but the message was clear. I'd become part of their business whether I'd consented to ongoing monitoring or not. The feeds remained active. Anonymous viewers continued discussing my routines, making predictions about my behavior, treating my private life as interactive entertainment. Sometimes I found myself performing for cameras I couldn't locate, wondering if compliance might offer some protection from whatever threats they'd implied. But mostly, I tried to maintain normal routines while knowing that dozens of strangers were watching me eat breakfast, read books, fall asleep in front of the television. The psychological impact was cumulative. Every private moment felt observed, every personal habit subject to analysis by anonymous audiences. I couldn't relax in my own home, couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, judged, discussed by people who knew intimate details of my life, while remaining completely hidden themselves. Last week, I found something on my kitchen counter that made my hands shake. A tiny ceramic house, perfect miniature of my own terrace, positioned exactly where cameras would capture it clearly. Even the small chip in the front step was there. Damage I'd noticed just 3 days ago when the postman stumbled. When I checked the feed, viewers were discussing their housewarming gift, debating whether I understood the message. It wasn't just any figurine. It was my house, recreated in porcelain by people who could enter whenever they chose, study architectural details, reproduce them with perfect accuracy, then leave tokens to prove their complete access and control. They weren't just watching anymore. They were inside, moving through my home while I slept, studying every detail, leaving evidence of their presence for both me and their online audience to discover. The ceramic house sat on my counter for 3 days before I finally moved it. During those 3 days, Viewer comments speculated about my psychological state, analyzed my reluctance to disturb their gift, discussed whether my eventual response would meet their expectations for dramatic content. When I finally picked it up, my hands were trembling. The ceramic was warm, as if it had been recently handled. Underneath, someone had carved a tiny message into my kitchen counter. Thank you for the show. Most people think the worst things online happen suddenly, but the really dangerous stuff, it creeps in, disguised as curiosity. You follow one interesting link, then another, and before you know it, you're somewhere you never meant to be, talking to people who know far too much about you. I'm telling you this because I want someone to know what happened, even if I can't prove any of it. My name is Sarah. I'm 16. And I live in Whitstable with my dad. It's one of those seaside towns that's nice enough if you like fish and chips and tourists taking photos of old boats, but there's not much to do if you're my age. Most people my year spend their time on Instagram or TikTok, but I've never really seen the point. I prefer reading or walking along the beach when it's empty or just thinking about things. The whole thing started during the Easter holidays this year. I'd been feeling restless, bored with the same routines and the same conversations with the same people. I wanted to understand things that felt more real than what I got at school or from the news. I suppose that's normal for someone my age, but it led me to start exploring parts of the internet I'd never bothered with before. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just following links from one site to another, reading forums about subjects I'd never heard of, watching videos that YouTube's algorithm would never have suggested. Some of it was genuinely interesting. Discussions about philosophy, science, politics that went deeper than surface-level opinions. Other stuff was clearly made by people with too much time and not enough sense. But there were other places as well. Sites that looked half abandoned, forums where people discussed things in ways that felt deliberately vague, as if they were all speaking in code about something they couldn't mention directly. The posts had an odd quality to them, like everyone was performing for an audience that wasn't quite there. One forum in particular caught my attention. The design was basic, almost primitive, and most of the posts were short and cryptic. Users would share links that led to other sites, sometimes with brief comments that didn't really explain what you'd find there. There was something compelling about the mystery of it, the sense that you were seeing conversations about things that weren't meant for general consumption. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and following the links that seemed interesting. Most led to dead ends or sites that had been taken down, but occasionally I'd find something that felt genuinely different from the usual internet content. Videos that looked like they'd been filmed secretly, documents that seemed to contain information someone probably didn't want to be public, discussions about activities that sounded both fascinating and vaguely troubling. The users seemed to know each other, or at least they'd developed relationships over time. They'd reference previous conversations, share private jokes, and occasionally mention meeting up in person. There was a sense of community there, even if I couldn't quite understand what connected them all. After a few weeks of lurking, I started getting private messages. Nothing dramatic or obviously suspicious, just friendly contact from users who'd noticed I was reading their posts. One user in particular seemed genuinely interested in my perspective. They went by the name Alex, and their messages were thoughtful and articulate in a way that suggested someone older and more educated than the typical internet random. The conversations were intellectually stimulating in a way I didn't get from school or from talking to people my own age. Alex seemed to take my opinions seriously, would challenge my thinking without being condescending, and introduce me to ideas and websites I'd never have found on my own. In hindsight, every question had a purpose. They'd ask about my interests, my thoughts on philosophy and current events, what I was hoping to find in these obscure corners of the internet. Over time, the conversations became more personal. Alex would ask about my daily life, my family situation, my plans for the future. He made it feel like I was guiding the conversation, but I never was. I found myself sharing more than I normally would with someone I'd never met, but the relationship felt real and valuable in a way that my offline friendships often didn't. Alex started sharing links to more exclusive content and gradually began suggesting that I might be interested in contributing rather than just consuming. Nothing dramatic at first, just sharing my thoughts on certain topics, maybe helping to moderate discussions, creating content that other users might find interesting. The suggestions became more specific over time, with Alex mentioning opportunities to participate in projects that sounded vaguely described but intellectually challenging. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my offline life as well. People in town began paying attention to me in ways they hadn't before. One afternoon, a woman I'd never seen before approached me outside the post office and said my name, not asking if I was Sarah, just saying it like she already knew. When I asked how she knew me, she just smiled and walked away. A few days later, the assistant at the bookshop mentioned that someone had told her I was interested in philosophy books, specifically mentioning a topic I'd only ever discussed in private messages with Alex. These weren't coincidences anymore. Information about me was being shared among people who had no obvious reason to know anything about my interests or activities. My browsing habits were changing as well. Sites I'd never visited before would appear in my search suggestions. Videos related to topics I'd only discussed in private messages would show up in my recommendations, and advertisements would reference ideas I'd only encountered in those obscure forums. It felt like my online activity was being monitored and influenced in ways that should have been impossible. Alex's messages became more urgent. They talked about time-sensitive opportunities, limited spaces in projects, the need to make decisions quickly before options disappeared. There was a sense that I was being offered something valuable that wouldn't be available indefinitely, but also that hesitation might mean missing out on experiences that could change my perspective permanently. The pressure coincided with increasing isolation from my normal social connections. My school friends seemed less interesting than they had before. My conversations with my dad became more perfunctory, and I found myself spending more time alone with my computer than engaging with the physical world around me. The online relationships felt more real and valuable than anything happening offline. One evening in late May, Alex sent me specific instructions for a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that we should meet in person to discuss opportunities that couldn't be adequately explained through messages. The location was a car park near the beach, isolated enough for privacy, but public enough to feel safe. I almost didn't go. Something about the whole situation had started to feel wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The progression from casual conversation to private messages to increasingly intense content to personal meetings seemed too smooth, too planned, too much like something that had been designed rather than something that had developed naturally. But I was curious, and Alex had invested weeks in building a relationship that felt meaningful and intellectually valuable. The suggestion to meet felt like a natural next step, rather than a dramatic escalation. I convinced myself that my concerns were just nervousness about meeting someone in person after only knowing them online. The meeting was scheduled for a Sunday evening when the tourist crowds would have gone home and the locals would be settled in for the night. I told my dad I was going for a walk along the beach, which wasn't unusual for me, and set off towards the designated car park around sunset. I waited for about 20 minutes, watching the sun set over the water and wondering if I'd been stood up. Just as I was starting to think about heading home, a car pulled into the car park and parked near where I was standing. The driver got out and walked towards me with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly who they were looking for. It wasn't Alex, at least not the Alex I'd been imagining during our weeks of conversation. The person approaching me was older than I'd expected, better dressed, and had the kind of professional demeanor that suggested they weren't just another forum user looking for interesting conversations. But what unsettled me most was the way they looked at me, not like they were meeting someone for the first time, but like they were checking me against the description they already had. They introduced themselves using Alex's username and referenced specific details from our private messages, so there was no question they were the person I'd been talking to. But as they spoke, I noticed they seemed to know things about me that I'd never mentioned online. The route I usually took to school, the cafe where I sometimes did homework, even the fact that my dad worked late on Thursdays. Small details that could have been gathered by someone who'd been watching me for longer than I'd been talking to Alex. The conversation was friendly, but felt different from our online exchanges. They seemed more focused on practical details than philosophical discussions, asking specific questions about my daily routines, my family situation, my plans for the summer holidays. The questions felt like an interview rather than a casual conversation between friends. They explained that the projects they'd mentioned in their messages were more substantial than they'd been able to describe online. Real-world activities that would involve travel, possibly extended periods away from home, experiences that would be personally challenging but ultimately educational. The descriptions were still vague, but the implication was that this was an opportunity for someone serious about expanding their understanding of the world. As they talked, I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, not because of anything they said specifically, but because the whole situation felt rehearsed, as if they'd had this conversation many times before with other people. Their responses to my questions seemed prepared rather than spontaneous, and they showed more interest in my logistics than my genuine concerns about what I'd be getting involved in. I made excuses about needing to get home before my dad started worrying, and they didn't push for an immediate answer. They gave me a phone number to call if I decided I was interested, and mentioned that similar opportunities might not be available again for some time. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. Walking home, I felt like I'd dodged something without quite understanding what it was. The person I'd met seemed professional and articulate, not obviously dangerous or threatening, but something about the entire interaction felt wrong in ways I couldn't explain. The gap between our online conversations and the in-person meeting was too large to ignore. Over the next few days, I found myself paying more attention to my surroundings. The same car seemed to be parked on my street more often than seemed coincidental. People I didn't recognize appeared to be taking photos with their phones when I walked past. Shop assistants asked questions about my plans and activities that felt like casual conversation, but might have been something more systematic. I stopped visiting the forums and didn't respond to Alex's follow-up messages, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it became more pronounced as the weeks passed. I started taking different routes to school, varying my daily routines, and paying attention to patterns in ways I'd never felt the need to before. The strange thing is, I can't prove any of it actually happened the way I remember it. The forum sites I used to visit have disappeared or moved to addresses I can't find. The messages from Alex seem to have been deleted from my accounts. The phone number they gave me just rings without anyone answering. I think about other teenagers who might be having similar conversations with people they've never met, following links to sites that gradually become more extreme, building relationships that feel meaningful but might be something else entirely. I wonder how many people are offered opportunities that sound educational but might actually be something very different. Because if I'm right about what was happening to me, then it's still happening to other people. The forums are still there, just at different addresses. The users are still building relationships with curious teenagers who think they're accessing forbidden knowledge rather than being carefully guided towards experiences they don't fully understand. I should have left it alone. That is the simplest way to start, and the truest. I am not looking for sympathy. I am putting a marker in the ground so you understand that the first choice was small and boring and felt safe enough to carry home in my pocket. It began with a dull sentence on a page that did not normally have anything interesting on it. I was in my flat in Nottingham on a wet afternoon, half scrolling for second-hand tools because my shed had been cleared out a few weeks earlier, half letting the radio mumble across the room. Someone had written that there was a quicker catalogue for local errands and verifications. Then I copied it into a new window because telling yourself not to touch something is a good way to make sure you do. The page that opened was plain. It belonged to a plain corner of the dark web that pretended to be a jobs board. The tasks were written like tickets. Each one had an area, a time window, and the proof required. Photograph a front door with the number visible. Record a short clip of the corner of a lane. Note whether a side window uses obscured glass. Confirm whether a streetlight sits between two driveways. Payment was cash in envelopes collected from specified spots after the upload had been verified. The first task was a short walk from my street and offered enough to cover groceries. I took it with the neat lie that I could stop at any time. It asked for 3 things: a photo of a door on a quiet road near the park, a half-minute video of the alley between 2 terraces that fed onto a lane, and a rough note about the rear wall height, based on where it reached against a shoulder. I put my phone at hip height, walked past, filmed the alley, glanced at the wall, and went home feeling like I had pinched a coin from a fountain. The envelope was under the 3rd step of a canal footbridge, tucked beside a bolt. There was enough inside to feel like a reward, and not enough to smell like a trap. The next task appeared the following day. Check the sight line of a public camera near the tram stop, then a turning circle at the end of a cul-de-sac, then the type of glass in a porch window. The 4th job changed the tone. It asked me to note the arrival time of a bin lorry on a particular street over several mornings. That was the first time repetition appeared. I walked there with coffee, stood where I could see without being obvious, and wrote rough times in my notes. I sent a tidy summary and got a different kind of reply. Instead of a bland receipt, it contained a numbered list. Wait at a bus stop near a given house on a specific morning. Carry a flat cardboard parcel in a plain paper bag. When the bin lorry stops by the green bins outside the house, place the parcel on top of a lid and keep walking. Collect payment later from a locker at the station. The parcel was light. The paper bag had a generic print from a stationery shop. Nobody looked at me. I placed it on the bin as the lorry braked, walked on without breaking pace, and stood at a corner feeling foolish until I felt normal again. The locker opened with the code I had been sent. The cash was crisp. I should have stopped there. I did not. From then on, the errands became a quiet second job. I told myself I had a line because I refused anything that crossed the threshold. It sounded responsible. It was nonsense. The task that broke it looked indistinguishable at first glance. Confirm a cat flap at the rear of a house near the ring road. Record 30 seconds of the lane behind at dusk. Leave a small packet in the third wheelie bin along, to be collected the next day. The description suggested it contained a USB for audio testing, which was supposed to make it wholesome. I did the things and went home. 2 days later, the house appeared on the local news. The language was careful. The police were appealing for information about a woman who had not been seen since the previous evening. The camera held on the same front door I had photographed, and the hanging basket looked brighter with blue tape strung across the path. The feeling was not a shock. It was the sound of gears joining, the little clicks that turned separate cogs into a single wheel. Every small thing I had done found its place in a machine that did not care how I explained myself. I read back through the completed errands and saw them properly, timing a vehicle, checking a light, mapping an approach, placing a parcel on a bin at a fixed moment, making a phone ring somewhere at a minute that mattered. It was choreography for intruders, and the part I played required nothing more than being boring and reliable. I wanted to tell the police. I also wanted to sit in a park until dark. I did neither. I went quiet and hoped quiet would make it cleaner. The first message arrived that evening, sent to an email address I used for shopping. No greeting, no sign-off, just a link and a timestamp. The construction matched the voice of the errands. I pressed the link. A plain video page opened with a small counter ticking up in a corner. The image was a room like a garage. Bare concrete, a strip light, a chair, a woman, ankles taped to the legs, head tipped forward. I watched the steady buzz of the light until the stream froze and a single line of instruction replaced it. Check under your doormat. I locked the front door and stood in the hallway like a guest who had walked into the wrong flat. Then I opened it a fraction, reached out, and lifted the mat. There was an envelope underneath, thin and ordinary. Inside was a printed photo of my front door, shot from the communal hall through the gap, angled in a way that meant someone had leaned in. No note, no demand. The proof was the point. Another message followed with a code for a locker at the station. I collected a small rucksack that night and brought it home. Inside I found a tiny cube camera, a roll of gaffer tape, a clear pencil case with cable ties and a marker, a pair of nitrile gloves, a disposable phone still wrapped, and a single sheet of A4 with a numbered list. Tape the camera under the lip of a shelf facing the sofa. Plug in the disposable phone and leave it charging. Remove your watch and place it on the arm of the sofa. Sit. I did those things with the measured care you give to fragile objects, except the fragile object was my day. The disposable phone lit up with a link that opened to a live view of my living room from the camera I had just taped in place. Watching yourself in your own room, as if your room was somewhere else, is an odd sensation. A photo arrived showing my back door lock in close detail, the kind of close that reveals tiny scratches you have never seen. Another list asked me to gather items I already owned. Cling film, a towel, a small torch, a bin liner, and paracetamol. I placed them on the table one by one and held each to the lens for a second, because the list said to, and because the counter kept climbing, and because obedience felt like the only thing left that might keep the shape of this from turning worse. The next steps sent me from room to room with the torch, keeping the disposable phone pointed so the viewers could see the beam. Viewers is a word I had avoided until the number in the corner demanded it. I found nothing under the bed. I found a tiny lens embedded in the radiator cover facing the bed. I found another glued under a kitchen cupboard and one inside the cooker hood. I found one behind a notch above the bathroom mirror and one hidden inside the casing of the hallway smoke alarm. Each time I placed the lens on the towel and filmed the neat little row, like evidence in a petty case I had brought against myself. A short instruction told me to drop the lenses into the bin liner, not the top, and wait. The stream split into 2 frames. The top showed my living room. The bottom returned to the garage and the woman in the chair. A timer appeared between them and began to count down from a number chosen to look manageable and feel like a cliff. I stared at it because looking away would make no difference, and because the light in my room and the light in the garage now felt like parts of the same machine. Another message told me to swallow 2 tablets dry, hold my watch to the camera, put on the gloves, carry the bag of lenses to the back door, step into the yard, and leave the bag by the bins. The small sound of the latch made my skin crawl. Cold air touched my face. I put the bag down and came back in because the list told me to come back in. I had understood by then that the objects were not the point. The movements were the point. This was a set of positions written in a tone that made refusal feel like misreading. The next instruction told me to turn off the ceiling light, tilt the lamp until the pool of light cut across my face, pull a length of cling film the size of my forearm, and lay it on the table. The split view flickered. A shadow moved out of frame in the garage. The timer crawled. Then I was told to wrap the cling film around my forearm 3 times, hold it to the lens, unwrap it, lay it flat, write the time on it with the marker, and stick a piece of tape on the corner. Then to lift the shelf camera for a second and put it back exactly as before. Each neat action tightened something in me. Exactness turns a person into equipment. The step that followed has not left me. Walk to the front door. Turn the key to the right, not to lock it, to unlock it. Return to the sofa. Place your hands flat on your knees. Look at the camera without moving until the timer reaches 0. I did it. The sound of the latch felt indecent. The timer counted down between the 2 frames. 1 measuring my quiet room, 1 measuring the cold garage light. When it reached 0, nothing happened. The strip light hummed. My flat stayed still. The stream blinked. The bottom frame vanished. A last message told me to pack the gear back into the rucksack and leave it outside my door, that the bag in the yard would be collected, and that there would be no further contact if I kept a simple rule about keeping quiet. The window closed itself. The lamp made the same pool of light on the same rug. In the morning, the news said the missing woman had been found. The language was careful again. No details. A car on a lane near the river. A change of tone from urgent to grateful. I stared at my kitchen tiles until the grout lines blurred. I replaced the front door lock. I replaced the smoke alarm. I found 2 more lenses during the week. 1 above the boiler, 1 in a vent. No more messages arrived. The link that had started the errands no longer loaded. The envelopes ended. The world did not. I did not write a statement or walk into a station. I imagined both and then imagined the questions and the looks and the slow crawl through a system that would want every wrapper and every step. I did small things instead. I started using small shops where the staff see you often enough to notice a mood. I nodded to people I recognized. I put up my own camera that points at my front door and records ordinary arrivals and departures. I told myself it was for safety, knowing it was for penance. This is the shape of it, stripped to romance. A bland link, boring steps, envelopes under metal, a parcel on a bin lid as a bin lorry rolls up, a rucksack containing a script, a stream with a counter that ticks and a room that hums, a house that reveals how easily it can be mapped, a door that unlocks because the person who lives there turns the key, a news item that takes less than a minute, a person like me who falls silent because speaking would make the mess heavier and not cleaner. If you want something to hold on to, take this. Plain tasks can be part of extraordinary harm, and harm can be scheduled with the tone used for parcel delivery. It does not need masks or jargon. It needs ordinary hands, ordinary streets, and a willingness to follow lists without asking why. I gave my walking and my camera and my quiet to a system designed to look harmless. If I could rewind to the hour before the first walk, I would make tea, put my phone in a drawer, and sit on my hands until the feeling passed. I did not. I keep the first empty envelope in a drawer with batteries and old receipts. Sometimes I put it on the table and stare until it stops being stationary and starts being the whole story in miniature. Cheap paper, a fold that holds shape, a method disguised as nothing special. If you want a final line, it is only this: I should have left it alone. The boring parts made the worst parts possible, and the scariest moment was not the stream or the timer. It was turning my own key and knowing I was the one who had unlocked the door. I live with it. Have you ever wondered what happens in office buildings after everyone goes home? 2 months ago, I thought the answer was simple. Cleaners like me come in, empty the bins, hoover the carpets, and lock up. Now I'm sitting in a McDonald's car park in Birmingham at 3 a.m, knowing that in roughly 18 hours, thousands of people on the dark web are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room broadcast that I've been unknowingly preparing for weeks. I work for a commercial cleaning company called Spotless Solutions. We handle office buildings, retail spaces, and industrial sites across the West Midlands. It's night shift work, starting after business hours, finishing before the morning staff arrive. The pay isn't brilliant, but it's steady employment and the work is straightforward enough. Empty bins, clean toilets, vacuum floors, wipe down surfaces. Nothing complicated. 3 months ago, I was assigned to a new contract, a small office building in Solihull that housed various tech companies and startups. The building was modern, well maintained, and generally easier to clean than some of the older properties on my usual route. Most importantly, it paid better than average because the client had specific requirements about discretion and security. The building manager who showed me around was a woman called Sarah Chen. She explained that several of the companies working there dealt with sensitive projects and required enhanced security protocols. This meant signing additional confidentiality agreements, undergoing background checks, and following strict procedures about which areas I could access and when. Sarah was professional but friendly, taking time to explain the building's layout and the specific cleaning requirements for different areas. Some offices needed daily attention, others were cleaned weekly, and a few were marked as restricted access, requiring special permission and supervision to enter. The restrictions seemed reasonable for a building housing technology companies. The work itself was routine for the first few weeks. I'd arrive at 9:30, work through my assigned areas methodically, and finish by around 2 a.m. The building was usually empty, except for the occasional programmer or designer working late, but they kept to themselves, and I kept to my cleaning schedule. About a month into the contract, Sarah started asking me to take on additional tasks beyond standard cleaning. moving furniture in certain offices, rearranging equipment, testing that various devices were properly connected to power supplies. She offered overtime rates for this extra work, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The additional tasks were always in the basement level of the building, which housed what Sarah described as a media production company. The space had been fitted out with professional lighting equipment, multiple camera setups, and sophisticated computer systems that required careful handling during cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company created content for online platforms and needed their equipment maintained in specific configurations. This meant I couldn't just clean around things. I needed to understand how the setup worked so I could clean thoroughly without disrupting their technical arrangements. The basement studio was impressive, but oddly sterile. Professional cameras positioned at various angles around a central area that could be reconfigured for different types of filming. Lighting rigs that could create various moods and effects. Computer workstations with multiple monitors showing editing software and streaming interfaces. What struck me as unusual was how clinical the space felt. Most media studios I'd seen on television or in films had a creative, lived-in atmosphere. This felt more like a medical facility or laboratory. Everything precisely positioned. Surfaces that could be easily sanitized. Drainage systems that seemed designed for more than just normal cleaning needs. Sarah began training me to operate some of the equipment as part of my cleaning routine. Not for production purposes, she assured me, but so I could test that everything was functioning properly after cleaning sessions. Turn cameras on and off, adjust lighting levels, verify that recording systems were operational. Basic maintenance tasks that would help the production team prepare for their work. During these training sessions, Sarah would have me stand in various positions around the studio while she operated the equipment from the control area. She claimed this was necessary to test camera angles and lighting configurations, ensuring that the technical setup would work properly for the production team's projects. I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in the basement studio, learning to operate more sophisticated equipment and taking on responsibilities that seemed beyond normal cleaning duties. Sarah always had reasonable explanations. The production company paid premium rates for comprehensive maintenance, and my technical aptitude made me valuable for tasks beyond basic janitorial work. Around this time, I started noticing that the building's internet usage was unusually heavy during my cleaning shifts. Wi-Fi speeds would slow dramatically, sometimes to the point where my phone couldn't connect properly. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she explained that the production company often uploaded large video files during off-peak hours to take advantage of better bandwidth. I also began finding evidence of recent activity in areas that were supposed to be empty during my shifts. Chairs moved, equipment that had been repositioned, cleaning supplies that showed signs of recent use. When I asked Sarah about this, she mentioned that some of the companies had staff who worked very late or came in during unusual hours to avoid disruptions. The basement studio started requiring more frequent and thorough cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company had increased their output and needed more rigorous sanitation between filming sessions. This meant using industrial-strength cleaning products, sanitizing all surfaces, and ensuring that the space was completely sterile before each use. One night, while cleaning the basement studio more thoroughly than usual, I discovered equipment I hadn't seen before. Medical devices, restraint systems, and items that clearly weren't related to normal video production. When I asked Sarah about these additions, she explained that the production company had expanded into educational content about medical procedures and safety training. Sarah also began asking me to test new aspects of the studio setup, verify that restraint systems were properly secured, check that medical monitoring equipment was functioning correctly, ensure that various tools and devices were clean and ready for use. She framed these tasks as quality control for educational content production. The requests became more specific and frequent. Sarah needed me to test the studio's soundproofing by making noise at various volumes while she monitored from the control room. Verify that the ventilation system could handle different types of atmospheric conditions. Check that the drainage systems could manage various types of liquid waste. About 3 weeks ago, Sarah introduced me to what she called the final testing phase of my training. This involved me spending time in the central area of the studio while she operated all the equipment simultaneously: cameras, lighting, recording systems, and monitoring devices. She claimed this comprehensive test was necessary to verify that the entire setup worked correctly for the production company's most demanding projects. During these sessions, Sarah would give me detailed instructions about positioning, movement, and responses to various stimuli she introduced through the studio's technical systems. Follow scripted scenarios, react to different sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might respond to unexpected situations. She said this testing helped ensure that the studio could handle any type of educational content. The testing became increasingly intense and realistic. Sarah would simulate various emergency scenarios, test my responses to stress situations, and document my reactions to different types of physical and psychological pressure. She assured me this was all part of preparing the studio for realistic safety training content. Last week, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Sarah had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the computer monitors in the control room were showing more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens displayed what appeared to be dark web streaming platforms with viewer counts showing thousands of people watching live feeds. Sarah's production company wasn't creating educational content. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The basement studio was a red room, and I had been unknowingly preparing it for operation while gradually being trained to become its next victim. The weeks of testing had been conditioning sessions, documenting my responses to various situations and building anticipation among dark web viewers who had been following my story. My cleaning duties had been gradually transformed into preparation for my own broadcast, with each session bringing me closer to becoming content rather than maintenance staff. Sarah dropped all pretense of reasonable explanations when she realized I understood what was happening. She calmly explained that commercial cleaning provided perfect cover for red room operations. Cleaners work alone, have access to private spaces, and are expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. The enhanced security protocols, confidentiality agreements, and restricted access areas weren't about protecting technology companies. They were about maintaining operational security for dark web broadcasting. The basement studio had been designed specifically for creating authentic content using unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. My training sessions had been broadcast live to dark web audiences who paid premium rates to watch someone gradually discover their situation. The comprehensive testing, scenario simulations, and documented responses had all been content creation, building toward tomorrow night's final broadcast. I managed to escape while Sarah was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends throughout the building and beyond. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of my personal life during the months I worked there. Since leaving Solihull, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me, despite my using different names. evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Sarah's operation. This morning, I received a package at the hotel where I'd been staying. A package containing cleaning supplies and a note explaining that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the conclusion of the Cleaner series. Sarah's audience had been following my story from the beginning, watching me unknowingly prepare the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. The note included detailed information about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving the building. They knew which buses I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd bought from various shops. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Sarah has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me operating cameras, testing equipment, and following her instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unknowing assistance. Spotless Solutions would have records of my assignment to the building, my regular presence there, and my involvement in technical tasks beyond normal cleaning duties. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Sarah's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The commercial cleaning cover provides perfect legitimacy. Who would suspect a janitorial service of facilitating dark web red rooms? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Cleaner series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves maintaining spaces become the victim of the very space they maintained. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Sarah's audience. I'm writing this from a McDonald's car park because it's one of the few places with 24-hour lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The cleaning supplies in this morning's package included a note with details about this location, suggesting their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond the office building. In approximately 18 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Sarah has demonstrated that her network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Sarah's operation probably targets multiple cleaning staff simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly preparing equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many commercial cleaning contracts might be cover for dark web activities? The cleaning industry provides perfect access to private spaces during off hours, with workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Sarah's technical expertise allows her to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using commercial cleaning as cover. Her business credentials provide legitimacy. Her security requirements deflect suspicion, and her resources allow her to maintain complex technical infrastructure. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Sarah's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought commercial cleaning could lead to this kind of danger. I thought the biggest risks were chemical exposure or workplace injuries. I never imagined that maintaining an office building could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months cleaning and maintaining the very equipment that's going to be used to kill me. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Clean. Sarah's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The cleaner becomes the one who needs cleaning up after, and there's no one left to empty that particular bin. Right, so this is going to sound absurd, but I've got to tell someone what's been happening to me because I'm honestly not sure what to do anymore. I've always been the sort of person who minds their own business, keeps their head down, pays the bills on time. You know the type. Nothing exciting ever happens to people like me, which is exactly how I preferred it. I work from home doing proofreading for small publishers, live alone in a rented terraced house in Didcot. That's nothing special, but it suits me fine. My biggest worry used to be whether I'd have enough work to cover the rent each month. That all changed about 6 months ago when my washing machine packed up. Sounds trivial, doesn't it? The sort of everyday annoyance that happens to everyone eventually. But what started as a simple repair job has turned into something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And I keep wondering if I'm losing my mind, or if this is actually as serious as it seems. The machine had been making grinding noises for weeks before it finally gave up completely. Nothing dramatic, just stopped mid-cycle one Tuesday morning, leaving me with a drum full of soggy clothes and no obvious way to get them clean. I rent a small terraced house in Didcot, and the landlord's policy is that tenants handle their own appliance repairs, so I started looking for local washing machine engineers. That's how I found Dave's number, scribbled on a card pinned to the notice board in the local co-op. No fancy business name or website address, just Dave, all appliances fixed, with a mobile number written in blue biro. The sort of basic advertising you see from tradesmen who rely on word of mouth rather than internet marketing. I called him that afternoon and he sounded professional enough over the phone. Said he could come round the following day during his lunch break to have a look at the machine, and that his call-out fee was £30 whether he could fix it or not. Standard rates for that sort of work, and he seemed keen to fit me in quickly. Dave turned out to be a short, stocky bloke in his 40s, wearing navy overalls and carrying a toolbox that looked like it had seen better days. He was polite and methodical, spending nearly an hour diagnosing the problem with my machine. Eventually, he concluded that the drum bearings had failed and would need replacing, but the parts would cost more than the machine was worth. Instead of trying to sell me an expensive repair, he suggested I might be better off buying a replacement. He mentioned that he occasionally had refurbished machines available and that he could probably source something suitable within my budget if I wasn't in a rush. This seemed reasonable enough, so I gave him my contact details and asked him to let me know if anything appropriate came up. He said he'd keep an eye out and would call me within the week if he found anything promising. Dave called 3 days later with details of a nearly new machine that had come from a house clearance. The previous owners had moved abroad unexpectedly and couldn't take their appliances with them, so everything was being sold off cheaply. He could deliver and install it for £200, which was significantly less than I'd expected to pay for a decent replacement. I arranged for him to bring it round the following Saturday morning. He arrived punctually with the machine loaded in the back of his van, along with a young lad he introduced as his nephew who was helping with deliveries. The installation went smoothly, and the machine worked perfectly when we tested it with a quick wash cycle. Dave explained the various settings and programs, then spent several minutes showing me how to clean the filter and maintain the rubber seals to prevent future problems. But there was something about his behavior during the installation that struck me as odd. He seemed unusually interested in the layout of my house, asking questions about my work schedule and whether I lived alone. When I mentioned that I worked from home as a freelance proofreader, he made several comments about how convenient it must be to have such a flexible routine. He also spent considerable time examining my existing plumbing and electrical connections, taking photographs with his phone supposedly, to ensure he had the right fittings for future reference. This seemed professional enough, but he photographed more than just the utility connections. I noticed him capturing images of my kitchen layout, the view from my windows, and even the contents of some cupboards while he was checking pipework. At the time, I assumed this was just thoroughness on his part. Some tradesmen are very methodical about documenting their work, and Dave had been professional in every other respect. It was only later that I started questioning his motives for gathering so much information about my living arrangements. The first sign that something wasn't right came about 2 weeks after the installation. I started receiving marketing calls from companies I'd never heard of, all offering services that seemed remarkably well tailored to my specific circumstances. There were calls about home security systems that would be ideal for someone living alone in a terraced house. Offers of broadband upgrades that mentioned my work from home situation, despite the fact that I'd never discussed my internet usage with any service providers. Even unsolicited quotes for household insurance that included specific details about my property layout and contents. The callers knew too much about my personal circumstances for this to be coincidental marketing. Someone had provided them with detailed information about my living situation, work arrangements, and daily routine. I started paying attention to other changes in my routine that had occurred since Dave's visit. I'd been receiving more posts addressed to previous occupants of my house, including bank statements and official documents that suggested someone was using my address for financial services I'd never heard of. There had also been several instances of people knocking on my door asking for directions or claiming to be conducting surveys, but their questions seemed more focused on confirming my identity and schedule than gathering general information. Most concerning was a pattern of minor problems with services and deliveries. My internet connection had become unreliable. My post was being delivered at inconsistent times, and I'd received several packages that I hadn't ordered, but which contained items that were obviously intended for someone monitoring my daily activities. These packages contained things like small electronic devices, camera equipment, and recording equipment that had no obvious legitimate purpose for someone in my circumstances. I began to suspect that Dave's visit had been more than a simple appliance repair and replacement operation. Looking back at his behavior during the installation, I realized that his questions about my routine and his extensive photography of my property had been systematic rather than casual. He'd been gathering intelligence about my living situation for reasons that had nothing to do with washing machine maintenance. I tried to contact him using the mobile number from his original advertisement, but it was no longer in service. The card had disappeared from the co-op notice board, and none of the local appliance repair businesses I contacted had heard of anyone called Dave operating in the area. He'd vanished completely, leaving only the washing machine and the growing evidence that my personal information was being circulated among people with unknown motives for wanting detailed intelligence about my daily life. I started researching similar cases online, looking for information about tradesmen who used service calls as opportunities to gather personal information for identity theft or other criminal purposes. What I found suggested this was a more common problem than I'd realized, but the cases I discovered seemed to focus on financial fraud rather than the comprehensive surveillance I was experiencing. Following various leads and references led me into online communities where people discussed more sophisticated forms of personal intelligence gathering. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines. What I discovered was that Dave hadn't been working alone, and his operation wasn't focused on traditional financial fraud. The platforms I accessed contained extensive databases of personal information about ordinary people, organized by location, lifestyle, and vulnerability factors. My own details were there, listed under a section that seemed to specialize in people who lived alone and worked from home. The information was remarkably comprehensive, including not just the basic details Dave had observed during his visit, but additional intelligence that had been gathered through other methods. Details about my work clients, my financial situation, my social relationships, and my daily routine that could only have been obtained through systematic monitoring of my activities. But this wasn't a passive database. It was an active marketplace where detailed personal information was being sold to buyers with specific requirements. The platform operated like a sophisticated customer service operation, with different categories of information available at various price points. Basic profiles cost relatively small amounts, but comprehensive intelligence packages that included real-time monitoring and regular updates were priced at several £1,000s. Dave's role had been what they called primary access acquisition, gaining entry to target properties under legitimate pretexts and gathering initial intelligence that could then be developed through other methods. The washing machine replacement had been a perfect cover for conducting a thorough survey of my living situation while establishing credibility for future contact. But the operation didn't stop with Dave's visit. The information he'd gathered had been used to coordinate a comprehensive monitoring program that involved multiple people and various surveillance methods. The marketing calls, the misdirected post, the unexpected deliveries. All of this had been part of a systematic intelligence gathering operation designed to build a complete picture of my daily life and personal circumstances. The buyers for this information weren't necessarily planning traditional crimes like burglary or identity theft. Many seemed to be purchasing personal intelligence for psychological reasons that were harder to understand, but potentially more disturbing. There were discussion threads about clients who used the gathered information to create elaborate fantasies about their relationships with the surveillance targets. They would study the intelligence reports in obsessive detail, learning intimate facts about strangers' daily routines and personal habits. Some took this further, using the information to engineer coincidental encounters with their targets, or to insert themselves into their daily routines through carefully planned interactions. Others seemed content to simply observe from a distance, knowing that they had access to private information about people who remained completely unaware they were being monitored. But the most disturbing category of buyers were those who used the personal intelligence as preparation for what they called direct engagement activities. These clients were purchasing comprehensive information about specific individuals as groundwork for more serious interventions that required detailed knowledge of their targets' vulnerabilities and daily routines. Reading through the client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand that Dave's visit had been the beginning of a much larger operation that was still ongoing. The monitoring hadn't stopped when he'd completed the washing machine installation. It had simply moved to more subtle methods that were harder to detect, but potentially more invasive than his initial intelligence gathering. My internet activities were being tracked, my phone calls were being monitored, and my daily movements were being documented through methods I couldn't identify, but which provided whoever was watching me with real-time information about my activities and whereabouts. The evidence was in the precision of the marketing calls and unsolicited approaches I'd been receiving. The callers knew not just my basic personal details, but also my current mood, my recent purchases, and even my immediate plans for the day. They were accessing information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance of my digital communications and physical activities. I realized that the washing machine Dave had installed probably contained monitoring equipment that was providing ongoing access to my home network and personal devices. The machine was connected to my Wi-Fi for diagnostic purposes, and it would be relatively simple to use that connection for unauthorized data collection. But I also suspected that my property had been accessed again since Dave's visit, probably to install additional surveillance equipment in locations where it would be virtually undetectable. The pattern of minor service problems I'd been experiencing, internet outages, delivery issues, unexpected correspondence, could all be explained as methods for testing and maintaining surveillance systems that had been installed throughout my property. I was living in a house that had been comprehensively compromised by people who were monitoring my every activity and selling that information to anonymous buyers with unknown motivations. The realization made me physically sick, but it also explained why I'd been feeling increasingly paranoid and anxious over the past few months. My subconscious had been picking up on signs of surveillance that my rational mind had dismissed as coincidence. I started paying closer attention to my environment, looking for evidence of the monitoring equipment I now knew had been installed throughout my property. What I found confirmed my worst suspicions. There were small cameras concealed in light fittings and smoke detectors, audio recording devices hidden in electrical outlets, and monitoring equipment built into appliances I'd assumed were legitimate. The washing machine Dave had installed was certainly part of the surveillance network, but it was just one component in a comprehensive monitoring system that covered every room in my house. They could see and hear everything I did, 24 hours a day, and they were presumably sharing that information with the clients who had purchased access to my personal intelligence profile. But discovering the surveillance equipment didn't provide any obvious path toward removing it or escaping from their monitoring network. The devices were professionally installed and integrated into my property's essential systems in ways that would make removal virtually impossible without completely rewiring the house. Even if I could identify and disable all the obvious surveillance equipment, there were probably backup systems and remote monitoring methods that would maintain their access to my personal information. More troubling was the realization that moving to a different property wouldn't solve the problem. The intelligence they'd gathered about my routine, preferences, and behavior patterns would allow them to re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. They knew me well enough to predict my actions and could simply repeat Dave's initial approach with whatever cover story seemed most appropriate for my new circumstances. I was trapped in a surveillance network that had been designed to be inescapable once the initial intelligence gathering had been completed. The only way to stop the monitoring would be to somehow identify and confront the people operating the network, but they remained completely anonymous and operated through platforms that were designed to protect their identities. I could report the surveillance to the police, but what evidence could I provide beyond my suspicions about a washing machine repair that had seemed legitimate at the time? The monitoring equipment had been professionally concealed, and the intelligence marketplace operated through channels that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. Even if I could prove that surveillance was taking place, the operators could simply claim it was legitimate research or marketing activity. The information they were gathering and selling wasn't necessarily illegal. It was just comprehensively invasive. I've been living with this knowledge for 3 months now, trying to maintain normal routines, while knowing that everything I do is being monitored and potentially shared with anonymous buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The psychological pressure is worse than any physical threat could be. Knowing that your most private moments are being observed and commodified creates a level of paranoia that makes normal life almost impossible to maintain. But I've also started to notice changes in my circumstances that suggest the monitoring operation is moving to a new phase. People have begun approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrate surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Shop assistants who know details about my purchasing habits that they shouldn't have access to. Neighbors who seem unusually interested in my work schedule and social relationships. Even delivery drivers and service technicians who visit my property seem to know more about my circumstances than their professional roles should require. I'm surrounded by people who have access to intimate details about my private life, while I remain ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The surveillance network hasn't just been monitoring me. It's been building a comprehensive profile that can be used to engineer social interactions and manipulate my daily environment in ways that remain virtually undetectable. I think they're preparing for something that requires more direct access than remote surveillance can provide. Yesterday, I received a call from someone claiming to be Dave's business partner, explaining that they needed to perform routine maintenance on the washing machine he'd installed. They offered to come round this weekend to check the connections and update the software systems. I know this is the next phase of whatever operation began with Dave's initial visit 6 months ago. But I also know that refusing the appointment would only confirm their assessment that I've become aware of their surveillance activities, which might accelerate whatever they're planning to do next. Sometimes the only choice available is between cooperating with people who are exploiting you or resisting them in ways that might make your situation even worse. I'm going to let them into my house this weekend because I don't think I have any realistic alternative. But I wanted to document what I've learned in case something happens to me, or in case my behavior suddenly changes in ways that concern people who know me. If you're reading this, be careful about letting tradesmen into your home, especially ones who seem unusually interested in your personal circumstances, or who ask more questions than their work requires. Dave is probably still out there, looking for new targets and gathering intelligence for clients who remain completely anonymous, but definitely aren't benign. Your washing machine breaking down might seem like a minor inconvenience, but it could be the beginning of something much worse than you ever imagined possible. You know how sometimes you're so desperate for something to change in your life that you'll ignore obvious red flags? That's basically how I ended up volunteering for what I thought was legitimate mental health research, but turned out to be something much worse. This was about 2 years ago, when I was completely stuck. 27 years old, living in Manchester, working as a teaching assistant, because I couldn't get a proper counselling job, despite having a psychology degree. I was sending out applications constantly, getting nowhere, watching my university friends build actual careers, while I helped teenagers with their homework. So when I saw this advert for volunteer research positions with something called MindBridge Research, it felt like exactly what I needed. Mental health charity, looking for people with psychology backgrounds, the sort of experience that might finally make employers take my CV seriously. I should have realized something was off when they got back to me so quickly. Their website said they had a 6-month waiting list for volunteer positions, but I heard back within 3 days. They said my qualifications were particularly suitable for their current research needs. The charity operated from a converted office building near the university, focusing on what they described as innovative approaches to understanding psychological trauma and developing new therapeutic interventions. During my initial interview, they explained that their current project involves studying how people cope with exposure to disturbing content online, particularly the psychological mechanisms that allow some individuals to process traumatic material without developing lasting mental health problems. The research was important because increasing numbers of people were encountering violent or disturbing content through social media and news platforms, but traditional psychology had limited understanding of how this exposure affected mental well-being or how resilience could be built. They needed volunteers with counseling backgrounds to help analyze and document psychological responses to various types of challenging material, contributing to research that could eventually help develop better support systems for people who experience trauma through digital media. The work would involve reviewing disturbing content and providing professional analysis of its psychological impact, using my training to identify potential therapeutic interventions that might help others who encountered similar material accidentally. They emphasized that all content would be legal and ethically sourced, obtained through partnerships with law enforcement agencies and academic institutions that needed psychological expertise to understand the effects of material they encountered during their own work. The project offered a small stipend plus comprehensive professional development that would enhance my qualifications for future counseling positions, making it an opportunity that could significantly advance my career while contributing to important research. I agreed to participate and was given access to their research platform, which required special software to protect the sensitive nature of the material being studied and ensure that research content didn't become accidentally accessible to people who weren't trained to process it appropriately. The initial content was challenging but manageable. Crime scene footage, interview recordings with trauma survivors, and documentation of various incidents that demonstrated the range of disturbing material that people might encounter through normal internet use. My role was to analyze the psychological impact of each piece of content, identifying elements that were particularly traumatic and suggesting therapeutic approaches that might help people process similar experiences. The research team was impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex material that required deeper psychological expertise to understand and document appropriately. Some content came from international sources and depicted cultural practices or legal systems that were different from UK standards, requiring careful analysis to separate genuine psychological insights from personal cultural reactions. But as I progressed through the research materials, I started encountering content that seemed to go beyond what legitimate academic or law enforcement research would require. Material that was clearly designed to cause maximum psychological distress, rather than serve educational or investigative purposes, created specifically to traumatize viewers, rather than document real events for legitimate analysis. Some content appeared to be produced recently rather than historical documentation, suggesting ongoing activities rather than archived materials being studied for academic purposes. When I raised concerns about the source and purpose of some materials, the research supervisors explained that understanding artificially created trauma content was essential for developing effective interventions, as increasing numbers of people were being deliberately exposed to psychological manipulation through various online platforms. The content I was analyzing represented the sort of material that was being used to cause psychological harm to vulnerable individuals, making it crucial to understand how these materials worked so that appropriate therapeutic responses could be developed. They assured me that all materials were obtained through legitimate channels and that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than harmful activities. But I also started noticing that the research platform provided access to materials that weren't part of my assigned analysis, suggesting a broader collection of disturbing content that went beyond what would be necessary for the psychological research project I'd agreed to participate in. Some of this additional material appeared to be organized by psychological impact rather than academic category, with content grouped according to the type of trauma it was designed to create rather than its source or legal status. The organization suggested systematic study of psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate research into trauma recovery, with materials selected specifically for their ability to cause particular types of mental distress. I realized that Mindbridge research might not be the legitimate academic charity I'd assumed, but an organization that collected and studied traumatic material for purposes that weren't related to therapeutic development. I tried to research the charity more thoroughly, looking for independent verification of their academic credentials and connections to legitimate mental health organizations. What I discovered was disturbing. Mindbridge research had minimal presence in academic psychology communities, no published research that could be verified through normal scholarly channels, and funding sources that weren't transparent through standard charity oversight mechanisms. Their office building housed multiple organizations with similarly vague purposes, all focused on research projects that required access to sensitive or disturbing materials for reasons that weren't clearly documented in public records. I started investigating the special software they'd provided for accessing research materials, trying to understand what kind of network I'd been given access to through my volunteer work. The software connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing, communities where people shared and discussed the same types of disturbing content I'd been analyzing for the research project. These communities weren't focused on academic research or therapeutic development, but on collecting and consuming traumatic material for entertainment purposes, with participants rating content based on its psychological impact and requesting specific types of disturbing material. My analysis work for Mindbridge research had apparently been contributing to these communities, providing professional psychological assessment that helped them understand and improve the traumatic effectiveness of content they were collecting and sharing. The research project wasn't studying trauma to develop therapeutic interventions, but to enhance the psychological impact of material being distributed to people who consume traumatic content as a form of entertainment. My counseling expertise had been used to make disturbing material more effective at causing psychological harm, rather than helping people recover from trauma exposure. I tried to stop participating in the research project, but discovered that my volunteer agreement included clauses about completing assigned work and maintaining confidentiality about materials I'd accessed during the research period. The charity's legal department contacted me when I attempted to withdraw, explaining that premature termination of my volunteer commitment could result in legal consequences related to breach of confidentiality agreements and misuse of sensitive research materials. They suggested that completing the remaining research assignments would be considerably less complicated than attempting to withdraw from commitments I'd already undertaken through signed agreements. The legal pressure was subtle but effective, making it clear that continued participation was considerably safer than attempting to expose what I'd discovered about the true nature of their research activities. Over the next few weeks, I continued analyzing disturbing content while understanding that my professional expertise was being used to enhance psychological manipulation techniques rather than develop therapeutic interventions. The materials became increasingly extreme, clearly designed to cause maximum psychological trauma to viewers who encountered them through the hidden internet communities that were using my analysis to improve their content effectiveness. Some content appeared to be produced specifically for psychological research purposes, created with systematic attention to elements that my analysis had identified as particularly traumatic or disturbing. I realized that my research contributions weren't just helping existing content become more harmful, but were being used to guide the creation of new material designed specifically to cause psychological damage to vulnerable people. The research project had evolved from studying trauma to actively participating in its creation, with my professional expertise being used to develop increasingly effective methods for causing psychological harm through carefully designed disturbing content. About 3 months into my volunteer work, I received additional responsibilities that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than just analyzing existing content, I was asked to help identify individuals who might be suitable targets for psychological manipulation, using my counseling background to profile people who would be particularly vulnerable to specific types of traumatic content. The targeting research involved analyzing social media profiles, online behavior patterns, and communication styles to identify individuals who showed signs of existing psychological vulnerability that could be exploited through exposure to carefully selected disturbing material. My analysis was being used to help the hidden communities identify and target specific individuals for systematic psychological harassment, using content that had been optimized for maximum traumatic impact based on their personal psychological vulnerabilities. The volunteer work had evolved from studying trauma recovery to actively participating in targeted psychological warfare against vulnerable individuals who had been selected based on their susceptibility to particular types of mental health manipulation. I should have reported everything to appropriate authorities, but the legal agreements I'd signed made it clear that exposing their activities would result in serious consequences that could destroy my career prospects and financial stability. The charity had been careful to structure their volunteer program in ways that protected their activities, while ensuring that participants became legally complicit in their operations, making exposure extremely risky for anyone who discovered the true nature of their work. I completed my volunteer commitment and received the professional development credentials they promised, but understood that my counseling expertise had been used to facilitate systematic psychological abuse of vulnerable individuals through carefully designed traumatic content. Mindbridge Research continues to recruit volunteers with mental health backgrounds, offering career development opportunities to people who need professional experience and don't realize they're contributing to psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate therapeutic research. The hidden internet communities continue to use professional psychological analysis to improve their content effectiveness, targeting vulnerable individuals with traumatic material that has been optimized for maximum psychological impact based on expert assessment of trauma mechanisms. I still work as a teaching assistant, still apply for counseling positions, still wonder whether my professional credentials are connected to activities that use mental health expertise to cause psychological harm, rather than provide therapeutic support. The strangest thing about renting out your spare room on Airbnb is how normal the dangerous people can seem. 3 months ago, I thought I was just providing budget accommodation in my Nottingham terraced house to help pay the mortgage. Now I'm hiding in a travel lodge in Derby, knowing that tomorrow night thousands of people on the dark web will watch me become the unwilling star of something I helped create without realizing it. I've been hosting guests for about 18 months. My house is nothing special. 2 bedrooms, small garden, decent location near the city centre. After my partner moved out last year, I needed the extra income to cover the mortgage payments. Airbnb seemed like an obvious solution. Most guests were exactly what you'd expect: tourists, business travellers, people visiting family. The occasional odd one, but nothing concerning. The booking that changed everything came through in early November. A guest named David Chen wanted to stay for 3 weeks, paying in advance. His profile showed several good reviews from previous hosts in other cities. He claimed to be a freelance photographer working on a documentary project about urban architecture in the Midlands. The extended stay and advance payment made it an attractive booking. David arrived on a Sunday evening, carrying professional camera equipment and a large metallic case that he said contained lighting gear. He was polite, quiet, and seemed genuinely interested in the city's industrial heritage. He kept regular hours, going out during the day with his camera equipment and returning in the evening. He was the kind of guest hosts dream about: tidy, respectful, no complaints. After his first week, David asked if he could use the basement for storing and organizing his equipment. My house has a cellar that I use for storage and the boiler, accessed through a door in the kitchen. I agreed, mainly because he offered to pay an additional fee for the privilege. The extra money was helpful, and I rarely went down there anyway. Over the following days, I noticed David making multiple trips to the basement, carrying equipment I didn't recognize. When I asked about his project, he explained that he was documenting forgotten spaces in urban environments: basements, abandoned buildings, industrial sites. He said the documentation required specialized lighting and recording equipment to capture these spaces properly. About halfway through his stay, David asked if I'd be interested in featuring my house in his documentary. He explained that Victorian terraced houses like mine represented important architectural heritage, and the basement would be particularly interesting as an example of period construction techniques. He offered to pay me a consultation fee for appearing in the documentary. The money was tempting, and the project sounded legitimate. David showed me some of his previous work on his laptop, professional quality photographs and videos of various urban locations. Everything appeared above board. We agreed that he would film a short segment with me discussing the house's history and architectural features. The filming took place in the basement on a Wednesday evening. David had set up impressive lighting equipment that transformed the dingy space into something that looked almost cinematic. Multiple cameras captured different angles as I talked about the house's Victorian features and how the basement reflected period construction methods. David was professional throughout the process, asking thoughtful questions about architectural details and the neighborhood's history. The session lasted about an hour, after which he thanked me and said he'd send me a copy once the documentary was complete. I returned upstairs, feeling pleased with the extra income and curious to see the finished product. Over the next few days, I noticed David working late into the night in the basement. I could hear equipment running, the sound of keyboards, and occasionally what sounded like video editing software. When I mentioned the noise, he apologized and explained that he was under deadline pressure to complete the project. He offered to buy me noise-cancelling headphones as compensation. David's stay ended the following Sunday. He packed his equipment, thanked me for the accommodation, and left excellent feedback on the platform. I thought that would be the end of our interaction. I was wrong. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line contained my full name and address. The body contained a link to what appeared to be a dark web site, a .onion address that could only be accessed through specialized browsers. The message explained that my performance had been well received and that there was interest in a follow-up appearance. I was confused but curious enough to download Tor and access the link. The site had a stark, professional design with minimal text. It showed what appeared to be a preview of David's documentary, but the content was nothing like what we had filmed. The video showed my basement, but it had been edited to look like a completely different space. The lighting made it appear more confined and institutional. More disturbing was how my interview had been edited. My words about the basement's construction had been cut and rearranged to make it sound like I was describing a purpose-built space for containing people. Comments about the solid Victorian walls and soundproofing qualities of the basement had been edited to seem like I was advertising features for imprisonment. At the bottom of the page was a counter showing several thousand viewers and a section for what appeared to be cryptocurrency payments. There were also comments in various languages discussing the upcoming live event and speculation about when the subject would be brought to the location. I realized that David hadn't been making a documentary about architecture. He'd been creating promotional material for something much darker. My basement had been transformed into what appeared to be a dark web red room, and I had unknowingly provided the introduction. I tried to contact the site administrators to demand the removal of my image and information about my house, but the contact methods led to encrypted messaging systems that never responded. I considered going to the police, but explaining that I discovered my basement being advertised on the dark web for purposes I didn't fully understand seemed both implausible and potentially incriminating. Instead, I changed the locks on my house and resolved to be more careful about future guests. I thought the incident was over, that David had moved on to find another location for whatever he was really planning. 3 weeks later, I received another Airbnb booking request, this time from someone calling themselves Sarah Williams, who wanted to stay for a weekend. Her profile was sparse but contained positive reviews. She said she was visiting Nottingham for medical appointments. Something about the booking felt off. The messaging was too formal. The timing seemed random, but I needed the income. Sarah arrived on Friday evening carrying a small bag and what appeared to be medical equipment. She explained that she had a rare condition requiring specialized monitoring devices. She was polite and professional, much like David had been. She asked about the basement almost immediately, claiming she needed a quiet, temperature-controlled environment for her medical equipment. I refused, explaining that the basement wasn't suitable for guests. She seemed disappointed but didn't press the issue. However, that night I heard sounds from the basement, footsteps, equipment being moved, voices. When I investigated, I found the door unlocked and evidence that someone had been down there recently. Sarah had gone out, ostensibly for a medical appointment, but I suspected she was connected to David's project. I searched her room and found sophisticated computer equipment hidden in her luggage, along with what appeared to be dark web communication devices. I also found printed materials in various languages, advertising a live event scheduled for the following week. I confronted Sarah when she returned, demanding an explanation. She remained calm and professional, but her story changed. She claimed to be working with David on a legitimate research project about urban exploration and abandoned spaces. She showed me documents that appeared to support this explanation, including what looked like academic credentials and research permits. But that night, I discovered the truth about what was happening in my basement. Unable to sleep, I crept downstairs and found Sarah working at a computer setup I hadn't seen before. Multiple screens showed dark web sites with familiar .onion addresses, cryptocurrency wallets with substantial balances, and chat systems discussing the upcoming Nottingham event. One screen showed my basement, but it had been further modified since David's visit. Additional equipment had been installed, including restraints and what appeared to be medical monitoring devices. The space had been transformed into a fully functional red room, complete with multiple camera angles and interactive systems that would allow dark web viewers to influence what happened there. Sarah noticed me watching, and her demeanor changed completely. She explained that I was already complicit in their operation, that my filmed introduction had been used to promote the space, and that my continued cooperation was expected. She showed me viewer statistics and payment records demonstrating the substantial interest in the Nottingham facility. The final component of their plan was clear. They needed a host for the space, someone who could provide legitimacy and deflect suspicion, someone who could book future guests and maintain the property between events, someone who was already compromised by their participation in the promotional material. I told Sarah to leave immediately, that I would contact the police, that I wanted nothing to do with their operation. She remained calm, explaining that the evidence of my participation was already online, that my face and voice were associated with the space, that authorities would find it difficult to believe I wasn't aware of what was happening in my own basement. She left the next morning, but not before explaining that the Nottingham event would proceed as scheduled, that interested parties had already paid substantial sums to access the broadcast, that the space was prepared and the audience was waiting. Over the following week, I received constant messages through various platforms, encrypted emails, anonymous texts, dark web communications. All carried the same theme. I was expected to facilitate the upcoming event, to provide access to the space, to ensure that operations could proceed without interference. I've been staying in different hotels since then, but the messages keep finding me. They know my location, my schedule, my vulnerabilities. They provided evidence of their surveillance, photographs of me in public, recordings of my phone conversations, details about my daily routines. Yesterday, I received the most explicit message yet, a video showing my basement fully prepared for broadcast with professional lighting and multiple camera angles, a countdown timer showing less than 24 hours remaining, and a reminder that my cooperation was not optional, that I had already been promoted as the host of the facility, that thousands of dark web viewers were expecting the event to proceed. The message included details about how they had tracked my movements, monitored my communications, and prepared contingencies for various scenarios. They had evidence of my filmed introduction, records of payments made to my accounts, and documentation of my voluntary participation in what they could present as willing cooperation with their operation. I'm writing this from a travel lodge outside Derby, using a public computer. I don't know if this will reach anyone who can help, or if sharing this story will make my situation worse. I only know that tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will expect to see a broadcast from my basement, and I'm running out of places to hide. The most terrifying realization is that they never needed to force me to participate. They just needed me to become complicit gradually, one small decision at a time. Accepting David's booking, agreeing to the basement usage, participating in the filming. Each step seemed reasonable individually, but together they created a chain of involvement I can't escape. The dark web red room they've created isn't in some remote warehouse or abandoned building. It's in my house, registered to my name, promoted with my face and voice. Even if I never participate directly, I'm already the host. The space exists because I allowed it to be created. Tomorrow's broadcast will happen whether I'm there or not. They've made that clear. The only question is whether I face whatever comes next, or let someone else become the victim of a system I inadvertently helped build. The viewer counter on the latest message shows tens of thousands of people waiting. People who have paid in cryptocurrency to access the broadcast. People who believe they're about to see something exclusive and authentic. People who don't care that the host never intended to become part of this horror. I keep thinking about David's professional demeanor, Sarah's medical equipment story, the gradual way they transformed my basement into something unrecognizable. How many other Airbnb hosts have been approached with similar projects? How many spare rooms and basements across the country might be serving similar purposes? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, to recruit hosts unknowingly, to create content that appears consensual but isn't. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume horror without consequence. I should have trusted my instincts about David's equipment, should have questioned why he needed such sophisticated gear for architectural photography, should have refused to participate in any filming, should have investigated the basement modifications more carefully. But it's too late for regrets now. Tomorrow night, my basement becomes a dark web broadcast studio. Whether I'm there or someone else takes my place, the show will go on. I shouldn't have signed for the parcel. That's the cleanest way to start, and it's true. A courier said my flat number. I scribbled my name without thinking, and a small box became my problem before I'd finished my tea. The courier had that particular brand of impatience that comes with the territory. Shifting weight from foot to foot, electronic pad already angled toward me before I'd properly opened the door. His high-vis jacket was rain-spotted, and he smelled faintly of diesel and wet cardboard. Behind him, his van sat double-parked with hazards blinking, engine running like a heartbeat, counting down the seconds until he could move on to the next address. I signed because that's what you do when someone arrives at your door with purpose and a clipboard. The transaction felt automatic, muscle memory from years of online shopping and convenience. I hadn't ordered anything. The box was light, almost empty feeling, with the kind of generic brown tape that could have come from anywhere. Inside sat a cheap kitchen timer, the sort you'd find in a pound shop, white plastic with a wind-up mechanism that probably wouldn't last 6 months of normal use. Alongside it was a card with a QR code printed on stock so thin it felt like it might dissolve if you breathed on it wrong. No branding, no receipt, no return address on the package itself. Just my name and flat number written in block capitals with a thick black marker. I left the timer on the worktop next to the kettle, told myself the label had been misread somewhere along the delivery chain and meant to take it back to the depot after work. The plan had that comfortable vagueness of things you intend to do but probably won't follow through on. I forgot the way you forget to water plants or call relatives back. Late that evening, when the flat had settled into its familiar quiet, and I'd run out of reasonable ways to avoid thinking about the day, curiosity made a good case for itself. I scanned the code. The QR reader hesitated for a moment, as if uncertain, then opened a page that only loads on the dark web. I'm not an expert on these things. I just recognize the type of address from the sort of articles that make it sound novel and dangerous, like urban exploration for people who never leave their computers. The page was almost empty. Black background, pale text that seemed to glow against the darkness of my phone screen. A thin progress line that didn't seem to do much beyond prove something was loading. In the center was a live view of a stairwell. It looked like mine, painted brick walls with that particular shade of institutional cream that housing associations favor. A black handrail worn smooth by countless hands. The same wonky recycling notice by the fire door that had been askew for months. Someone had stuck it up carelessly, and no one had bothered to straighten it since. The image quality was grainy but clear enough to make me uncomfortable. A small counter in the corner ticked up steadily. Beneath it sat a single line of text. Place the kitchen timer on the landing rail at the top of the stairs within the next few minutes. I closed the page and stared at the kettle like it held an answer to a question I hadn't properly formed yet. The timer sat there looking innocent and slightly pathetic, the sort of object that might gather dust in a drawer for years before finally getting thrown away in a house move. But there was something about the precision of the instruction, the casual certainty that I would follow it, that made my chest tight with a feeling I couldn't name yet. Then I picked up the timer, stepped out into the corridor, and climbed to the landing. The building felt different at night, more aware of itself, full of small sounds that disappeared during the day, pipes ticking as they cooled, the distant hum of someone's television through thin walls, the soft mechanical breathing of the lift shaft. I balanced the timer on the rail and wound it until it ticked with that urgent, impatient sound that kitchen timers make. The metal was cold under my fingers. Back in my flat, I watched the countdown on my phone, refreshing the page every few seconds like I was waiting for exam results. The image never changed, just the empty stairwell, the timer perched on the rail like a small white bird. When the bell rang, sharp and artificial in the corridor's silence, the image flickered once and steadied. Nothing else happened. No door opened. No figure appeared in frame. The camera just kept its patient watch. I checked the plant pot in the lobby before bed, more out of nervous energy than expectation, and saw nothing. The lobby felt larger at night, shadows pooling in corners where the overhead lights couldn't reach. In the morning, pressed between pot and wall like a secret being passed along, there was an envelope with my name written in the same thick black marker. Inside was a £10 note, crisp and new, and silence that felt heavier than the money. It felt like a prank made to prove a point about how little it takes to move a person. A social experiment maybe, or some art student's thesis project on urban compliance. The kind of thing that would make sense in a gallery context, with a placard explaining the theoretical framework. 2 days later, a second parcel arrived. This time I hesitated before signing, pen hovering over the electronic pad while the courier waited with practiced patience. But hesitation isn't the same as refusal, and muscle memory won out again. The box held self-adhesive hooks, the sort you stick to bathroom tiles to hang towels, a small roll of clear tape, and another card with the familiar QR code. The same page loaded, only this time the camera had moved to sit lower, tucked somewhere behind the fire extinguisher near the glass front door. The view took in the entrance area, the row of postboxes with their scratched metal doors, the first few steps of the main staircase. The instruction was more specific this time. Tape a hook to the underside of the top step above the postboxes, on the left, so the dark edge of it shows just beyond the lip if you crouch and look up. It felt petty and technical and almost funny, like following instructions in a particularly boring manual. I pressed the hook into place with my thumb, the adhesive strip warming slightly under pressure. The positioning had to be exact, visible from below but not obvious to anyone walking normally up the stairs. I found myself checking the angles, making small adjustments, taking an odd satisfaction in getting it precisely right. When I walked away, I listened for any door opening, any sound that might indicate I was being watched, but heard nothing except the building's usual background hum. Later that evening, I refreshed the page and watched the stream show a gloved hand reach carefully into frame. The hand moved with deliberate economy, hanging a tiny metal tag on the hook, something small and dark that caught the light briefly before settling into shadow. The hand withdrew quickly, like a fox slipping through a garden, there and gone in the space between one breath and the next. Watching it felt like witnessing something I wasn't supposed to see, even though the whole point was clearly that I should see it. The next morning, another envelope was tucked behind the pot. More cash, another £10 note with the same crisp newness, and one neat sentence written in blue ballpoint. The hook has been helpful and more will be expected soon. The handwriting was careful, anonymous, the sort of script you might use when filling out official forms. The third parcel landed on a Friday morning when I was meant to catch a train to Derby to see my stepdad. I nearly ignored the buzzer because I was running late and had that particular kind of pre-journey anxiety that makes every small delay feel catastrophic. But the sound was insistent, and ignoring buzzers in a building like ours feels antisocial in a way that's hard to explain. The box held a rubber door wedge, the triangular kind that probably cost less than £1, a small USB torch with a wrist strap, and a card with the same QR link. The camera had moved again, this time facing the rear corridor by the exit to the bin store. This part of the building always felt forgotten, narrower than the main corridors, with pipes running along the ceiling and a persistent smell of damp concrete. The instruction was simple. Wedge the rear door ajar at roughly this time this evening. Shine the torch once into the corridor so the lens flares white. Walk away and return after a short while to remove the wedge. Payment will be the same. I moved my train by an hour, called my stepdad to explain I'd be late, and spent the afternoon with a low-level anxiety humming in my chest like a phone set to vibrate. When evening came, I did exactly what was asked. The torch beam fogged the image for a second, turning the screen pure white before settling back to show the empty corridor. Within a minute, a finger appeared at the glass from the outside, just the tip of one finger tapping once against the door like a coded message. I removed the wedge and locked the door, testing the handle twice to make sure it was secure. Another envelope was waiting that night, and I told myself it was some odd favor for a neighbor who liked sending people on little errands. Maybe someone with mobility issues who couldn't manage stairs easily, or an older resident who'd worked out an elaborate system for getting help without having to ask directly. The explanation felt comfortable, so I let it settle and tried not to think too hard about the finger at the glass. There was a man 2 doors down who carried a gym bag most mornings. He'd helped me with a flat-pack wardrobe once, holding panels steady while I fumbled with the Allen key, making the sort of cheerful small talk that makes mundane tasks bearable. He held doors for people with pushchairs and took parcels in when neighbors were out. The kind of casual community-minded gesture that keeps apartment buildings functioning. I mention him now because later I saw his photo on a local news website and recognized the same forearms and half smile. And I want you to understand that I knew who he was as a person before I knew what happened to him. Before his photo appeared in the news, the tasks kept creeping towards something that, at first glance, still looked normal. The next delivery contained blank lanyard sleeves, the sort used for conferences and workplace ID cards, and a set of numbered cards with official-looking fonts. The page asked me to slide one card into a sleeve and hang it on the hook under the step, then sit on the stairs at a particular minute and pretend to scroll through my phone. I positioned myself on the 3rd step up from the lobby, back against the wall, trying to look like someone killing time while waiting for a friend or a delivery. The building hummed around me with the particular sounds that old blocks make when pipes move hot water around and lift motors cycle through their routines. A woman with a pushchair needed help with the heavy front door, and I stood automatically to hold it open, feeling like I was breaking a rule I hadn't been told about, but should somehow understand. Later, I watched a grainy loop of myself looking appropriately bored and absorbed in my phone screen. The footage had that slightly unreal quality of security camera footage, compressed and pixelated in a way that made everything look like it was happening underwater. The lanyard had vanished from the hook. Another envelope appeared behind the plant pot the next morning. Another £10 note, another brief message. Timing was good. I kept telling myself I hadn't done anything wrong. I'd stuck a hook under a step and wedged the door for a few minutes. I'd placed a cheap lanyard where no one would notice unless they were specifically looking for it. The requests were clearly designed to make me feel like a bystander to my own actions, a bit player in someone else's story. That was the point, I thought, to demonstrate how easily ordinary people could be drawn into small conspiracies without ever feeling like conspirators. One morning, the man with the gym bag didn't collect a parcel from the lobby shelf where the postman leaves packages too big for the slots. It sat there all day, a brown box with his name clearly visible on the label, the sort of thing that usually disappears within hours of being delivered. In the evening, someone on the building's WhatsApp group asked if anyone had seen him, because his phone was going straight to voicemail and he'd missed a standing arrangement. I wasn't part of the group. I'd never been one for building social media, but I saw a screenshot from a neighbor who forwards everything. We all know how that kind of question changes a corridor. People start looking through peepholes before stepping out, and the lift feels like a waiting room where everyone's pretending not to be anxious. Conversations by the postboxes become briefer, more purposeful. The building's rhythm shifts in subtle ways, like a piece of music played slightly too fast. The next parcel contained a heavy padlock with a brass body and a chrome shackle, and a key that looked newly cut. The page told me to swap the old lock on the rear gate for this one at roughly 2 o'clock the following afternoon, then hang the old lock with the new key threaded through it on the inside mesh of the gate, and shut the gate without engaging the latch. Someone would collect the old lock shortly after. I did it because by then, consistency felt safer than refusal, and because not doing it felt like stepping suddenly into harsh light after hours in comfortable darkness. The old lock came away easily. The screws were already loose, as if someone had prepared for this moment. The new lock clicked into place with satisfying precision. I threaded the key through the old lock shackle and hung it where the instructions specified, testing to make sure it was secure but easily removable. I can't pretend I didn't think about the man with the gym bag as I turned the screwdriver. The weight of the old lock in my hand felt significant in a way I couldn't articulate. That night, I listened through the thin wall that separated our flats, straining to hear his usual evening routine. The shower running, music playing softly, the familiar domestic sounds that form the background soundtrack of apartment living. I heard nothing. Another day passed, then another. It's remarkable how easily a person slips out of the rhythm of a building, and how the building just continues its routines as if nothing has changed. I tried, briefly, to ignore the page. For 3 days, I didn't scan the code that came with the next package. The box sat unopened on my kitchen counter, and I told myself this was where I drew the line. Then a message arrived on the throwaway email account I'd used for parcel delivery confirmations, an account I thought was anonymous and forgotten. The message contained a link, a specific time, and a request to watch. The casual certainty that I would comply felt like a hand on the back of my neck. I watched. The stream showed the view from inside the bin store, that concrete-walled space at the back of the building where the wheelie bins lived among the spider webs, and the perpetual smell of decomposition. The camera sat somewhere high near a water pipe, looking down at the metal bin frames and plastic lids that never quite fitted properly. Even through the screen, I could almost taste that heavy, sour smell that clings to the back of your throat. A countdown timer appeared in the corner and began to sink towards 0. When it reached the minute I'd been given, the rear door opened with the particular grinding sound it made when the bottom scraped against the concrete threshold. 2 people pushed a trolley in, moving with the unhurried efficiency of people who belonged there. The trolley carried flat boxes wrapped in brown paper and plastic sheeting. Packages that looked official and mundane, and somehow ominous all at once. They worked quickly and methodically, arranging the boxes with care, checking something on a phone screen, making small adjustments to the positioning. The stream didn't provide sound I could properly follow, just a muffled echo that might have been voices or might have been the building's ventilation system. When they finished, they left as quietly as they'd arrived, and the door eased shut, as if the building had taken a slow, careful breath. The official updates, when they came, arrived without drama. A small memorial appeared by the front door, a cheap bouquet from a supermarket, and a laminated photo of the man with the gym bag, his arm around a golden retriever, both of them squinting into sunshine somewhere that looked like a park. Someone from the council knocked on doors, asking routine questions about whether we'd noticed anything unusual with the bins, any strange smells, any disturbances in the area. People began double locking their flat doors and checking the spy holes before answering knocks. A few new faces appeared in the building, taking over flats that had suddenly become available. The turnover felt faster than usual, but housing in this part of town moved quickly anyway. Days grew thinner, more cautious. I tried to keep my head down and treat stillness like safety, avoiding eye contact in corridors and timing my comings and goings to minimize encounters. Another parcel arrived wrapped like a book, the kind of careful packaging that suggested contents more fragile than kitchen timers and door wedges. Inside was a stack of small laminated cards with official-looking notices printed in the same font the Housing Association used for maintenance announcements. The page asked me to slide one under the door of flat 3B after dark. The card explained that there would be a routine fire alarm test the following day, and residents shouldn't be concerned if they heard people in high-visibility jackets moving through the corridors during that period. It sounded exactly like the dull, bureaucratic notices that appeared regularly in our postboxes, the kind of thing you scan quickly before recycling. I did it because fear of the alternative had already moved into my flat like an unwelcome roommate, settling into corners and making itself comfortable. The card slipped easily under the door with barely a whisper of sound. The next morning, 2 men in safety vests walked past my door in perfect step, their boots making identical sounds on the corridor carpet. They vanished through the rear exit I'd wedged open weeks earlier, and I realized I was holding my breath until I heard the door click shut behind them. The page showed only the stairwell, looping calmly as always. The timer in the corner kept ticking with what felt like mechanical commentary on my complicity. The parcel that felt like a threat before I even opened it arrived on a Tuesday morning when rain was turning the windows grey and the building felt more enclosed than usual. My name was printed in block capitals across the brown paper, and the weight distribution felt wrong. Too light in some places, too heavy in others. Inside was a plug-in door chime, the sort you buy in the electrical aisle of supermarkets, and a small black wireless button with adhesive pads on the back. The card's instructions were precise. Place the chime in the hallway near the front door. Fix the button outside above the letterbox where the postman would see it, but might not think to comment on it. The accompanying link now showed a view looking outward through the building's glass front door to the street beyond. A final line said that when the chime sounded, I was to do nothing at all. Just listen and wait and continue whatever I was doing as if nothing had happened. It rang once in the small hours when the building was deepest in sleep, and the only sound should have been heating pipes and distant traffic. A single, neat electronic tone that seemed to hang in the air longer than it actually lasted. I lay in bed waiting for a second chime that never came. My heart rate elevated in the specific way that comes from being woken by unfamiliar sounds. The building stayed perfectly still around me. It rang again, after what felt like an hour but was probably only minutes. Then silence that stretched until I fell back into thin, restless sleep, full of dreams about corridors and cameras and hands reaching through letterboxes. When I woke properly, grey daylight was seeping through the curtains and rain was still tapping against the windows like someone asking politely to be let in. When I opened the door for my usual morning trip to the corner shop for bread and milk, the button had vanished. Only a small smear of adhesive remained on the paintwork, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. An envelope lay on the doormat, not behind the plant pot this time, but directly addressed to me in a way that felt like an escalation. The photo inside showed my hallway from a low angle, taken through the letterbox slot, looking toward the chime plugged into the socket by the front door. No message accompanied it. The point was proximity, intimacy, the demonstration that privacy was an illusion I'd been allowed to maintain until now. Another link arrived in my email later that day with a timestamp for the evening. I watched because obedience had become a reflex, a learned response that bypassed conscious decision-making. The camera had moved again to cover the main lobby, the postboxes with their scratched metal faces, the first stretch of corridor, and just enough of the stairwell to catch movement between floors. The timer counted down to the specified minute. At exactly the right moment, the main door opened and 3 men entered. 2 carried a step ladder between them with practiced ease, while the third followed with a package tucked under his arm like something valuable and fragile. They moved through the space with the confidence of people who had studied the building's rhythms and understood its weak points. One of them went straight to the lift and pressed the call button. The second set up the step ladder with quick, efficient movements. The third approached the post boxes, spun the combination dials on 2 different boxes as if he had memorized the numbers, and slid his package into one of the opened compartments. Then he paused, facing the stairs in a way that suggested he was checking the quality of silence, rather than looking for any specific person. I closed the stream and sat holding my phone like it might provide warmth or comfort. The image of the man's pause stayed with me, that moment of professional assessment, cataloguing the building's mood and finding it satisfactory for whatever came next. Later that day, the police posted an update saying they were renewing their appeal for information about a second person, last seen in the company of the missing man. They were particularly keen to trace anyone who had received unexpected parcels or packages recently. I tried to imagine calling the number provided and explaining the correct amount of truth, enough to be helpful, not enough to implicate myself in whatever had been happening around me. My throat tightened with the petty anxiety that comes when you've run for a bus and then changed your mind at the last moment, leaving you stranded on the pavement feeling foolish and conspicuous. How do you explain that you've been following instructions without understanding their purpose? That you've been complicit in something you can't name? That night the chime rang again, once, and stopped. In the morning, there was another envelope behind the plant pot. No cash this time. Just a laminated card with a single sentence that read like a line from a workplace safety manual. Prop the front door open tomorrow for a short window after 9 a.m. The instruction had the bland authority of something that shouldn't be questioned. The kind of request that sounds reasonable until you think about it too carefully. I stood at the top of the main staircase and looked down at the entrance, at the heavy door with its security lock, and the thin mat where packages sometimes waited for collection. I thought about how small actions accumulate into patterns you don't recognize until it's too late to pretend you don't understand what you've been part of. The front door was propped open at the specified time the next day, not by me. A folded gym leaflet sat wedged under the bottom edge like a paper tongue, holding the door just wide enough to slip through without triggering the automatic closing mechanism. I watched from the window of the stairwell 3 floors up as 2 familiar figures approached from the street with the unhurried confidence of people keeping appointments. I understood then that my part in this had never been essential. I had been used to test the building's rhythms and vulnerabilities, to establish patterns and timing, to identify the residents who noticed things and those who didn't. The serious work, whatever that had been, no longer needed my small contributions. They had mapped the building's habits, learned the names on the buzzers, developed an intuitive feel for who left when and which doors stayed locked during the day. I had been the practice run, the proof of concept, someone's experiment in urban compliance and the gradual erosion of boundaries. The realization felt like discovering you've been playing a game where only one person knew the rules. I moved a few weeks later, citing work commitments to the letting agent, rather than trying to explain the real reasons. My deposit went toward a smaller place across town, near a parade of shops, where the woman behind the post office counter learns your name if you visit regularly enough. The new building has thicker doors, better locks, and no convenient plant pot by the entrance, where messages might be left. I don't keep electronic chimes plugged into wall sockets anymore. I still answer the door buzzer because social conditioning runs deep, but I look through the peephole each time and keep the security chain engaged until I'm certain about who's calling. It makes me feel both faintly ridiculous and more genuinely awake than I'd been in years. This isn't a public service announcement or a warning designed to make you more suspicious of your neighbors. It's just a record of how soft pressure works when applied in careful increments. A package arrives containing something boring and unthreatening. A web page asks for a favor that costs nothing and harms no one. The first task pays for itself and makes you feel clever for discovering a small, victimless corner of urban life where rules are more flexible than you'd assumed. The second favor hides behind helpfulness and community spirit. The third is about timing and access. The fourth introduces the possibility of consequences you hadn't considered. Then someone you know by sight vanishes from the building's daily rhythms, and a cheap bouquet appears by the front door. A laminated card slides under a neighbor's door, and people in high visibility vests walk through secure areas because no one looks twice at official seeming uniforms. If you want an ending with resolution and justice, I don't have one to offer. Take the simplest version instead. A door on a damp morning, held open by a gym advertisement. A pair of men who look like they belong, walking into a building without hurry or concern. A third who pauses in the lobby and seems to glance up toward the higher floors, as if checking the time or confirming that expected schedules are being maintained. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would make witnesses out of bystanders. Just the slow, methodical click of small tasks becoming a comprehensive plan, of individual complicity adding up to collective vulnerability. I don't scan random QR codes anymore. I dispose of unsolicited cards and packages without opening them. I still think sometimes about that first kitchen timer ticking on the landing. the mechanical bell that rang in an empty corridor, and the brief moment of relief I felt when nothing immediately dramatic happened. That might have been the safest moment in the entire sequence, when I knew just enough to be curious, but not enough to be properly frightened. Now I know more, and the knowledge isn't particularly useful. It just sits there in the back of my mind, quiet and patient as a plant pot by a door, waiting for the next person to reach into it without thinking to look first. The game is still being played, I'm certain of that. Somewhere in the city, someone is signing for a package they didn't order, and curiosity is making its usual persuasive case for just one small favor, one tiny compromise, one harmless step across a line they can't yet see. I've always been good with languages. It's the one skill that came naturally to me when everything else felt like a struggle. By 25, I was fluent in 4 languages besides English and working on a 5th. People assumed I'd become a teacher or join the diplomatic service, but translation work paid better and let me work from home in my small flat in Oxford. Most of my jobs came through a freelancer website where clients post projects and translators bid for the work. It's competitive, but I'd built a solid reputation for accuracy and discretion, particularly with technical or specialized content. The majority of my work involved translating business documents, academic papers, or technical manuals. Nothing exciting, but it paid the bills. 3 months ago, I received a private message through the platform from someone who didn't have a public profile. They claimed to represent a research group studying dark web communication systems and needed a translator for content in languages I specialized in: Mandarin, Russian, Arabic, and Spanish. The message explained that the content might be disturbing as it related to criminal networks operating on the dark web, but assured me the research was for academic purposes and would help law enforcement agencies monitor these hidden corners of the internet. The pay they offered was substantial, nearly triple my usual rate, enough to clear my student debts within months rather than years. They explained the higher compensation was due to the disturbing nature of the material and the strict confidentiality requirements. I'd need to sign an extensive non-disclosure agreement and work through their secure platform rather than my usual channels. I should have been more skeptical, but the opportunity felt legitimate. The email addresses used academic domains, the contracts appeared professional, and the initial test translation they sent, an analysis of communication methods used by drug cartels, seemed consistent with criminology research. Besides, I'd translated medical documents and legal depositions before that contained disturbing content. I was confident in my ability to remain detached and professional. After completing the test piece to their satisfaction, I received access to their secure platform. It required multiple layers of authentication and used encryption that seemed unnecessarily robust for academic research, but I rationalized that this level of security made sense for sensitive work involving dark web criminal networks. They even provided me with special software to access .onion sites, dark web addresses not accessible through standard browsers. The first few weeks involved translating text conversations, dark web forum posts, and what appeared to be marketplace listings from various languages into English. The content was disturbing. Discussions of drug trafficking, weapons sales, and human smuggling on hidden sites accessible only through Tor networks. But nothing beyond what I'd expected given the project description. I maintained professional distance, focusing on accuracy rather than content. About a month into the project, the nature of the assignments began to shift. I started receiving links to video files hosted on their secure server. The brief explained that these were recordings of conversations between members of criminal organizations, and they needed both verbal and behavioral translations, noting cultural contexts and non-verbal communication that might not be obvious to researchers unfamiliar with the languages and cultures involved. The first few videos matched this description. Grainy footage of people discussing what appeared to be illegal business transactions in various languages. I transcribed and translated their conversations, noted cultural nuances, and provided context where needed. Then the videos began to change. The quality improved. The settings became more controlled. Stark rooms with concrete walls, minimal furniture, professional lighting. The conversations became one-sided, with one person speaking directly to the camera, while others remained silent in the background. The speakers began addressing viewers directly, promising special experiences and authentic content. I told myself this was just deeper research into how these networks marketed themselves, but I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the material. When I asked my contact about the changing nature of the content, they explained that the research had progressed to studying how these networks advertised to potential customers. The explanation seemed reasonable enough for me to continue. One night, I received an urgent translation request with a substantial bonus for immediate completion. The file was a live stream recording in Russian, hosted on a dark website with a complex .onion address. When I opened it, I was confronted with something I had never expected to see. The video showed a room similar to those I'd been seeing recently, but this time there was a person restrained in a chair. A masked individual stood nearby, occasionally adjusting camera equipment. The Russian speaker was describing what was about to happen and explaining how viewers could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency payments. The entire setup was clearly a dark web red room, a live-streamed torture session where anonymous viewers could pay to request specific actions from anywhere in the world while hiding behind layers of encryption. I immediately closed the file and messaged my contact, explaining that I couldn't participate in translating this type of content and that they should report it to authorities. Their response was alarmingly casual. They thanked me for my concern, but explained that this was a sophisticated simulation created to study how these networks operated. They assured me no one was actually harmed in the creation of these educational materials. I wasn't convinced, but I also had no proof that what I'd seen wasn't staged. I decided to withdraw from the project anyway, citing ethical concerns. They accepted my decision and processed my final payment, which appeared in my bank account the next day, significantly more than what I was owed, with a note classifying the excess as a discretionary bonus for exceptional service. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A week later, I received an email from a different address containing a video file. When I opened it, I saw a compilation of clips showing me in my flat, working at my desk, sleeping, showering, talking on the phone. All filmed from angles that suggested cameras had been installed throughout my home. The email contained no message, just the video. I searched my flat frantically, finding tiny cameras concealed in smoke detectors, light fixtures, and air vents. I removed them all, changed my locks, and spent the night at a friend's house. When I returned the next day, I found an envelope had been slipped under my door containing a USB drive. The drive held a single file, a video of what appeared to be an actual dark web red room broadcast, not a simulation. The setting was similar to the videos I'd been translating, but this was clearly real. The victim's fear was palpable, the violence undeniable. At the end of the video, text appeared in all 5 languages I spoke, stating that I was now complicit in their operation. and that my translations had helped them expand their dark web audience to new markets across multiple language barriers. I went to the police immediately. I showed them the cameras I'd found, explained the work I'd been doing, and described the threatening video. They took the report seriously and sent an officer to check my flat for additional surveillance equipment. They found nothing beyond what I'd already discovered, but advised me to stay elsewhere while they investigated. Their investigation revealed that the academic domains used in the emails were spoofed. The payment had come through a series of dark web cryptocurrency exchanges designed to be untraceable. The secure platform I'd been working on had disappeared completely, leaving no digital footprint. They told me this had the hallmarks of a sophisticated dark web criminal operation and suggested I remain vigilant but try to resume normal life. I spent the next few weeks staying with friends, checking for surveillance, and jumping at every unexpected noise. Eventually, with no further contact from the people who had hired me, I began to relax slightly. Perhaps they had moved on, finding another translator who wouldn't question their requests. Then the messages started appearing on my phone. Text messages in different languages, all containing variations of the same theme. They knew where I was, they were watching me, and I had unfinished work to complete. The messages came from different numbers, sometimes in languages I didn't even work with. I changed my number twice, but the messages always found me. About a month after I went to the police, I received a package at my new temporary address, a place only my closest friends knew about. Inside was a high-quality digital camera and a list of instructions in multiple languages. I was to set up the camera at specific angles, test lighting conditions, and prepare for a live translation assignment at a designated time. The instructions emphasized that failure to comply would result in the release of videos showing me viewing and translating material related to criminal activities. I took the package to the police, who added it to their investigation, but warned me that these networks were notoriously difficult to track. They suggested I consider temporarily relocating to a different city while they continued to investigate. I moved to Glasgow, where a university friend had a spare room in her flat. I told no one except my immediate family where I was going. I found work translating mundane corporate documents under a different name. I started to rebuild some semblance of normal life. 3 weeks ago, I noticed someone following me home from the small office where I'd found work, a nondescript man in a dark coat who maintained the same distance behind me for several streets. When I changed direction suddenly, he adjusted his course to match. I lost him by ducking into a department store and leaving through a different exit, but the encounter left me shaken. The following day, I received an email containing a street view photograph of the building where I was staying in Glasgow. The subject line was simply, "Found you," written in all 5 languages I spoke. 2 days later, a courier delivered a package to my workplace. Inside was another digital camera, identical to the one I turned over to the police, and a note explaining that my debut broadcast had been scheduled for the following week. This time, the note included details about my friend's daily routine, my parents' home address, and my sister's workplace. The threat was clear: comply or those close to me would suffer. I'm now in a small bed and breakfast in the Scottish Highlands, using a public computer to write this. I've left my phone, laptop, and all other trackable devices behind. I paid cash for the train ticket and registered under a false name. But I know this is only a temporary solution. The most terrifying realization is that these people don't just want a translator. They want a performer, someone who can communicate with victims and viewers in multiple languages simultaneously, someone who can expand their audience beyond English-speaking viewers. someone who can bring a unique skill to their broadcasts. When I translate materials, I don't just convert words from one language to another. I convey nuance, emotion, cultural context. I make communication feel natural and authentic across language barriers. It's a skill that took years to develop, and now it's being sought after for the most horrific purpose imaginable. The scheduled date for what they're calling my debut broadcast is 3 days from now. I've stopped running because I've realized there's nowhere I can go that they won't eventually find me. These people have resources, connections, and apparently unlimited access to surveillance. They tracked me across 3 cities through name changes and new devices. I've contacted the police again, sharing everything I know about the scheduled broadcast. They've promised to increase patrols near my family's homes and to continue investigating, but they've been frank about the limitations they face with these types of networks. Jurisdiction issues, encryption, anonymizing technology, all create barriers to effective law enforcement action. I keep thinking about how I unwittingly help these people expand their dark web audience. How many translations did I provide that helped them reach new viewers in the hidden corners of the internet? How many people paid in Bitcoin to access content because they could now understand what was being offered? I became part of their dark web operation without realizing it, and now they want to bring me fully into their world. Tonight, the owner of the bed and breakfast knocked on my door to let me know a package had arrived for me. A package addressed to the false name I'm using at a location I selected at random just yesterday. I haven't opened it. It's sitting on the dresser as I write this. I know what it contains. Another camera, another set of instructions, another reminder that they can find me anywhere. The broadcast is scheduled for Saturday night. I'm running out of options and places to hide. I keep hoping the police investigation will yield results before then, but I'm not optimistic. These networks have stayed ahead of law enforcement for years. They wouldn't have survived this long if they were easy to catch. The most disturbing thought is that if they force me to participate, thousands of people in multiple countries will be watching on the dark web. People who have paid in untraceable cryptocurrency for access. People hiding behind anonymous Tor browsers. People who consider this dark web entertainment. And I'll be expected to translate the horror into their native languages, making sure nothing is lost in translation. I never thought my gift for languages would make me valuable to people like this. I never imagined my skills would be sought after for something so horrific on the dark web. But in a perverse way, it makes sense. Expanding markets in the darkest corners of the internet requires breaking down language barriers, even for the most terrible content hidden behind layers of encryption and anonymity. I don't know what I'll do when Saturday comes. I don't know if there's anywhere left to run. I only know that my words have power, and for the first time in my life, that terrifies me. The package on the dresser just moved slightly. I think my time is up. I always thought people who stumbled onto terrible things were careless or unlucky. Now I know better. Sometimes all it takes is one wrong click, one moment of misplaced curiosity. I'm not writing this from my flat in Bristol anymore. I'm in a budget hotel somewhere along the M4, using public Wi-Fi through multiple proxies. Not that it matters. They've proven they can find me regardless of what technical precautions I take. I have approximately 36 hours before the event they've scheduled, before I become the star of my own horror show. My life was ordinary before all this. I worked as a research assistant at a digital crime unit attached to the University of West England. Nothing glamorous, mostly compiling statistics on cyber fraud and organizing case studies for academics to analyze. I was studying for my master's in digital forensics, hoping to eventually work with the Serious Crime Directorate. The irony isn't lost on me. It started 3 months ago when I was gathering data for a paper on digital black markets. My supervisor had the proper clearances, so I had access to archives of seized dark web marketplaces. These were sanitized versions, of course, with the most disturbing content removed. I was only meant to be documenting transaction patterns for illegal goods, counterfeit currency, prescription medications, fraudulent documents, standard stuff, nothing that would give you nightmares. I noticed something odd in the data, transaction patterns that didn't match the documented goods, large cryptocurrency transfers happening at scheduled times with no corresponding product listings, just numbered slots and user accounts, sometimes reaching into the thousands. The records were fragmentary since most had been redacted, but there was a pattern if you knew what to look for. My job was pattern recognition, after all. I made the mistake of asking my supervisor about these anomalies. His reaction was odd, dismissive at first, then strangely concerned. He took my notes, told me to focus on the established parameters of the research, and said he'd look into it. That should have been my first warning. The second came a week later when I found my database. Access had been quietly restricted. Curiosity is a powerful motivator, especially when combined with wounded professional pride. If I'd been sensible, I would have left it alone. Instead, I began using my personal laptop after hours, accessing Tor networks through my home internet. My reasoning was sound. How could I properly study digital black markets if I was only seeing the sanitized version? How could I contribute meaningfully to research if I didn't understand what was being hidden? I wasn't looking for anything horrible. I was looking for answers to academic questions. That's what I told myself. The dark web itself wasn't particularly shocking. Most of it was just forums and marketplaces with clunky interfaces that looked like websites from the early 2000s. What was interesting were the patterns, how users communicated, how trust was established, how transactions were verified. I created a throwaway account to observe these spaces without participating. I never bought anything, never engaged with anyone, just mapped the networks, documented the patterns, convinced myself this was still research. After weeks of observation, I began noticing references to private broadcasts and interactive experiences. These were always accompanied by significant cryptocurrency requirements and complex verification processes. Most users dismissed them as scams or urban legends. The few who claimed to have participated were vague about details, but emphatic about the authenticity of the experience. I might have left it at that if I hadn't received an unexpected email to my university account. The subject line contained a string of numbers that matched one of the transaction patterns I documented. The body contained only a .onion URL and the words, "Observer application pending." I should have reported it immediately, should have forwarded it to my supervisor and university IT security. Instead, I copied the URL to my personal laptop and accessed it that evening from home. Academic curiosity, I told myself. Need to understand the full scope of what I was researching. The site was minimalist. Black background with a simple form requesting verification. I didn't enter anything, just observed. At the bottom was a counter showing 8,731. As I watched, it ticked up to 8,732. Active viewers, I assumed. For what, I wasn't yet sure. I closed the browser and shut down my laptop, suddenly uncomfortable. The next morning, I had another email, this time to my personal account. Same subject line of numbers, But this time the message read, "Observer status approved. Verification waived. Orientation, Tuesday, 2200 hours GMT." I hadn't entered any information, hadn't provided my personal email. The rational explanation was that the university system had been compromised, and someone had connected my research queries to my personal information. I changed all my passwords, ran malware scans, and resolved to report the security breach in the morning. That night, my laptop turned itself on at precisely 10 p.m. The screen showed a loading page, then resolved to a video feed of a room. Concrete walls, harsh lighting, a metal table in the center. The video quality was poor, but clear enough to see that the room was empty except for various implements arranged on the table. In the corner of the screen was that counter again, now showing 12,416 and steadily increasing. A chat window opened on the right side of the screen. Messages scrolled by too quickly to read, but I caught phrases like "waiting for subject" and "bidding opens at acquisition." The terminology was clinical, detached. Then a message appeared, highlighted in red. "New observer identified. Location, Bristol, BS16. Confirmation required." I slammed the laptop shut and unplugged it. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. I considered destroying it right then, but I needed evidence of what I'd seen. Instead, I put it in a drawer and spent the night at a friend's flat, claiming a power outage at mine. In the morning, I went straight to my supervisor's office. He wasn't there. His assistant said he'd taken unexpected leave and wouldn't return for several weeks. I tried explaining the situation to the department head, but without my supervisor to confirm my research parameters, it sounded like I'd been accessing dark websites for personal reasons. I was told to take a week off and that there would be a review of my research activities. When I returned to my flat that evening, my laptop was sitting open on my desk. I'd left it in a drawer. On the screen was an image of me, taken through my own webcam, sleeping in my bed from 2 nights before. Below it was text: "Observer status revoked. Participant status pending approval. Current bids, 23 inches." I grabbed essential documents and left immediately. Checked into a hotel on the outskirts of the city. Used cash. Called in sick to both work and my classes. Used the hotel business center to email my resignation from the research position, citing personal reasons. I spent the next 3 days moving between hotels, trying to understand what was happening. I bought a burner phone, contacted a friend who worked in cybersecurity. He agreed to meet me in a public place, a busy cafe in the city center. I arrived early, chose a table with a view of both entrances. He never showed. Instead, I received a text on my new phone, which I'd given to no one except him. Meeting cancelled. Observer count 31,842. Role reassignment complete. I left my half-finished tea on the table and walked out, fighting panic. In the reflection of a shop window across the street, I noticed someone photographing me with a professional camera. When I turned to look, they were gone. That night, I dreamed of a concrete room and woke to find an envelope had been slid under my hotel room door. Inside was a plastic key card and a note with an address in Cardiff and a time: 2000 hours tomorrow. Transport provided if required. Non-attendance will result in collection. I checked out immediately and took the first train to Edinburgh. Paid cash for another hotel. That afternoon, while walking through Princes Street Gardens, a well-dressed woman sat next to me on a bench. She placed a manila envelope between us and walked away before I could speak. Inside was a printout of my current location, timestamped from 10 minutes earlier, and a revised schedule. Procedure delayed due to travel. New time, 2000 hours, Thursday. View account, 47,103. Premium access sold out. I'm not writing this from Edinburgh. I moved again after that. I've been moving constantly, staying one step ahead, but they always find me. The most terrifying part is that I've never seen the same person twice. Different people leave messages, take photos, deliver reminders. It's as if there's an invisible network of watchers, all connected to whatever this is. I've pieced together what I believe is happening. The Red Rooms aren't urban legends. They're real, but not in the way most people imagine. They're not hosted on shadowy servers by mysterious organizations. They're crowdsourced horror, orchestrated through distributed networks of participants who are both observers and facilitators. Regular people who participate in the surveillance, the planning, the execution, each doing one small part, none having to bear the full moral weight of what they're contributing to. The broadcasts are carefully planned events where someone transitions from observer to subject. Sometimes it's punishment for breaking rules. Sometimes it's random selection. Sometimes it's based on viewer voting. I don't know which category I fall into. Yesterday, I received a final notification, not through email or text, but written on my bathroom mirror when I returned from getting breakfast. Broadcast scheduled. Participants en route. View account, 58,904. I left immediately, bringing only what I could carry in my pockets. No phone, no laptop, nothing that could be tracked. Yet somehow, they keep finding me. I've switched hotels twice since then. Each time I find evidence that they've been in my room. Small things moved, messages left, a countdown to my scheduled broadcast. I've considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'm being hunted by an invisible network of people coordinating through the dark web? That thousands of people are waiting to watch whatever happens to me at 8 p.m. tomorrow? I have no evidence except the messages, which could easily have been self-manufactured. No witnesses. No credibility after resigning from my research position under suspicious circumstances. This morning, I found a key card in my coat pocket that I never put there. It matches the one from the envelope days ago. There was also a business card for a taxi company and a time. I think about the concrete room, the metal table, the implements. I think about the 58,904 people waiting to watch. I wonder how many of them I've passed on the street, sat next to on trains. How many hotel clerks, baristas, shop assistants are part of this network? Are they paid to participate, or do they do it for entertainment, for the thrill of being part of something secret and terrible? I keep thinking about the pattern I first noticed in those transaction records, the numbered slots, the user counts. Was I documenting my own future without realizing it? The most disturbing realization is that this system relies on ordinary people choosing to participate. Each person does one small thing, takes a photo, delivers a message, leaves a key card. None of them has to consider themselves responsible for the ultimate outcome. They're just following instructions from an app or a message board, earning cryptocurrency or credits or whatever motivates them. The horror is in the mundanity of it. I'm writing this now as a warning. I don't know if I'll be able to avoid what's scheduled for tomorrow night. I don't know if this invisible network can be evaded indefinitely. They seem to anticipate every move, have access to every system. If you're reading this and you've been researching similar topics, stop now. If you've received unexpected messages about observer status or seen unexplained counters on websites you've visited, you're already in the system. If strangers seem to know things about you they shouldn't, if you feel watched, if small objects in your home are moved when you return, Run. Keep running. Trust no one. I have to move again now. The hotel clerk just called to tell me there's a package waiting at reception. I didn't order anything. Didn't tell anyone where I am. The countdown shows 26 hours remaining, almost 60,000 people waiting, and somewhere, a concrete room is being prepared. The screen's blue light casts an artificial glow across my face as I hunch over my laptop in the darkness of my London flat. 3 a.m, and only the hum of my computer fan and occasional passing car break the silence. My fingers navigate through layers of encryption with practiced precision. The Tor browser bounces my signal across worldwide servers, wrapping me in digital anonymity. A notification pings from another tab, my banking app. Insufficient funds for an automatic payment. Again. 6 months ago, I was a mid-level IT specialist at Global Tech Marketing in Manchester. My days consisted of troubleshooting printer issues and resetting forgotten passwords for marketing executives who viewed tech support as digital janitors. Then came the redundancies. Economic downturn, budget cuts, restructuring, corporate buzzwords that translated to one reality. I was expendable. The first month of unemployment wasn't unbearable. I had savings, not substantial, but enough to maintain a semblance of normalcy while I hunted for new opportunities. But as weeks stretched into months and rejection emails multiplied, my bank account dwindled alongside my sense of security. My modest flat in Dunstable transformed from sanctuary to overpriced cage, with rent consuming what little remained of my financial cushion. Last week, a pipe burst in my bathroom. The landlord took 3 days to send someone. The plumber left muddy footprints across my carpet and a bill for £180, an emergency call-out fee, not covered by the property management. That was the final straw that broke my financial back, pushing my account into overdraft territory I couldn't escape. The online forum started as mere distraction from mounting bills. Forums where anonymous users shared stories of systemic collapse, of corporate betrayal, of individuals forced to create their own safety nets when traditional ones failed them. Initially, I viewed them with skeptical detachment, digital venting spaces for the disaffected, but their voices began to resonate, talking of systems designed to fail people like me, of self-reliance in a world of broken promises, of protection against worst-case scenarios that loomed ever closer. I discovered the forum thread after my 4th job rejection in a single day. When the system fails you, create your own security. Hundreds of comments from people sharing similar stories of economic freefall. Their solutions range from cryptocurrency investments to underground bartering systems to, more disturbingly, methods of personal protection outside legal frameworks. One comment caught my attention, linking to additional resources for serious researchers only. I clicked, expecting another forum. Instead, I found detailed instructions for accessing certain marketplaces on the dark web. The comment promised nothing, suggested nothing, but the implication was clear. When conventional options fail, unconventional ones await. For 2 weeks, I merely observed. Learned. I told myself it was academic curiosity, nothing more. Just another IT professional exploring the architecture of internet underspaces. I convinced myself I was maintaining professional knowledge, not preparing, not considering, just learning, until tonight. The dark web marketplace glows on my screen, its rudimentary interface masking sophisticated security. I'd researched for weeks before attempting access, learning about cryptocurrency transactions, PGP encryption, and unwritten rules of these shadowy corners of the internet. My cursor moves methodically through categories: drugs, counterfeit documents, hacked accounts, stolen data. I navigate past them directly to hardware, a thin euphemism for weapons. Something flickers at my window, a reflection or shadow movement. I freeze, heart suddenly racing. After 30 seconds of paralyzed vigilance, I identify the source. Just the neighbor's security light, triggering from a passing cat. The momentary panic embarrasses me, but also reinforces my purpose. This growing fear, this constant vigilance, this is precisely why I'm here. I've never owned a gun, never fired one outside a controlled range during a stag do years ago. British firearms laws had always been a distant concept, irrelevant to my daily existence, but desperation rewrites principles with remarkable efficiency. Just insurance, I tell myself. Just control in an uncontrollable life. I select a Glock 19 from a highly rated vendor, gently used. Serial number removed. The Bitcoin price equals nearly £3,000. 2 months of my remaining savings, but safety transcends price tags. The vendor's profile shows hundreds of satisfied customers, with comments alluding to smooth transactions and quality merchandise. Their response time averages under 3 hours. Their rating, perfect 5 stars across 127 transactions. Too perfect. I hesitate, cursor hovering over the contact vendor button. In legitimate marketplaces, perfect ratings trigger suspicion. Inevitable dissatisfied customers, occasional misunderstandings, shipping damages. Perfection suggests manipulation. But here I am, considering an illegal purchase from an anonymous vendor with suspiciously perfect feedback. Desperation truly is the enemy of critical thinking. A sudden power fluctuation causes my lights to dim momentarily. Another sign? A warning from the universe? Or just the aging electrical infrastructure of my building succumbing to overnight power demands? The moment passes, but leaves residual unease like static electricity on skin. I complete the encrypted form and arrange the dead drop delivery through the complex system the vendor outlines. Transaction finished. I close my laptop. A strange chill spreads through my chest, replacing the momentary surge of purpose. I've stepped beyond a boundary I never thought I'd cross. The vendor's instructions are to wait for confirmation, anywhere from hours to days. Sleep becomes a luxury. I check my encrypted email constantly, twitching at every notification. My mind conjures worst-case scenarios: police at my door, bank accounts frozen, imprisonment. The irony doesn't escape me. Seeking security has made me more paranoid than ever. At work the following day, a temporary data entry position paying barely above minimum wage, I nearly jump out of my skin when the office security guard greets me in the lobby. His casual morning sounds accusatory to my guilty conscience. I mumble a response and hurry to my windowless cubicle, where I spend the day mechanically inputting figures while compulsively checking my phone under the desk. When confirmation finally arrives 3 days later, its brevity chills me. 2 days later, detailed instructions appear. The exchange location: an abandoned industrial area outside Dunstable. Coordinates: time, 2 a.m. tomorrow. And warnings that deviating from protocol means cancellation without refund. Cash only, come alone. Follow specific routes to avoid CCTV cameras. Something about the precise nature of these arrangements triggers my first real unease. The vendor specified a meeting point that maximizes isolation. Strange for someone merely selling merchandise. A stray thought surfaces. What if the product isn't what's being valued in this transaction? I dismiss the paranoia, just nerves from crossing into illegality. That evening, I withdraw cash from scattered ATMs across town, never taking enough from any single machine to trigger reporting requirements. After the third withdrawal, my card declines. Insufficient funds. I'd miscalculated. The recent overdraft fees had reduced my available balance. Panic rises as I mentally recalculate. I'm £320 short. I return to my flat and desperately search for valuables. My watch, a gift from my father, might fetch enough at a pawn shop. I have exactly 90 minutes before shops close. The race against time leaves me sweating as I rush across town, only to receive an offer of only £280. Desperate haggling increases it to £300, still short. I empty my wallet of emergency cash, count out coins from the jar in my kitchen, and scrape together the final amount by selling my rarely used tablet to a cash converter shop just before closing. The clerk eyes me suspiciously as I anxiously check the time. His deliberate slowness in processing the transaction feels pointed, accusatory. Back at my flat, I purchase a prepaid phone, black clothing, and gloves from unfamiliar shops. Each action minimizes my digital trail. Following advice from the forums that guided me here, the prepaid phone, a basic model requiring no identification, feels alien in my hand compared to my regular smartphone. Its primitive interface reminds me of devices from a decade ago. Functional but stripped down, anonymous, disposable, like I'm becoming. As I lay out these items on my bed, doubt resurfaces. The arrangement feels overtly clandestine, even for an illegal weapons purchase. The vendor's rating was perfect, suspiciously so. 5 stars across dozens of transactions, without a single complaint or issue. In legitimate marketplaces, such perfection raises red flags about fake reviews. Why had I dismissed this in a space where deception carries far deadlier stakes? My phone buzzes. My landlord threatening eviction next week if rent remains unpaid. The hesitation dissolves. This is survival. This is reclaiming control. Even if the situation feels wrong, the alternative, homelessness, complete financial ruin, seems worse. I try to sleep before the night's activities, but achieve only fragmented consciousness, jerking awake from micro-dreams where police sirens wail or shadowy figures surround my bed. Each time, I check the clock. 10:47 p.m., 11:23 p.m., 12:05 a.m. The minutes crawl with excruciating slowness until it's time to prepare. The night of the exchange arrives with a sudden drop in temperature, unseasonably cold for September. I dress in black, hide the cash in my jacket's inner pocket, and slip the prepaid phone into my jeans. I leave my regular phone behind and take precautions the forums recommended, exiting through the rear door, following a winding path to a distant bus stop, paying fare with cash. On the night bus, only 3 other passengers ride. An elderly man who appears homeless, clutching a plastic bag of possessions. A young woman with headphones staring blankly out the window. And a middle-aged man in work clothes, likely finishing a late shift. Do any of them notice me? Do any of them care about my destination or purpose? The young woman briefly makes eye contact, then returns to her window vigil. The momentary connection sends a jolt of paranoia through me. Does she know? Could she possibly suspect? Dunstable's nighttime transformation renders familiar landmarks alien and threatening. The bus carries me to the industrial district's edge, where abandoned factories loom like fossilized behemoths against the moonlit sky. As I step off the bus, my footsteps echo against concrete with unsettling clarity in the stillness. The bus pulls away, its taillights diminishing into the distance. taking with them my last connection to civilization. I am truly alone now. Or am I? A fox darts across the road ahead, freezing momentarily in my sight line before vanishing into shadows. Its sudden appearance and disappearance leaves me unnerved, heart pounding against my ribs like it might break through. I check coordinates on the prepaid phone before venturing deeper into the derelict labyrinth. Without streetlights, I use the phone's flashlight in brief bursts that compromise my night vision and heighten my unease. Each shadow-cast building could conceal watchers. Each broken window might frame observing eyes. The isolation that earlier seemed like security protocol now feels like strategic vulnerability. A sudden noise, metal scraping against concrete, freezes me mid-step. I extinguish my light and press against a wall, listening intently. Seconds stretch into a full minute of silence. Just the wind-moving debris, or something else. When no further sound follows, I proceed, but with heightened vigilance that borders on paranoia. The designated meeting point appears, a loading dock behind a former furniture factory. Rust consumes the metal railings while weeds reclaim the concrete through stubborn cracks. I arrive at 1:47 a.m. Early, but caution outweighs courtesy in these circumstances. Positioning myself in shadows beside the loading dock, I secure clear sight lines to all approaches. The night air carries distant rain and industrial decay. A metallic taste coats my tongue. Fear made physical. I suppress the urge to check the time again, knowing the screen's glow could reveal my position. Minutes pass with excruciating slowness. Each sound, distant traffic, the creaking of abandoned structures settling, the scurrying of urban wildlife triggers fresh adrenaline surges. My muscles ache from sustained tension, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. At 1:58, a notification chimes softly from my prepaid phone. The message redirects me to new coordinates, a location nearly half a mile east. My throat constricts as though invisible hands tightened around it. This wasn't in the protocol. The vendor had been explicit about adherence to original instructions, warning that deviation would result in transaction cancellation. A legitimate change would come through the same encrypted channel as our previous communications. I silence the phone and remain motionless. Either someone is attempting to redirect me, or the vendor has broken their own security practices. Neither option comforts. I consider abandoning the transaction entirely, writing off the lost Bitcoin as tuition in a harsh lesson about digital underworlds. Exactly 2 a.m., according to my watch. The vendor should appear within minutes. I scan the darkness, searching for movement, for the approaching silhouette of my contact. Nothing. The seconds tick by. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. The lengthening absence confirms my suspicion. Something has gone wrong. At precisely 2:03, movement catches my eye. A lone figure emerges between distant buildings, approaching with deliberate, measured steps. They move with unsettling confidence, not the cautious manner of someone conducting illegal business, but the assured stride of someone navigating familiar territory. Something in that walk, too controlled, too precise, sends a warning pulse through my nerves. The figure stops 20 feet from the loading dock, head tilting mechanically as they scan the area. Their face remains hidden beneath a hooded jacket, but their posture screams predator, not merchant. My instinct screams to run, but I remain frozen in shadow. The figure reaches into their pocket, withdrawing not a package, but a small device that emits a faint glow. They consult it, then turn deliberately toward my hiding spot with unnatural precision. The notification on my phone suddenly makes terrible sense. Not a competing buyer trying to divert me, but a hunter attempting to flush out prey. Perhaps even a tactic they've refined through repetition. Send unexpected instructions. Observe which hiding spots suddenly produce movement as nervous buyers check their phones. My suspicion solidifies when the figure speaks into what must be a communication device. Though too distant to hear the words, the gesture itself reveals everything. I'm not dealing with a lone seller, but an organized operation. I slide deeper into shadow, weighing impossible options. The loading dock offers no exit except past this figure. Behind me stands the facility's sealed entrance, secured with ancient chains and padlocks. The surrounding area provides no cover for a sprint to safety, only open ground where I'd be immediately spotted. A small rock dislodges from somewhere above me, clattering loudly against the loading dock's metal surface. I freeze, barely breathing, as the figure's head snaps toward the sound, toward me. Had I disturbed it unknowingly, or was this incredibly bad luck? The figure advances toward the loading dock with unnerving directness. No hesitation, no searching. They know exactly where I am. I turn to the chain doors, my only chance. The padlock is substantial, but the hasp securing it to the door has corroded over decades of neglect. I brace against the door frame and pull the chain with desperate strength. Metal groans but holds. The approaching footsteps quicken. I yank again, throwing my full weight backward. The hasp tears partially from rotted wood with a betraying screech. One final pull breaks it free. The chains slither through the handles as I slip inside, a beam of light slicing through the space I occupied seconds before. The abandoned factory's interior stretches before me, a cathedral of shadows. Moonlight filtering through broken windows reveals a vast production floor littered with debris, fallen ceiling tiles, shattered glass, remnants of human occupation. The air thickens with dust and decay, carrying the musty scent of forgotten places. My lungs protest with the urge to cough, but survival instinct suppresses the reflex. I navigate primarily by touch, putting distance between myself and the entrance. Behind me, chains rattle as my pursuer discovers my escape route. They'll follow within seconds. I need to find hiding space or another exit. My shoe connects with something solid, sending it skittering across the concrete with a betraying clatter. I freeze, listening. The entrance door creaks open. They're inside. The factory floor transitions to administrative areas, smaller rooms containing skeletal office furniture. I duck into a former manager's office with walls intact but no door. Not a hiding place, but a moment to regroup and plan. A beam of light sweeps the main floor as my pursuer enters. Their methodical movements suggest professional training or experience. No wasted motion, no hesitation. The beam pauses, then divides into 3 separate lights. Not one hunter, 3. Ice forms in my stomach. The entire transaction, the vendor profile, the gun listing, the positive reviews. All elaborate fiction designed to lure desperate people to isolated locations. But why? Robbery seems too mundane for this level of preparation. Something else drives these predators. I crouch behind a decaying desk as a light beam sweeps across the office doorway. It lingers suspiciously before continuing. They know I'm nearby. Time is evaporating. A spider descends from the ceiling directly in front of my face. I flinch involuntarily, nearly losing balance and knocking over a rusted metal bin. The near miss leaves me trembling. Even the smallest sound could now prove fatal. My eyes, adjusted to darkness, spot a ceiling access panel above. My only chance. I wait until the searching beams focus elsewhere before silently pushing the desk beneath the panel. The furniture protests with a groan. but the hunters don't immediately respond. I climb atop the desk and push against the panel. Years of undisturbed grime seal it, until it suddenly gives way. I pull myself into the crawl space just as light floods the office again. The space above the ceiling is claustrophobic and dust-filled. Each breath threatens to trigger a cough that would immediately reveal my position. I lie flat across ceiling joists, knowing the ancient tiles between them wouldn't support my weight. Below, slivers of light pierce through cracks as hunters conduct a thorough search. A persistent tickle builds in my throat, dust particles irritating sensitive tissue. I press my sleeve against my mouth, fighting the urge to cough with every fiber of my being. The pressure builds, eyes watering, chest constricting. I inch forward along the joists away from the office. The crawl space extends across several rooms until reaching the open expanse above the main factory floor. No continuing without dropping down, directly into the hunting ground. A crash echoes from the office where I entered the ceiling. They found my route. Worse, the impact destabilizes the already precarious structure. A tremor runs through the joist beneath me as dust rains downward. Stealth no longer matters, only speed. I identify a momentarily clear area below and push downward with all my strength. The ceiling disintegrates and I plummet through cascading debris. I land hard, pain shooting through my ankle. The crash creates momentary confusion as hunters converge on the collapsing ceiling. For the first time, they break silence. Sharp commands cutting through dust clouds. The voices hold no accent, just clinical efficiency in deploying resources to recapture their prey. My ankle throbs, possibly sprained, definitely damaged. Each step sends fresh waves of pain, but adrenaline pushes me forward. I limp toward a stairwell leading upward. Higher ground seems counterintuitive for escape, but they'll expect me to flee toward ground-level exits. The unpredictable path might buy precious seconds. The stairs protest beneath my weight as I ascend. Behind me, light beams become frantic in their search patterns. They've temporarily lost my trail, but won't remain confused long. Halfway up, a stair gives way beneath my foot. I pitch forward, barely catching myself on the railing. The rotted wood crumbles in my grasp. For a sickening moment, I'm suspended in space, certain I'll fall. Somehow, miraculously, my other hand finds purchase on a more solid section. I pull myself upward, heart thundering so loudly, I'm certain they must hear it echoing through the building. The second floor contains rows of empty shelving creating a maze-like structure. I navigate through them, seeking windows or roof access, while my injured ankle threatens collapse with each step. Blood pulses against my temples with such intensity, I fear they might hear it too. A sudden noise from the stairwell. Footsteps, multiple sets, ascending with deliberate caution. They found my trail again. Time evaporates like morning dew in summer heat. Moonlight spills through a broken window at the storage area's far end. Looking out reveals a partially collapsed roof section below the window. Then a 20-foot drop to the ground. Not ideal, but approaching footsteps on the stairs eliminate alternatives. I ease through the broken window onto the unstable roof section, which immediately protests under my weight. Below, discarded pallets and construction debris offer a marginally better landing than bare concrete. A flashlight beam sweeps across the storage area behind me as the roof section begins collapsing. I push off, directing my descent toward the debris pile. The impact drives air from my lungs and sends fresh pain through my ankle, but miraculously leaves me conscious and mobile. Splintered wood tears my palms as I stagger upright. I hear the roof section crash completely as I push away from the wall, forcing my damaged body into a stumbling run. The industrial complex forms a maze of derelict buildings, all potential hiding places, all potential traps. I have no plan beyond creating distance, hoping that my pursuer's determination has limits. A distant engine sounds, a vehicle approaching. Relief floods me momentarily. Civilization, witnesses, safety. But the engine cuts abruptly, followed by car doors closing with muffled precision. Not random passers-by, reinforcements. A metallic click stops me, the unmistakable sound of a round being chambered. A silhouette detaches from the shadow of a dumpster ahead. My stomach drops through ice. How had they gotten before me? I pivot only to see a second figure emerging between buildings to my left. They've herded me, using my panic against me, driving me along a predictable path while closing their net. My remaining option is a narrow alley between two warehouses. I lunge toward it despite my screaming ankle. The alley is dark and obstacle-strewn, but navigable. Behind me, I hear my pursuers control pace, unhurried. They know the alley is a dead end. Halfway down the passage, my foot catches on something, a discarded pipe or bar. I stumble, catching myself against the rough brick wall. Skin tears from my palms, adding fresh pain to my inventory of injuries. I push onward, desperation mounting with each step. After 30 yards, a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire halts my escape. Too high to climb, especially injured. I turn, back against the fence, facing my approaching hunters. Their flashlights switch off, but ambient light from distant street lamps reveals their steady advance. The lead figure stops 10 feet away, close enough to see his face beneath the hood. Young, ordinary looking, except for eyes empty of empathy or emotion. Clinical eyes that observe suffering with scientific detachment. He raises something that reflects dully in the dim light. A smartphone. On its screen, my photograph, taken from social media I'd deleted months ago. Beside it, information I'd believed private. My Dunstable address, employment history, bank account activity showing my deepening financial crisis, the precise amount of my overdraft, the exact figure in my savings account before redundancy, the monthly utility cost for my flat. The gun was never real. It was bait, selected based on digital breadcrumbs revealing my desperation. Everything, from forum posts resonating with my fears to the vendor's high rating, was crafted to lead me here, to this alley, to this moment. Understanding freezes my blood more effectively than fear. I wasn't randomly selected. I was profiled, studied, and targeted with the precision of commercial algorithms that determine which advertisements we see online. Except this campaign's conversion goal wasn't purchase, but capture. The young man pockets the phone and withdraws a real gun from his jacket. Behind him, the second hunter raises what I now recognize as a camera, its recording light blinking steadily. The third blocks any slim hope of escape. The details of my financial life appear on a device screen. My monthly internet costs, my VPN subscription fee, the precise amounts withdrawn from cash machines across Dunstable over the past week. They've catalogued my desperation in sterile spreadsheet format, treating my gradual economic collapse as clinical data points. They hadn't just tracked my digital movements. They'd invaded every aspect of my digital life. The leader aims at my chest with mechanical precision. The camera adjusts position slightly, framing the scene with professional detachment. This isn't just execution, it's production. Another device appears displaying video footage. A man trapped exactly as I am now, backed against a fence. Comprehension dawning across his features. The timestamp shows last month's date. The footage ends with a muzzle flash. I straighten against the fence. In my final clarity, I understand my fatal error. I hadn't sought a weapon. I'd unknowingly auditioned for a role. Every digital breadcrumb I'd dropped had marked me not as consumer, but as commodity. Not customer, but content. My desperation wasn't vulnerability to be exploited. It was the precise quality they'd been hunting. A distant siren wails, police or ambulance, impossible to determine. For a fleeting moment, hope flickers, but the hunters don't even glance toward the sound. They know response times to this abandoned district. They've calculated their window precisely. The gun barrel aligns with my chest. I close my eyes, refusing to give them the satisfaction of capturing my fear. In the darkness behind my eyelids, I hear the soft exhalation of the leader's breath as his finger tightens on the trigger. The gunshot echoes through the Dunstable industrial wasteland, transforming from a single report into a cacophony that seems endless. The bullet tears through me, and as consciousness fades, my final thought is of my laptop, still glowing in my empty flat, the digital gravestone I carved with my own desperate keystrokes. The hunters pack their equipment with practiced efficiency. They've captured what they came for, another episode in their macabre series. The footage will be edited, enhanced, distributed to subscribers who pay premium rates for authentic content. My death will be categorized, tagged, and monetized. British male, 34, IT professional, financial distress, Dunstable location. In the digital marketplace where I thought I was the customer, I was always the product. My body grows cold in the alley, while somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, a vendor account updates its perfect rating statistics, maintaining immaculate credibility to lure the next desperate soul seeking security in an insecure world. My story becomes data, content, entertainment, another digital artifact in an endless archive of human vulnerability exploited for profit and pleasure. The cycle continues, invisible to those who haven't yet reached the level of desperation, where safeguards and skepticism crumble before basic survival needs. The hunters disappear into the night, leaving nothing but cooling blood and a cautionary tale that will never be told. By morning, my body will be gone, erased as thoroughly as my digital footprint will be sanitized. No connection between the unemployed IT specialist and the content newly available in exclusive subscription-only forums. The marketplace listing remains active. The Glock 19 still displays as available, its perfect reviews enticing the next desperate soul who believes they're purchasing security rather than auditioning for annihilation. The digital hunt continues, endless and invisible, harvesting those who have fallen through society's cracks into a shadow economy where they are no longer consumers, just consumables. 2 days later, an email arrives in my former manager's inbox. A job application for a position similar to mine from someone whose employment history, financial situation, and recent online behaviors fit a familiar profile. The cycle begins anew. Another target identified, another hunt initiated. In the darkest corners of the internet, where desperation meets opportunity, the predators continue to feed, invisible to all but their carefully selected prey. The link had been sitting in my inbox for 3 days before I opened it, mostly because I get so many random messages from anonymous users that I've learned to ignore most of them until I'm properly bored. I was 22 and working in the stockroom at a Sainsbury's in Preston, spending 8 hours a day moving boxes around and trying not to think too much about how this wasn't exactly where I'd imagined myself ending up after college. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the work was mind-numbing in ways that made every shift feel like it lasted twice as long as it actually did. Most of my mental stimulation came from browsing message boards during breaks and lunch, anonymous forums where people shared interesting content, discussed topics that were too controversial for mainstream social media, posted things they'd discovered in the darker corners of the internet. I wasn't looking for anything particularly extreme, just wanted to read something more engaging than the usual social media nonsense that everyone else seemed satisfied with. Real discussions about real topics by people who weren't trying to maintain personal brands or worry about what their employers might think. The message boards I frequented attracted people who'd been banned from regular platforms or preferred not to use their real names when discussing sensitive subjects. Not necessarily criminals or extremists, just individuals who valued privacy and authentic conversation over performative social interaction. One board I visited regularly had a section for sharing unusual content that people had discovered during their online wanderings. Leaked documents, underground media, historical footage that had been suppressed or forgotten. The sort of material that demonstrated there was always more happening in the world than mainstream news sources bothered to report. The link had come through a private message from a stranger who claimed to have found something that would interest anyone serious about documenting authentic, extreme content. They'd noticed my posts in discussions about banned media and thought I might appreciate access to material that most people would never encounter. I'd received similar messages before from people wanting to share shocking videos or disturbing images they'd found somewhere online. Most turned out to be obviously fake content or things I'd already seen posted elsewhere. But the stranger's message was different, more measured, more focused on the documentary value of what they were offering rather than its shock potential. They explained that the link led to a streaming site that hosted live content from various hidden locations. Not recorded material, but real-time feeds showing events as they happened. The sort of authentic documentation that serious researchers valued for its immediacy and unfiltered nature. I should have been more suspicious about why someone would share access to exclusive streaming content with a random person from a message board. But I was curious, and my job gave me plenty of time to explore whatever caught my interest without worrying about productivity or professional consequences. The link led to a site with a basic interface showing multiple video feeds from different locations. Most were static or showed empty rooms, but a few had obvious activity suggesting they were genuinely live rather than pre-recorded loops. The video quality was better than I'd expected for streaming content, and the feeds updated regularly in ways that confirmed they were showing real-time events rather than edited footage. Professional equipment and reliable internet connections rather than amateur recordings from phone cameras. One feed showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space with someone restrained in the center of the frame. The timestamp indicated it was happening live, and occasionally I could see movement that confirmed the person was conscious and aware of their situation. I watched for about 20 minutes during my lunch break, telling myself I was documenting whether this type of content actually existed, rather than just consuming it for entertainment. The academic approach that people on the message boards always claim to take when discussing extreme material. Around the edges of the video feed, I could see interface elements that suggested this was part of a larger streaming platform. Chat functions, viewer counters, menu options that implied there were additional feeds available to people with appropriate access levels. The chat showed comments from maybe 30 other viewers discussing what they were seeing with the clinical detachment of people analyzing documentary footage. No obvious excitement about violence, just matter-of-fact observations about technical aspects of the setup. What made me pay closer attention was a detail in the background of the main feed. On the wall behind the restrained figure was a poster that looked familiar, a local council notice about planning applications that I'd seen around Preston. The format and official logos were definitely from Preston City Council, the sort of bureaucratic signage you see in public buildings and commercial properties throughout the area, which suggested this feed was showing events happening locally rather than in some distant foreign location. Over the next few days, I found myself checking the streaming site regularly to see if the feeds had changed or if new content was available. The interface seemed to update on an irregular schedule, with different rooms becoming active at different times. Most of the locations looked similar: basement or garage spaces with concrete walls and industrial lighting, but the background details varied enough to suggest they were different physical locations rather than the same room filmed from different angles. I started paying attention to these background details, looking for clues about where the feeds might be originating. Council notices, business signage, architectural features that might indicate specific geographic areas. Several feeds showed details that suggested UK locations, electrical fittings, building materials, even glimpses of packaging that looked typically British. But one feed in particular kept showing elements that seemed specifically local to the Preston area. Not just the council poster, but other details that I recognized from around town. A particular type of street lighting visible through a small window, road markings that matched local standards, even background sounds that seemed consistent with urban Lancashire rather than anywhere foreign. The possibility that live violent content was being streamed from locations near where I lived and worked made everything feel more immediate and disturbing. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in the Sainsbury's stockroom. I started researching whether there had been any local missing person reports that might correspond to people I'd seen in the feeds. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in an area the size of Preston. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person had last been seen in an area I knew well. They disappeared after leaving work at a retail park about 10 minutes from where I worked, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. The timing roughly corresponded to when I'd first started accessing the streaming site, and the physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the feeds. The connection was too vague to be certain, but disturbing enough to make me wonder if other viewers had noticed similar patterns. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Supermarket worker claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while browsing anonymous message boards during lunch breaks. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world missing person cases. I'd been accessing their site regularly for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. The stranger had warned me that accessing hidden streaming content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. About a month after first accessing the streaming site, I received another message from the stranger asking whether I'd found the content educational and if I was interested in additional material that wasn't available to general viewers. Their tone was friendly but felt more personal than our previous communication. as if they knew something about my response to the content that they hadn't mentioned before, or had been monitoring my viewing patterns more closely than I'd realized. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain access while expressing some reservations about the content. Their response came back within hours, which suggested they'd been online waiting for my reply, rather than just checking messages occasionally. They said they understood my concerns, but reminded me that serious documentation sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. They offered to provide access to additional feeds that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of how such content was created and distributed. Something about the way they phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my continued viewing was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing content that was clearly illegal and potentially connected to local criminal activity. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or lack of appreciation for the exclusive access I'd been granted. The next day at work, I noticed someone I didn't recognize hanging around the car park during my lunch break. Nothing obviously suspicious, just someone who seemed to be waiting for something or observing the area more carefully than you'd expect from casual visitors. They were positioned where they could see the staff entrance but weren't obviously watching it. The sort of surveillance that would be easy to dismiss as coincidence unless you were already paranoid about being monitored. I mentioned it to one of my colleagues, who said they'd noticed the same person on previous days but assumed they were waiting for someone or had legitimate business in the area. The sort of explanation that made perfect sense unless you had reasons to be concerned about unwanted attention. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post-delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds outside my door that could have been coincidence but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking from my flat to the bus stop, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything obviously suspicious. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Interesting viewing habits. No signature, no return address. Just those 3 words that made it obvious someone knew about my access to the streaming site and had been monitoring my activities as a result. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger in the supermarket felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I stopped accessing the streaming site and tried to focus on normal work and social activities. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd seen, or the fear that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than casual browsing of extreme content. The person I'd noticed in the car park disappeared around the same time I stopped visiting the site. Either they'd found what they were looking for, or whoever was behind the surveillance had decided I was no longer worth monitoring. But I still think about those feeds, and the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as if it were documentary footage rather than live criminal activity. How many other people might be accessing similar content without understanding the risks involved in connecting it to real-world events? And I think about the stranger, and whether they were genuinely sharing interesting content with fellow researchers or deliberately drawing people into situations they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if receiving that link was as random as it seemed, or if someone had been monitoring the message boards long enough to identify people who might be curious about extreme content, but naive about the consequences of accessing it. The link is still in my message history, though I've never tried to access it again. Sometimes I'm tempted to see if the site is still active, if the same feeds are running, if other people are still watching and commenting as if real violence were just another form of online entertainment. But mostly, I try to pretend I never saw it, never accessed those feeds, never connected what I was watching to missing people from my own area. Because acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that some of the most disturbing content online isn't created in distant countries by foreign criminals, but by people who might live in the same town, shop in the same places, walk the same streets as everyone else. The person sitting next to you on the bus this morning might have spent last night watching someone die for entertainment. Your neighbor, your colleague, maybe even someone in your own family could be part of a network that treats human suffering like a pay-per-view sporting event. You think I'm being dramatic, talking about urban legends and internet folklore, but I've seen the application forms. I know how they recruit people, because I filled one out myself. It started when I was unemployed and desperate. 6 months out of university with a degree in psychology and no prospects beyond 0-hour contracts at call centers. My student loan was hanging over me like a sword. Rent was due, and my parents kept asking when I was going to get a proper job. The kind of desperation that makes you consider things you'd normally never touch. I was browsing job sites when I found the posting. It wasn't on the usual platforms, not Indeed or Reed or any of the mainstream ones. This was on a forum I'd stumbled across while looking for freelance work, the kind of place where people advertise cash-in-hand jobs that don't ask too many questions about your employment history. The post was vague but intriguing. Remote work, flexible hours, good pay for the right candidate. It mentioned psychological assessment and evaluation work, which seemed perfect for someone with my background. The pay was mentioned as being well above average, around £40 an hour for part-time work. For someone living on beans on toast and instant noodles, it sounded too good to be true. The application process was unusual. Instead of a CV and cover letter, they wanted you to fill out what they called a psychological profile assessment. Questions about your tolerance for disturbing content, your ability to remain objective in stressful situations, your views on personal privacy and consent. They asked about your internet usage, whether you'd ever access the dark web, how comfortable you were with cryptocurrency transactions. I should have been suspicious, but I was broke and desperate. I answered honestly about most things, maybe embellished my experience with difficult psychological cases from my university placements. The questions about disturbing content I assumed were standard for psychology work. You often have to deal with traumatic material when working with victims of abuse or violence. They got back to me within days, which was faster than any legitimate employer I'd contacted. The response came from an encrypted email service I'd never heard of. with instructions to download a specific browser and access a website through something called the Tor network. They explained this was for security purposes, to protect client confidentiality and ensure the privacy of sensitive psychological assessments. The website looked professional enough. Clean design, corporate language about psychological services and remote consultation work. There was information about their client base, wealthy individuals seeking discreet psychological profiling of people in their lives, ex-partners, business rivals, employees they suspected of disloyalty. The kind of grey area work that exists in the spaces between legal and illegal. My job, they explained, would be to observe individuals through various means and provide psychological assessments of their behavior, mental state, and likely responses to different situations. The pay was excellent because the work required complete discretion and a strong stomach for morally ambiguous situations. The first assignment seemed straightforward enough. I was given access to what they called an observation session, essentially a live video feed of someone's home. A woman in her 30s, living alone in what looked like a converted flat in London. The feed showed multiple angles of her living space, apparently from hidden cameras that had been installed without her knowledge. My job was to observe her routine over the course of a week and write a detailed psychological profile. Her habits, her emotional responses to different situations, her vulnerabilities and strengths. They were particularly interested in how she might react to unexpected stress or threatening situations. The money was deposited into my account within hours of accepting the assignment. Real money, more than I'd seen in months. Enough to pay rent, buy proper food, maybe even start paying down some of my student debt. All for what seemed like glorified people watching. The woman's routine was mundane. She worked from home, had video calls with colleagues, ate meals while watching Netflix, went to bed around 11 each night. I took notes on her behavior, her apparent emotional state, the way she responded to work stress or personal phone calls. It felt invasive, but I told myself this was just advanced market research or corporate intelligence gathering. After a week, I submitted my report and received payment immediately. The feedback was positive, and they offered me another assignment. This time the pay was higher, the observation period longer. I was building a reputation within their system, proving myself reliable and thorough. The assignments gradually became more intensive. Instead of just observing people in their homes, I was given access to feeds from multiple locations. Someone's workplace, their gym, their regular cafe. The psychological profiles became more detailed, focusing on specific vulnerabilities and potential breaking points. How someone might react to blackmail, what would cause them to have a mental breakdown, which family members they cared about most. I started to realize that these weren't just psychological assessments for corporate clients. The level of detail they wanted, the focus on vulnerabilities and stress responses, suggested something more sinister. But by then, I was earning more money than most of my university friends with proper jobs. I'd moved to a better flat, bought new clothes, started paying off my debts properly for the first time since graduation. The rationalization was easy. I wasn't hurting anyone directly. I was just observing and writing reports. Whatever clients did with that information wasn't my responsibility. I was providing a professional service, using my psychology training for legitimate consultation work. The fact that it operated through the dark web was just about client privacy and commercial discretion. The breakthrough assignment changed everything. Instead of just observing someone's routine, I was given access to what they called an interactive session. The target was a man in his 40s, living alone in Birmingham. The setup was similar. hidden cameras throughout his flat. But this time, there were other viewers logged into the session. I could see a chat sidebar where other people were commenting on what they were watching. At first, it seemed like professional colleagues sharing observations and insights. But as the session continued, the comments became more disturbing. People were making suggestions about what should happen next, placing what looked like bets on how the target would respond to different scenarios. Then the phone started ringing in the man's flat. He answered it, and I watched his face change from confusion to fear. He hung up quickly, but the phone rang again immediately. This pattern continued for nearly an hour. Phone calls that clearly distressed him, followed by brief periods of peace, then more calls. The people in the chat were reacting with excitement, commenting on his stress responses and psychological deterioration. I realized I wasn't just observing anymore. I was watching someone being deliberately tormented, and the psychological profile I'd been asked to create was being used to determine the most effective ways to break him down mentally. The next few hours were horrific. The phone calls escalated to sounds outside his flat, footsteps in the hallway, knocking on doors, car alarms going off in the street below. Each incident was clearly orchestrated based on the psychological weaknesses identified in profiles like the one I'd written. The man became increasingly paranoid and distressed, eventually barricading himself in his bedroom, while the chat exploded with commentary and what were clearly financial transactions. People were paying to watch this man's psychological torture and paying extra to suggest new ways to torment him. The amounts being discussed were substantial, hundreds of pounds for specific requests, thousands for extended sessions. This wasn't corporate intelligence gathering. It was entertainment for people who enjoyed watching others suffer. I tried to close the browser, but found I couldn't log out of the session. A message appeared saying that all observers were required to complete the full assignment to receive payment. More disturbing was the implication that my participation was being recorded, and that leaving early would result in consequences for my future employment with the organization. So I watched. For another 6 hours, I watched as this man was systematically broken down through carefully orchestrated psychological pressure. The torment was designed using the same principles I'd learned in university: how to identify and exploit psychological vulnerabilities, how to create maximum distress through targeted manipulation. By morning, the man was catatonic with fear. He'd stopped responding to the phone calls and sounds outside his flat, just sitting in his bedroom staring at the wall. The chat had moved on to discussing how long it would take him to recover, whether he'd seek professional help, and how his mental state could be further exploited in future sessions. The payment for that assignment was more than I'd earned in the previous month combined. Along with the money came an invitation to become what they called a premium observer, with access to more exclusive content and higher paying assignments. The invitation mentioned that my psychological insights had been particularly valuable in designing effective torment strategies. I should have stopped then, should have deleted the browser, blocked the email addresses, pretended none of it had ever happened. But the money was addictive, and I'd already crossed lines I never thought I would. Each assignment pushed the boundaries a little further, normalized behavior that would have horrified me months earlier. The premium sessions were worse, much worse. Instead of just psychological torment, they escalated to physical interventions. Break-ins while people were away, designed to create paranoia and fear. Items moved or stolen to make targets question their own sanity. In extreme cases, actual physical harm, though this was presented as being carried out by independent contractors rather than the organization itself. The worst part was how systematic it all was. They had psychological profiles on thousands of people, detailed vulnerability assessments that could be used to destroy someone's mental health with surgical precision. The observers weren't just paying to watch random suffering. They were commissioning bespoke psychological torture based on scientific principles of human behavior. And I was part of it. My psychology degree, the knowledge I'd gained studying human behavior and mental health, was being used to cause maximum psychological damage to innocent people. I was helping to turn human suffering into entertainment for people wealthy enough to pay for front row seats to someone else's destruction. The organization started offering me more than just observation work. They wanted me to help develop new techniques, to use my academic background to design more effective methods of psychological manipulation. The pay for this consultancy work was enormous. More money than most people earn in a year for work that could be done in a few hours. I told myself I was just providing academic insight, that I wasn't directly involved in implementing the techniques, but I knew exactly how my research was being used. Every principle of psychological pressure I explained, every vulnerability I identified, every technique I suggested would be used to torment real people for the entertainment of paying viewers. The money let me live a life I'd never imagined possible. Expensive flat in London, designer clothes, holidays abroad, meals at restaurants I'd only read about in magazines. My parents were proud of how successful I'd become, how quickly I'd turned my life around after university. Friends were envious of my apparent success in such a competitive field, but I couldn't sleep properly anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faces of the people I'd watched being tormented. The man in Birmingham was just the first. There had been dozens since then, each one carefully selected and systematically destroyed for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering like a particularly engaging video game. The organization's reach was vast. They had contacts in security companies who could install hidden cameras, telecommunications workers who could intercept phone calls, even people in local councils who could provide information about vulnerable individuals. What I'd stumbled into wasn't just a website. It was a network that extended into legitimate institutions and businesses. The viewers weren't just random perverts either. The amounts of money being spent suggested wealthy individuals, possibly including people in positions of power and influence. Politicians, business leaders, celebrities, anyone with enough money and moral flexibility to pay premium prices for customized human suffering. After nearly a year of this work, I started to receive different kinds of assignments. Instead of just observing existing targets, I was asked to identify potential new ones. People in my personal life who might be suitable for psychological profiling and eventual targeting. Friends, family members, former classmates, anyone who might provide entertaining content for the organization's clients. The requests came with substantial financial incentives, bonuses for successful recruitment, ongoing payments for providing personal information about potential targets, premium rates for people I had close access to. They were particularly interested in my family, specifically my younger sister, who was starting university and living alone for the first time. That's when I realized I'd become more than just an employee. I was part of the network now, expected to provide targets from my own life in exchange for continued financial support. The organization had gradually normalized increasingly extreme behavior, using financial incentives and the threat of exposure to ensure compliance. I tried to quit, sent an email saying I was no longer available for assignments, that I wanted to end my association with the organization. The response was swift and terrifying. They had detailed records of my involvement, including video evidence of my participation in the interactive sessions. They knew where I lived, where my family lived, details about my personal life that I'd never shared with anyone. The message was clear. I could continue working for them voluntarily, or I could become one of their targets. They had enough information about my psychological profile to design a torment program that would be perfectly calibrated to my specific vulnerabilities and fears. More concerning was the implication that they'd been profiling me from the beginning. My initial application, the gradual escalation of assignments, the financial dependency they'd created. It had all been carefully planned to ensure my compliance. I wasn't just an employee who'd stumbled into something dark. I was a target who'd been recruited and conditioned to participate in my own exploitation. I'm still working for them, still writing psychological profiles, still participating in interactive sessions, still helping to design new methods of psychological torture. The money continues to flow into my account, and I continue to live a life that looks successful and comfortable from the outside. But I know what I really am now. I'm not a successful psychology consultant or a remote work entrepreneur. I'm a collaborator in an industry that treats human suffering as entertainment. Someone who uses academic knowledge to help wealthy perverts torment innocent people for fun. And the worst part is that I can't be the only one. The organization is too large, too sophisticated, too well connected to rely on just a few recruited academics. There must be hundreds of people like me. Qualified professionals who started with legitimate seeming work and gradually found themselves complicit in something monstrous. Your therapist, your university lecturer, your GP. Any of them could be supplementing their income by helping to design psychological torture programs. The person who assessed your mental health, who has access to your vulnerabilities and fears, might be selling that information to people who want to use it against you. The next time you feel like someone's watching you, like someone knows more about your personal life than they should, like someone's deliberately trying to make you paranoid or distressed, you might not be imagining it. You might be someone's premium entertainment, carefully selected and systematically tormented by professionals who know exactly which psychological buttons to push. And somewhere, people are paying good money to watch it happen. Imagine losing your job on a Tuesday and finding something that changes your entire understanding of human nature by the following weekend. That's essentially what happened to me last spring, though I suppose the sequence of events had been building for longer than I realized at the time. I'd been working as a freelance graphic designer in Leeds for the better part of 3 years. Nothing glamorous, mostly small business logos and website mock-ups. But it paid the rent on my bedsit and kept me fed. The work dried up gradually at first, then all at once when a couple of my regular clients decided to use AI tools instead of paying an actual person. Can't say I blame them really. Hard to compete with something that costs nothing and works around the clock. With suddenly abundant free time and a dwindling bank balance, I found myself spending more hours online than was probably healthy. Started browsing forums I'd never paid attention to before, reading about cryptocurrency, privacy tools, things I'd previously dismissed as too technical or too paranoid for normal people to bother with. Someone in one of these forums mentioned the dark web in passing, describing it as a place where you could find anything if you knew where to look. The comment was quickly deleted by moderators, but it stuck in my mind. I'd heard the term before, obviously, but always in the context of news articles about drug arrests or cybercrime investigations. Never occurred to me that ordinary people might actually use it for legitimate purposes. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected. Downloaded Tor, followed some basic security guides, and within an hour I was browsing hidden services that existed completely outside the normal internet. The initial experience was disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing illegal activities, none of which interested me particularly. But I kept exploring, driven more by boredom than genuine curiosity. Found communities dedicated to privacy advocacy, whistleblowing platforms, forums for people living under authoritarian governments. Started to understand that the dark web wasn't just criminals and extremists. It was also journalists, activists, ordinary people who needed to communicate without surveillance. After a few weeks of casual browsing, I stumbled across discussions about something called red rooms. The concept seemed ridiculous initially. Live streaming platforms where viewers could allegedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people discussing them insisted they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible users from their Bitcoin. The technical arguments against their existence seemed sound. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable video streams, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting detected by law enforcement. Everything pointed to red rooms being nothing more than internet folklore. Yet some users claimed to have encountered genuine examples. They described specific technical details that seemed too elaborate to be complete fabrications. Sophisticated payment systems, invitation-only access requiring references from existing members, streaming infrastructure that somehow overcame the limitations of anonymous networks. My design background made me curious about the technical aspects. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of user interface would be required? It became a theoretical problem I couldn't stop thinking about, the same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging design brief. The research consumed several weeks. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about video compression algorithms, about distributed hosting systems, discovered communities where people discussed theoretical approaches to anonymous streaming, always careful to frame everything as academic research or security testing. In mid-April, I found something that shifted my investigation from theoretical to practical. It appeared in a thread about experimental video technologies, presented as a demonstration of new streaming protocols designed for high-latency networks. The poster described it as a proof of concept for communication systems that could work in areas with unreliable internet infrastructure. The link led to a basic authentication page. No branding or explanation, just fields for username and password. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required invitation codes from existing users. I spent the next fortnight trying to work out how to get access. Posted carefully worded questions in various forums, hoping someone might share an invitation or point me toward whoever was distributing them. Got nowhere. The breakthrough came through pure chance. I'd been helping a small web development company with some logo work, essentially working for free because I needed portfolio pieces more than I needed payment. One of their junior developers, someone I'd barely spoken to previously, messaged me asking if I'd be interested in testing a new streaming platform focused on user privacy. The timing seemed suspicious, but I accepted anyway. The authentication process was more complex than I'd anticipated. Beyond basic login credentials, the system required verification through a mobile application that generated time-sensitive codes. Reminded me of online banking security, the kind of multi-factor authentication used by financial institutions. When I finally gained access, the interface was surprisingly polished. Professional design, intuitive navigation, clean typography. Looked like any mainstream streaming service, the sort of platform you might use to watch films or television programs. There was a sidebar listing available channels, most of which appeared to be offline. The active ones had generic titles, Combinations of letters and numbers that conveyed no information about their content. Viewer counts were modest, typically between 20 and 40 people. The associated chat functions were mostly empty. I selected one of the active channels at random. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymous networks. Heavily compressed, pixelated, with noticeable lag between audio and video. It took several moments to understand what I was looking at. A small room with bare walls, lit by a single overhead bulb. Someone was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the frame. The person appeared to be sleeping or unconscious. Their head was tilted forward, and they didn't respond to occasional sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section showed only automated timestamps generated by the system. I watched for perhaps 20 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person remained motionless. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed empty. Eventually, I switched to a different channel. The second stream showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, fluorescent lighting. The camera was positioned to show the entire space, but like the first stream, nothing occurred while I watched. No movement, no activity, no interaction in the chat. Over the following evening, I sampled about 10 different channels. Most showed similar content: empty rooms, unconscious individuals, institutional or industrial settings. The production quality varied significantly. Some appeared professionally shot with multiple camera angles. Others looked like amateur recordings from cheap equipment. What puzzled me was the absence of the interaction these platforms supposedly offered. Despite claims about viewer participation and real-time control, I saw no evidence of such functionality. No voting mechanisms, no command interfaces, no way for viewers to influence what happened on screen. I began to suspect these were pre-recorded videos rather than live streams. The technical challenges that skeptics had identified seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video through anonymous networks would require substantial resources and expertise. Made more sense that these were archived recordings designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that completely changed my understanding of what I was looking at. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Session 23, Community Request. The viewer count was significantly higher. Nearly 200 people. The chat section showed constant activity, messages appearing faster than I could read them. The video showed a residential setting. Someone's kitchen, complete with appliances, crockery, personal items scattered about. Looked like any working-class British home, the kind of place where normal people lived normal lives. A woman sat at the kitchen table, facing the camera. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, she was alert and aware, making direct eye contact with the lens. She appeared frightened, but not panicked, as if she understood her situation but hadn't completely given up hope. The chat exploded with messages, numbers, single words, brief phrases in multiple languages. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of German, French, what might have been Russian. The messages appeared to follow some sort of pattern or structure, though I couldn't decipher what it meant. That's when I noticed something that made everything else irrelevant. One of the chat messages included a timestamp that matched exactly what was showing on my computer. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. This wasn't a recording. This was happening right now. A man entered the frame from behind the camera. He was wearing ordinary clothes, jeans, a dark jumper, nothing distinctive or threatening about his appearance. He approached the woman and placed a mobile phone on the table in front of her. She picked up the phone and appeared to read something on the screen. Her expression shifted from fearful to genuinely terrified. She started to stand up, but the man placed his hand on her shoulder, not violently but firmly enough to guide her back into the chair. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that they weren't just comments. They were instructions. The numbers corresponded to actions or locations. The brief phrases were commands for what should happen next. The viewers weren't just watching. They were directing the entire situation. The woman looked directly at the camera again, and I realized she could see the viewer count. She knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that we were all participating in whatever was about to happen to her. Her eyes held a kind of desperate appeal that I'd never seen in any film or television program. I closed the browser immediately and shut down my computer. For the better part of a week, I avoided going online except for essential tasks. Told myself it had been an elaborate performance, a piece of interactive theatre designed to disturb people who'd stumbled into spaces they shouldn't have been exploring. The production values had been too professional, the technical execution too smooth for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat and my system clock, the way the woman had looked through the camera, as if she could see directly to the people controlling what happened to her. Eventually, I started checking local news websites, missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might relate to what I'd witnessed. Found nothing, which should have been reassuring but somehow made me more uneasy. I never returned to that platform. Uninstalled Tor, deleted everything related to my dark web browsing, reformatted my hard drive twice, changed my passwords, closed the email account I'd been using, even moved to a different flat across town. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I been the subject of an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely outside official channels, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was 7 months ago. I eventually found new work, doing design projects for local businesses again. Tried to return to something resembling a normal routine. But sometimes, usually late at night, when I'm working on a project, I'll notice the time display on my computer and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere, right now, other people are watching similar streams, participating in similar situations, directing what happens to people whose faces they'll carry with them forever. And sometimes I wonder if my name is recorded somewhere, whether there's a database of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their browsers when things became too real, whether someone, somewhere, is keeping track of witnesses. I've become considerably more careful about online security since then. Use VPNs for everything, monitor my network traffic, maintain operational security practices that most graphic designers have no reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there someone might still be keeping tabs on people like me. The internet feels different now. Every website I visit, every click I make, carries the knowledge of what exists in the spaces between legitimate services. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface, hiding depths that most people never imagine are there. I still do design work, still help businesses with their branding, their websites, their marketing materials. But now, I understand that the threats people face online aren't just technical or financial. They're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I get emails from technology companies requests to test new platforms or privacy tools. I delete them without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never really leave behind. The woman in that kitchen is somewhere right now, either living with the memory of what happened after I closed my browser, or not living at all. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty has become a constant companion, following me through every ordinary day of my ordinary life. That's the real horror of these systems, not the violence or the voyeurism, but the way they create witnesses who can never speak about what they've seen. People who carry knowledge they can't share, bound by complicity they never intended to accept. I've never told anyone about this, not friends, not family, not the authorities. What would I say? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then ran away? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not sure why. Maybe because keeping it secret has become its own kind of prison. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That the real purpose of these platforms isn't the content itself, but the people who stumble across them, who carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what they wanted all along. It's strange what a simple dare can lead to. They say curiosity killed the cat, but no one tells you about the part where the cat spends months afterward looking over its shoulder, jumping at shadows, and sleeping with one eye open. I've debated sharing this for almost a year now. My therapist thinks it would help to externalize the experience, but I can't bring myself to tell her the whole story. Some things you just can't explain to someone whose darkest online experience is probably accidentally clicking on a pop-up ad. So I'm writing it here instead, anonymously, maybe as a warning, maybe just to convince myself it really happened. Everything started last autumn, during that weird limbo week between Christmas and New Year, when time seems to lose all meaning. I was staying at my flat in Leeds, rather than going home to my parents in Newcastle, partly because train tickets were ridiculously expensive, and partly because I needed some time alone after a rather messy breakup in early December. My flatmate had gone to his girlfriend's for the holidays, so I had the place to myself, just me, a stack of leftover Christmas chocolates, and an endless stream of mediocre content on Netflix. I was slouched on our sagging sofa one evening, laptop balanced precariously on my stomach, mindlessly scrolling through social media while some forgettable crime documentary played in the background. The radiator was making that annoying ticking sound it always did when it was heating up, and I could hear the neighbors upstairs, apparently rearranging their furniture for the 5th time that week. My phone buzzed with a message from my friend Alex. We'd known each other since 6th form and still kept in regular contact despite ending up at different universities. Alex and I had this ongoing thing where we dare each other to try increasingly bizarre internet challenges or explore strange online rabbit holes. It had started years ago with innocent stuff like spend an hour on Wikipedia following random links and see where you end up, but had gradually evolved into more obscure corners of the internet. Nothing illegal, just weird, odd forums, bizarre YouTube channels, that sort of thing. His message that night was different though. He was daring me to explore the dark web. He'd sent me a link to a tutorial on how to set it up safely, along with some starting points. Apparently, he tried it himself the previous week. I remember hesitating, my thumb hovering over the link. I knew what the dark web was, of course. That hidden part of the internet not accessible through normal browsers, often associated with illegal activities, but also used by people in countries with heavy internet censorship or journalists protecting sources. I should mention I was studying computer science, specializing in network security. So there was a part of me that was professionally curious about how these hidden networks functioned. I told myself it would be educational, a practical application of the theory we'd covered in class. That's how I justified it anyway, though in reality, it was probably more about not wanting to back down from a dare and having absolutely nothing better to do with my evening. I followed the tutorial, downloading the special browser needed to access .onion sites, setting up a VPN for an extra layer of security, all the recommended precautions. I remember the heating had kicked in properly by then, making the flat almost uncomfortably warm. I'd peeled off my Christmas jumper, an ironic one with a dinosaur wearing a Santa hat, and was just in a t-shirt, the fabric sticking slightly to my back. There was a half-empty mug of tea on the coffee table, long gone cold. Outside, it had started to rain, droplets pattering against the window in that soothing, rhythmic way that usually made me sleepy. But I wasn't sleepy. There was a nervous energy buzzing through me as I waited for the browser to connect, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The boring documentary had ended, replaced by something equally forgettable that served as white noise in the background. The browser finally connected, and I was in. At first glance, it was anticlimactic. Just a different browser with a search engine that looked more basic than what I was used to. Alex had sent me some beginner links, mostly forums discussing privacy and technology, nothing particularly sinister. I browsed for about an hour, finding it interesting, but not especially shocking. Most of it was stuff you could find on the regular internet if you knew where to look. I was almost disappointed, having expected something more dramatic based on the dark web's reputation. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of sticking to the links Alex had sent, I decided to follow some of the links I found on those forums, curious to see where they led. Each new site had more links, and I kept following them, going deeper and deeper into this hidden network. It was like pulling on a loose thread and watching an entire garment unravel. I noticed the tone of the sites changing subtly. The discussions moved from privacy and technology to more questionable topics. How to acquire false identification, discussions about substances and services that were clearly illegal. I should have stopped then, should have closed the browser and gone back to my mindless Netflix scrolling. But there's a strange momentum to exploration like this. Each new discovery makes you wonder what else is hiding just one more link away. I remember shifting position on the sofa, my back starting to ache from being hunched over for so long. The rain had intensified, now hammering against the windows, and the wind had picked up, making the old frames rattle. My cold tea had developed that unappealing skin on top that always made me shudder. The flat suddenly felt too quiet despite the background noise of the TV and the storm outside. It was approaching midnight when I found it. I'd been following a particularly convoluted chain of links, each site more disturbing than the last. I'd gone from marketplace sites selling illegal items to forums discussing things I won't repeat here. The link was embedded in a post on one of those forums. No description, just a string of random characters ending in .onion. I hovered over it, finger poised on the trackpad. Some part of my brain was sending warning signals, like when you're about to touch something that might be hot. I should have listened to that instinct. Instead, I clicked. The page that loaded was unlike the others. Most dark web sites I'd seen were basic, with minimal graphics and simple layouts, function over form. This one had a sleek, almost professional design. Black background, crimson text, a layout that reminded me of auction sites like eBay, but with a far more ominous aesthetic. At the top of the page was a logo, just a simple red circle, and below it the words, "The Crimson Room bidding now open." I frowned, trying to figure out what kind of auction site this was. There were no product images, just listings with numbers and brief descriptions that made little sense to me at first glance. Each listing had a timer counting down and a current bid amount. The amounts were substantial, thousands in Bitcoin. It took me several minutes of confused browsing to understand what I was looking at, and when realization dawned, it hit me like a physical blow. These weren't products being auctioned, they were people. Each listing included basic details, age, gender, location, and a description of what would happen to them depending on which package received the highest bid. My stomach clenched, a wave of nausea washing over me. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate roleplay, a sick fantasy site where nothing actually happened. I tried to convince myself of this as I scrolled through the listings, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I noticed a section labeled Previous Events. I clicked it, though every instinct was screaming at me not to. It contained archives of past sessions, thumbnails that you could click to access recordings. My cursor hovered over one, trembling slightly. Again, that voice in my head begging me not to click. Again, my curiosity overriding it. The video that loaded was grainy but clear enough. I managed about 30 seconds before slamming my laptop shut, rushing to the bathroom, and vomiting until there was nothing left but bile. What I'd seen wasn't fake. The terror in that person's eyes, the sounds they made despite being gagged. There's a quality to genuine fear that can't be acted, can't be faked. And the clinical, almost bored manner of the masked figure carrying out the requests, it was real. All of it was real. I sat on the cold bathroom floor for what felt like hours, shaking uncontrollably. The storm outside had reached its peak, rain lashing against the window, wind howling through the gaps in the frames. Every noise made me flinch. My mind kept replaying those 30 seconds, unable to process that human beings could do such things to each other, that other human beings would pay to watch or direct it. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to return to the living room. My laptop sat on the sofa where I'd left it, closed but somehow threatening, as if what I'd seen might leak out from between the keys. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could do something about it. But what could I actually tell them? I had no specific information about where these events were taking place, who was running the site, or who the victims were. And I'd have to admit to accessing the dark web, to following link after link, until I found something so profoundly disturbing. I decided to go back, just long enough to gather some information that might be useful to authorities. This was my second mistake. I opened the laptop, steeling myself against what I might see. The browser was still connected, the site still open. I began taking screenshots, noting down any details that might help identify the location or the people involved. I was so focused on this self-appointed mission that I didn't notice it at first, the small notification that had appeared in the corner of the screen. When I finally saw it, my blood ran cold. A private message from an account named Admin. The message was simple. They had detected unusual activity from my connection, specifically the taking of screenshots. They had my IP address, despite the VPN, which had apparently failed at some point. They knew my approximate location, and they were sending someone to discuss my interest in their services. I slammed the laptop shut again, yanked out the power cord, and pulled the battery for good measure. Then I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out of the flat without even stopping for a jacket, despite the storm raging outside. I spent that night at a 24-hour cafe in the city centre, jumping at every person who entered, convinced they had been sent to find me. In the harsh light of morning, huddled over my 5th cup of coffee, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It was probably just an automated message designed to scare people who stumbled across the site. They wouldn't really send someone after a random person who had accidentally found their operation. That would draw attention, create risk. It wasn't logical. This rationalization helped me function enough to return to my flat, pack a bag, and go straight to the train station. I spent the remaining holiday with my parents, making excuses about missing home. I didn't touch my laptop again until I was back at university, and when I did, I completely wiped it and reinstalled everything from scratch. I never reported what I'd seen. The fear of not being believed, of somehow being implicated, was too great. And deep down, there was a more terrifying thought. What if reporting it led them back to me? What if they had connections in law enforcement? It seemed paranoid, but after what I'd seen, my understanding of what people were capable of had fundamentally changed. For weeks afterward, I was certain I was being watched. I took different routes home from lectures, avoided being alone when possible, and slept with the chair propped against my bedroom door. I kept seeing the same car parked near our flat, a black sedan with tinted windows. Probably a coincidence, but it was enough to make me move out mid-semester, finding a new place on the other side of the city. The fear has faded somewhat with time. I no longer jump at every unexpected sound or suspect every stranger of being sent to silence me. I've almost convinced myself that the message was just an automated scare tactic. Almost. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the wind is rattling the windows, I remember what I saw. I remember that somewhere out there right now, those auctions are still happening. People are still bidding, still watching, still directing. And I know something else too. They have my information. Maybe they've forgotten about me, filed me away as an insignificant breach not worth pursuing. Or maybe they're just waiting for the right moment. I changed my number, my email addresses, even my name on social media. I've moved twice more since then, but in my darker moments, I wonder if it's enough. The internet never forgets, and neither do the people who lurk in its darkest corners. Last week, I received a plain envelope in the mail. No return address, just my name and current address. An address I've only had for 3 months. Inside was a blank sheet of paper with a small red circle drawn in the center. I'm leaving the country next week. Exchange program to Australia, as far away as I can get. I haven't told anyone where I'm going except my parents and the university administration. This will be my last post online anywhere, under any name. If you're reading this, don't make the same mistakes I did. Some curiosities aren't worth satisfying. Some dares aren't worth accepting. And some corners of the internet should remain unexplored. I think there's someone outside my window. I can see a shadow moving across the garden. It's probably just a neighbor, or maybe a fox, but I'm not taking any chances. I thought it was some twisted prank at first, until I saw the bruises on his face and the way he looked directly at the camera. Not past it, at me. I didn't even want to click the link, but he pushed for it. He said, "What's the worst that could happen? I should have pushed back harder, said no, or just left. But I didn't. And now I see his face every time I close my eyes. I'd never really clicked with anyone like him before. Callum had this dry, brutal sense of humor, the kind where you're not sure if he's joking or just being a dick until he smirks. We met through this niche Discord server for analog horror fans, ended up on the same voice chat one night, stayed up till 3 a.m. talking about everything from cursed YouTube videos to those weird VHS RGs no one finishes. It turned out we lived one town apart, about 20 minutes by train. After that, it wasn't just online anymore. We'd hang out, get takeaway, crash at each other's places. He always had something playing on his second monitor, usually unsettling internet rabbit holes or weird live streams from countries neither of us could pronounce. I quite liked the chaos, to be honest. He made everything feel more intense, more alive. But that edge, I didn't realize how real it would get. The last time I saw him was a Thursday. We were meant to meet up Saturday. He was supposed to help me move some furniture, but he ghosted. At first, I assumed hangover, or maybe he'd just forgotten. But then Sunday passed, then Monday. I went by his flat after work. Lights were off, curtains drawn, door locked. But outside there were 4 Uber Eats bags, one of them half split open, ice cream melted through the bottom. I reported him missing Tuesday morning. The woman at the desk in the police station barely looked up, scribbled his name down, nodded like it was routine, like he was routine, said they'd log it and send someone round if anything came up. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about one of those bags of food, how the receipt had the wrong name. J something, not Callum, not even close. I went back to his flat the next day and just sat there across the street, watching. Then, late that evening, I got a message from his account. Just a single link. No words, no emojis, no subject. The URL was long and messy, no preview. But I recognized one thing, the string.onion buried inside it. I told myself maybe it was him messing with me, a prank, something he'd find hilarious later. I copied it, but I didn't open it, not yet. I finally caved that Friday. I booted up Tor, pasted the link in, and just sat there watching it buffer. The site was crude. It had a black background, one embedded player, no controls, just a timer in the corner and a blank title bar. Then it loaded. It was him, Callum, sitting in a dark room, shirtless, pale, face swollen, lips split, and then he looked straight at the camera, not like he was looking at a lens, like he was looking through it, at me. I wasn't sure if it was a recording or not, so I screen recorded what I could. My hands were shaking so bad the mouse kept jittering. Soon after, I went back to the police. I thought it would be different this time. It wasn't. They asked why I had the footage, why I hadn't come in sooner. They even asked what my relationship with him was. And when I said we were friends, they paused. One of them asked, real quiet, "Just friends?" I walked out, deleted the screen capture from my phone on the way home. I was scared they'd take it, or worse, say I did something to him. I started staying at my parents'. They live outside town. No one knew I was there. I didn't post anything about it. I didn't tell anyone, and my phone stayed off most nights. But then, on Saturday morning, someone rang the bell. My mum called me to the door. "Did you order something?" I went downstairs to find her holding a parcel. No label, no address, just my name. Inside the parcel was a USB stick, nothing else. I didn't plug it into anything right away. I waited until later that day, until everyone had gone to bed. When it felt safe, I plugged it into my old laptop. It felt smarter. It has no Wi-Fi. After it had eventually loaded, the only file on it was a video. There was no title, just a date. The same day I got the message. I hesitated, but then I pressed play. It opened. It was me, sitting at my desk, staring at my monitor, typing. I didn't even remember that moment, but it was definitely me. I had the same clothes I usually wore at home, and the angle. Someone had been in the flat across from mine, filming me, watching me. Then the camera cut, and I saw him again. Callum. He was on his knees, shaking. Behind him, there was a plastic sheet, a roll of duct tape, and something metallic, glinting. He tried to speak. His lips moved, but there was no sound. Then I saw it. A hand, just the edge of one, came into frame. And everything after that I should have looked away. I should have closed it, but I didn't. I couldn't. The moment he stopped breathing, the stream cut out. Back to black. They never found him. The police closed the case 2 weeks later. They declared it an unsubstantiated report, whatever that means. I wiped my old drives, burned the USB and switched phones. I'm not sure how much good it'll do. You don't have to listen to me. I realize I'm just a stranger to you, but if you ever get sent a Red Room link, even as a joke, don't click it. Just don't